Chapter 651, You will not live to see that day. Do you not fear death? The monster asked curiously, taking interest in this peculiar human. At the same time, his lack of action right away displayed his confidence in the situation, as if the human before it could not escape its fate. Ainsl's eyes seemed to become unfocused for a brief instant, as if he were thinking of something, before clarity quickly returned to them. I already knew I would die when I set foot into these lands, Ainsel replied, his words causing slight surprise to appear on the monster's face. The monster inspected Ainsel's clothes, and a knowing expression appeared on his face. Ah, the heaven scrying sect. I suppose your mystical arts are capable of scrying your own deaths, the monster said. But if you knew you would die, why would you enter? Why not stay away? It was truly something the monster didn't understand, as it would never throw its life away like this. Life was far too fun and thrilling to just throw it away, at least in the monster's eyes. Because I also scried that my death would have meaning enough to justify walking blindly into certain death, Ainsel replied, his voice still calm. I wondered how my life could have meaning in such a secluded realm, but I now know the answer. Oh, and what is the meaning your life is going to give? Are you going to kill me and the others before dying? The monster asked mockingly. Others, it's as I suspected, Ainsel sighed as a jade item appeared in his hand for the briefest of moments before vanishing once more. The monster's eyes narrowed as it noticed his actions, and a malicious smile formed on its face quickly after, revealing its sharp, blood-stained fangs. Sending word to your friends? The monster asked mockingly, seeing through Ainsel's actions. If that is the meaning to your death you are searching for, then your death will have no meaning at all. No amount of warning will stop what is to come. That is not for you to decide, Ainsel replied calmly, as if there was no terrifying monster standing before him. And I'm afraid that the only deaths with no true meaning will belong to you and your allies, for you have made the gravest of mistakes. The gravest of mistakes? The monster asked, his mocking tone still clear. What mistake have we made? Ainsel's calm gaze hardened slightly as he stared straight into the creature's eyes. You have stepped into a land that you cannot freely escape from, a land containing someone you cannot possibly hope to defeat. All you and your kind have done is throw their lives away, as you will not escape these lands alive once he emerges. He, the monster asked, and a knowing smile soon returned to its face. Ah, you must mean Asura. I heard he's from your alliance and is within these lands. I can't believe someone like Asura comes from your Patiable alliance, but if he does, I'll take great pleasure in cutting him down myself, or watching him ripped to shreds by the others. Unfortunately for you, you will not live to see that day, Ainsel replied as his aura erupted, flaring out with a mystical might as if the stars had descended on the land. A sword appeared in his hand as he dashed forward towards the creature, his face determined and eyes calm. A sinister smile appeared on the monster's face as it slashed out towards Ainsel with its sharp claws. The peaceful valley soon fractured as a battle between the two broke out. There is no reply from him, despite it being several hours since his last message, a depressed voice said, causing the other heaven-scrying sect members to sigh deeply. Ainsel's message had been sent a while back and had confirmed the worst for them. The monster race had somehow invaded the trial lands, and they were not alone either. They had tried to reach back out to Ainsel through the jade communication pieces, but had received no reply at all. They all knew what that meant, and could only sigh deeply at the loss of losing a brother. We must not let his death go to waste, one of the members spoke up after the long silence amongst them. Spread this warning to the jade maps and replace the jade dragon list with words of warning. Replace the jade dragon list, one of them asked curiously. The enemy will no doubt obtain a list themselves from killing an alliance member. If they have the list, they can target our strongest geniuses first and eliminate them in a coordinated effort. Once that happens, we will have no chance of fighting back. The others nodded their heads in agreement, and one of them took out a jace piece and gazed at their leader, who used to be Ainsel, but was now the one who had spoken out. What do you want it to say? HMPH, it seems as though they've noticed our arrival already. A chilling voice sounded out, while a creature held a jade object in its gray hands. Beneath them were the slain corpses of several humans, most of them no longer in one piece. So what? A nearby creature replied. That only makes things more exciting, as these hunts were starting to become a bit too easy. I finally found some of you. A cold voice of hatred sounded out behind the monster race youths, shocking them as they had not noticed the arrival of the other. They turned around to see a lone human standing behind them, holding an awe-inspiring sword in his hand. Who are you? The two monsters asked coldly. They could tell the human before them was strong enough to threaten them, and there were a few youths within the honorable alliance they needed to avoid, as only the strongest of their group could challenge them. Remember this name when you arrive in the underworld, as it will be the one who sent you there, the youth said as he pointed his sword at them. I am Luth Chaster of the Honorable Alliance, and your miserable deaths will satiate the ghosts of those you have slain. Several hours after their battle had started, the monster race creature stood before Ainsel as it stood amongst fractured land. Miserable human, the creature scoffed in angered displeasure as it stared at Ainsel, whose eyes and face remained calm and at peace, but those eyes were glazed over, as life no longer lingered within. Blood stained his purple robes, and an arm had been torn off, exposing torn muscles and broken bones, revealing that their battle had been incredibly brutal. The monster withdrew his hand, which had pierced directly through Ainsel's heart and had been the blow that had killed him. The monster's gaze of hatred lingered on Ainsel's lifeless face for a short moment before he collapsed to his knees. Blood trickled down from the monster's mouth, and he fell onto his side soon after. Blood seeped out of his chest, as a sword had been plunged directly into his heart, ending his life as well. Chapter 652, Discussion of Feelings Before Long. Word spread throughout the entire final trial area that foreign enemies had invaded the lands. The details were sparse as most who encountered an enemy perished, but though Ainsel's sacrifice, their invasion had been revealed. The warnings kept some youths who had yet to reach the final trial area from entering, as the enemy could not move backwards through the realm. Sadly, the youths entering the final trial area this late were the weakest of the bunch, and most did not have a jade dragon list on them to warn them of the dangers to come. For those already in the final area, the information was only a warning before their inevitable deaths. Even with the knowledge of the enemy's arrival, most were unable to do anything if they were discovered. The enemy consisted of the strongest youths under 20 years of age that the enemy powers could muster, and were simply too strong for most from the Honorable Alliance to handle. Only those on the Jade Dragon list had any chance of fighting back, but even then they were still weaker than the enemy, save for those at the very top of the list. However, even those at the top of the list were no match for the true geniuses of the enemy powers, who were slaughtering their way through the realm unmatched. War between the two sides quickly broke out, staining the realm with the blood of battle and slaughter. Roar. The roar of a middle heaven tribulation beast bellowed out, shaking the nearby land and forest it stood within. Before the best were two youths, one male and one female. The male youth instantly turned in fear at the sight of the beast, as if it were the most frightening thing in the world. Adam, Iris called out as she watched Adam flee, and could only sigh deeply as she sped forwards the beasts. After a long battle, the beast collapsed to the ground, dead from being poisoned. Although the beast was a minor realm higher than Iris, her profound eyes, immense speed, and poison arts allowed her to battle it. It was the 7th Middle Heaven Tribulation beast she had killed in the Heaven Tribulation trial. With her eye talents, she was able to avoid any powerful beasts before they noticed her, allowing for her and Adam to progress through the trials steadily and unharmed. Each beast killed gave her jade marks based on its cultivation, and so Iris decided to kill some along the way and harvest their bodies for sale as well. Iris had already proven herself capable of handling such beasts, but each time conflict arose, Adam would run in fear, as if he knew nothing else but that fear. This had been happening for several weeks now, and Iris didn't know how to help him. It seems as though his physical wounds have healed, but his mental scars are still fresh. Iris sighed again. Adam was never brave, but he wasn't a true coward either. That had changed, though, as he was unable to muster any amount of courage anymore. Iris sped through the forest and quickly found Adam cowering beneath a fallen tree. "Are you okay?" Iris asked gently as she arrived next to him. I'm fine," Adam sighed in relief as he realized the danger was gone. "We just have a bit more to go. Then we'll arrive in the next area and join back up with John," Iris said, her mentioning of John cashing Adam to gain a bit of confidence again. Although she had a jade dragon list, Iris had not checked it since Adam was given to her. She did not have the heart to check the list and see if John was removed from it, confirming his death. She knew that would show on her face and break Adam for good, and so she avoided it altogether. "We'll set up camp and set out tomorrow again," Iris said as the light began to fade. "Okay," Adam replied as he stood up and breathed out deeply. The two quickly found a cave and set up camp, and sat around a warm fire between them. Crackle. The light crackling of their campfire filled the silence as Iris and Adam stared into it. "Sorry about today again," Adam said to Iris, slight shame on his normally prideful face. "It's fine. You're still in the Meridian forging realm, so your fear was natural," Iris replied. The two fell silent for some time, before Adam spoke up once more. "You know, I've always wanted to ask you this," Adam said to Iris as she gazed at him. "Ask me what?" "Why haven't you told John how you feel about him?" Adam replied after a brief hesitation, as if he didn't know if he should ask the question or not. Surprise appeared on Iris's face as it turned slightly red, but that surprise faded as a more sullen look appeared on her face. "Was it that obvious?" Iris asked. "If someone as clueless in such things as me could notice, then yes, it was quite obvious," Adam replied. Whenever the four of them had been together, he could tell Iris's gaze towards John was different than how she looked at him or Chase. "That's," Iris said and paused, shifting her gaze to the fire and then back to Adam. "You know my talents. I can see many things others can't, including the most minute facial expressions. I can tell quite clearly how someone feels about me just by looking at them and John." "He doesn't look at you the same way," Adam finished her sentence, his voice heavy as if feeling her sullen mood. "I can tell he cares for me deeply, but like a sister," Iris eventually replied. The two felt silent once more for some time as the fire continued to crackle. After a while, Adam's expression suddenly changed as he recalled her previous words, and he cast a sideways glance at Iris, as if too scared to look her in the eyes. His eyes widened slightly as he noticed Iris's narrowed and judgmental gaze staring directly at him, as if knowing what he was currently thinking. "And yes, that does include your gazes," she chastised him, "and what you are thinking." "Ah, sorry," Adam replied, completely embarrassed. Iris was truly a beauty, and one of the most beautiful girls Adam had ever seen. During their interactions, especially their early ones that had been quite antagonistic, he couldn't help but throw some lecherous gazes her way as he inspected her and her body. He thought he had covered it up well, but knew he had been seen through from the start. "Don't worry about it," Iris replied, "but I better not catch you doing it again." "I won't, I promise," Adam hastily replied with erratic hand movements. "Good," Iris replied as a small smile appeared on her face. It seemed that Adam was slowly but surely recovering from his mental scars and changing back into his mischievous and prideful self, the Adam that she had once hated, but had now come to prefer. The next day, the two of them made their way through the trial once more, avoiding the beasts as they made their way towards the end of the trial. After another half-day of traveling, Iris and Adam arrived before another massive cliff that surrounded the trial. At the base of the trial was a green portal leading to the next realm area. The two exchanged glances for a moment before walking forward and stepping through. They felt their bodies travel a short distance through space before arriving at the next location. A vast, sprawling landscape came into view. The horizon was lined with towering mountains and refreshing waterfalls, while lush forests, crystal blue rivers, peaceful valleys, and flowery prairies covered everything in between. The two would have normally stopped for a while to take in the beautiful view, except for the fact that many places had become fractured and destroyed, and blood and corpses could be seen all about, some no more than a few dozen yards in front of them. "Watch out!" Iris cried out at Adam as she shoved him to the side. A sharp sword light slashed by, cleaving apart the ground where he had been standing, one that had been intent on claiming his life. Chapter 653, Forbidden Alliance. Youth Adam tumbled over the ground from Iris's violent push, coming to a stop only a few dozen yards later. The ground where he had been standing now was cleaved apart, and a sharp trench was carved for hundreds of yards. Adam stood up as quickly as possible and returned to Iris's side, unsure of what was going on. His wary gaze shifted in all directions, although he was unable to see Ione. "Who are you?" Iris asked warily with a grim expression on her face. She could tell that the attack had meant to take Adam's life, with no mercy at all. Her gaze lingered on two youths who were standing a short distance away, who stepped out from behind a large boulder and made themselves visible. It was two human cultivators, one male and one female. They both wore blood-red robes with white designs, the designs depicting human skeletons drowning in blood. Malicious smiles lingered on both their faces, as if they were staring at prey to be slaughtered at their whim. She did not recognize the designs, and Iris's gaze became even more grim as she noticed both of their cultivations, late heaven tribulation. "Hehehe, your attack actually failed to hit a meridian-forging youth," the female sneered at the male, who had apparently been the one to attack. "He got lucky is all," the male replied with great displeasure, his gaze locking onto Iris. "It was her who helped him dodge it. She somehow managed to notice my attack immediately. Not bad," he continued as he eyed her up and down. "And she's quite beautiful as well. It would be a pity to kill her right away," he said while staring directly at Iris and licking his lips, his actions completely perverse and unashamed. "If you won't kill her, I will," the girl harumphed. "But first I'll scar that pretty little face of hers," she continued, clearly displeased that Iris's beauty eclipsed her own. "I'll ask again, who are you?" Iris asked, her tone cold and grim. The two youths ignored Iris as their gaze shifted towards Adam, who stood next to her. Their malicious smiles turned into amused ones as they noticed his demeanor of trembling fear. "Look at him. He's trembling so hard that I'm surprised he's still able to stand," the girl mocked. "The Honorable Alliance sure is beyond pathetic," the boy scoffed. "Not only do they send a meridian-forging weakling into these lands, but this one trembles in fear at the mere sight of us. How pathetic." Iris's eyes narrowed as she glanced sideways at Adam, who had pure fear on his face. Clearly he knew something. "What is it?" Iris asked. "For Forbidden Alliance," Adam barely managed to mumble out. He was well studied about the divine Martial Continent due to his time in the Starforge clan, and recognized the robe insignias as one of the sects that belonged to the Forbidden Alliance. "What?" Iris exclaimed in shock. She knew the two before her were enemies, but did not expect such a frightening origin. Two daggers suddenly appeared in her hands as she stared at the two Forbidden Alliance youths. "Run," she whispered gravely to Adam without looking at him. "I'll hold them off for as long as I can." Adam stood there in place, as if he didn't hear her commands. His body continued to quiver and tremble in pure fear, as if just standing was all he was capable of. Iris's expression turned grim as she noticed him not leave. "I know you're afraid, but you need to gather some courage and rue," her voice cut off as she gazed at Adam, and her eyes widened slightly. A formation disc had appeared in his trembling hands, almost as if he was preparing to fight alongside her. "What are you doing?" Iris asked with great agitation. "I won't leave you to fight these two alone," Adam managed to reply through chattering teeth. Iris's eyes went wide, as despite his obvious fear, Adam was willing to stay behind with her despite the sure-death odds. It was a far cry from what he had been doing previously, and his actions shocked Iris to her core. Normally, she would be happy to see him regain some of his courage like this, but all she felt was sorrow, as Adam would be throwing his life away. She could tell why the change had happened within Adam, but still wanted him to run. With him running, there was at least a chance she could buy enough time for him to escape. She was about to chastise Adam, when her eyes shifted slightly as she stared off into the distance for a brief moment, as an almost imperceivable shimmer appeared behind the two Forbidden Alliance youths. Chi. Without warning, two flashes of light seemed to pierce out from nowhere. The two attacks happened almost simultaneously and carried an incredible sharpness, as if it could cleave through anything. The eyes of the two Forbidden Alliance youths went wide for a moment, but lost focus as their head tumbled from their bodies and fell to the ground below. "Ah!" Adam cried out in shock at the sudden sight of the two being decapitated, as he had no idea what was going on. Iris's gaze lingered on the imperceptible shimmer of space behind the now dead youths. "You!" she exclaimed. The shimmer slowly coalesced into the figure of a black-robed youth, who made his presence visible to the two of them. Number One's calm eyes stared at the two dead Forbidden Alliance youths at his feet for a moment, before they shifted towards Adam and Iris. His gaze lingered on Adam for a moment, and he shook his head as if he couldn't understand his actions. "Moronic," he chastised, as if speaking to a child. "You could do nothing in that fight, and all your presence did was hold back your friend. You should have left when she told you to." "What are you going to do here?" Iris interjected before Adam could reply, as while Number One was right, they were now safe. Adam had finally regained some courage, and she didn't want it to shatter once more after hearing Number One's words. "And thank you for the help," she quickly followed up, after realizing her words had been confrontational after Number One had saved their lives. "Why did you enter this final area?" Number One asked, ignoring Iris's question and asking his own. "What? Why wouldn't we?" Iris asked in confusion, but her gaze shifted towards the two dead Forbidden Alliance youths, and she quickly realized something terrible was going on. "The top geniuses from the Forbidden Alliance, monster race, and barbarian race have invaded this final realm area," Number One replied, getting straight to the point. His words caused both Iris and Adam to cry out in shocked unison. "What? How is that possible?" "No one knows how it happened," Number One replied, his voice quite monotone as if the dangerous invasion did not concern him greatly, only that it did. Thankfully, these two were some of the weakest of that bunch, or their deaths would not have been so easy to ensure. His gaze shifted to the corpses for a moment, and then quickly stored them away, before he looked at Adam and Iris once more. The Heaven Scrying sect replaced the Jade Dragon list with warnings of their invasion, and for those who have yet to enter this final area to stay away. "Why did you not heed the warning?" he asked. Iris quickly took out her Jade Dragon list jade piece and inspected it. As Number One mentioned, it now contained only a warning of the dangers and to stay away if at all possible. Those who had yet to enter the final trial area were the weakest of the bunch, and no amount of their numbers would be able to help. They would only be throwing their lives away. "You never read the warning," Number One said as he realized what was going on. Iris muttered, almost too ashamed to reply. "You were afraid that if you read the list, you would find out your friend has died." Number One quickly put two and two together. "Yes," Iris replied, her voice and face downcast after realizing the situation, as well as bringing up John. "Wait, why are you still protecting us?" Iris asked as she thought of something. She knew John had planted a soul slave contract on Number One and had most likely instructed him to protect them at all costs, but soul slave contracts would vanish if the one who had planted it had perished. "Does that mean?" Iris asked, unable to finish her sentence. "Yes, your friend still lives," Number One replied, "and the soul contract has become even stronger. I can tell he's broken through to the heaven tribulation realm as well." Iris felt pure relief flood throughout her body after hearing that not only was John still alive, but had also become much stronger. Her relief washed away as she heard a confused voice sound out. "Still alive? Are you talking about John? I thought John was safe," Adam asked with complete confusion. He could immediately tell that things were not how Iris had described them. Chapter 654, Rage Washes Away Fear. Iris realized she had slipped up with her question towards number 1, as it had revealed that her story about John was not truthful. Her apologetic gaze shifted towards Adam, who stared at her intently, as if he would have no more lies regarding John. Iris's lips opened and closed several times, as if she was thinking about how to word her next statement. A sigh escaped those lips as she resigned herself to telling the truth. Her gaze hardened as she stared at Adam and hoped he could withstand the truth. If he were to blame himself for John's current predicament and regress mentally, she would feel only remorse and sorrow. "I lied about John's whereabouts after he rescued you," Iris said. Adam's eyes narrowed as he heard this, but he remained silent as he allowed her to continue. "John didn't go to find Cadden after rescuing you instead. He was surprise attacked by Cadden and knocked into the Tao transformation trial." Iris finally revealed the truth, and sighed once more afterwards. A sigh of relief at telling the truth finally, and also anxiousness at how Adam would take it. Her eyes widened slightly as she noticed Adam start trembling again, as he had done many times recently. However, this trembling was different. "Motherfuckers," Adam cursed loudly as he clenched his fists as tight as possible, his face fully enraged. "Kadin, I'll fucking cut you down if it's the last thing I do." Iris almost couldn't believe her eyes at the moment, as the Adam who had known nothing but fear recently was no more. Whenever the name Cadden or the Starforge clan was brought up, he would recoil in fear, as if the mere mention of them would summon them. That fear was nowhere to be seen now, and only unbridled rage remained. It was a complete shift from his recent self, and Iris was beyond words at the moment. "Where is Cadden? Where is he?" Adam's gaze shifted towards number 1, who stood nearby watching the proceedings in silence. "Adam, Adam," Iris called out as she sped towards him and grabbed him by his shoulders. "Calm down a bit," she said to him. Adam's heated gaze snapped towards Iris, and his heaving chest finally calmed after a while. "First off, you aren't nearly strong enough to fight Cadden, and you'd only throw your life away. Do you think John would want that?" she asked him, as he had clearly lost himself in rage. Apparently John was the one subject that would set Adam over the edge, no matter how fearful he was. Her words were like a bucket of ice on his head, and Adam's heated rage quickly calmed down as he realized the truth of her words. Also, number 1 said John is still alive, and is now in the heaven tribulation realm. If anything, we should be feeling sorry for whatever gets in his way in the Tao transformation trial, Iris continued. Adam's gaze shifted towards number 1, who stared back calmly. "Are you sure he's still alive?" Adam asked seriously. "Would I be protecting you like this if he was?" Number 1 replied, causing Adam to finally sigh in relief at John's survival thus far. "You two should get out of here," number 1 spoke up. "Those two were camping at the entrance of the heaven tribulation trial. Which is why I knew you would appear here if you actually arrived. But I can't keep protecting you going forward, nor do I want to. I only did as I did because of the soul slave contract, but that doesn't mean I'm required to shadow you permanently." "We understand," Iris replied after listening to his words. The Honorable Alliance was in the middle of a war, and someone like number 1, an assassin in the top 10 of the Jade Dragon list, was more than invaluable for the war effort. They couldn't have someone like him shadowing them, as it would just mean many more lives lost elsewhere. "Good, then find shelter and stay until this is all over," number 1 said as his body faded away, leaving the area for good. Iris watched number 1 leave, thinking of what to do next. "I want to break through to the heaven tribulation realm," Adam said, his words shocking Iris as her gaze snapped to him. "What? Why would you do that now?" she asked. "I'm useless as I am now," Adam replied, his voice cold as if he hated his current cultivation level. "I'll never be able to help John, Chase, or you as I am now." Iris stared at Adam for quite some time, thinking of what to say. His cultivation had finally reached the peak of the late Meridian forging realm, so it was possible. "Your tribulation will attract unwanted eyes," she warned. "I know, and I don't care," Adam replied firmly, his gaze shifting towards the horizon. Let's travel to the most remote part of this realm, and I'll have my tribulation there. It should buy us enough time, and once it's done, we'll flee before danger arrives. Iris continued to stare at Adam in silence as she thought over his words. His plan wasn't impossible to pull off, but would no doubt be dangerous nonetheless. However, she could tell that his mind was already made up. Okay, she replied, let's do it. Her words caused a smile to appear on Adam's face for the first time in a long time, and he nodded his head at her words. Let's do it. After figuring out their next move, the two silently left the area and traveled through the final trial lands to the most remote corner they could find, over 1,000 miles away from the arrival point. Thanks to Iris's innate eye talents, they had been able to avoid any danger on their several-day journey, and they finally arrived in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains on all directions. There's no one around for hundreds of miles as far as I can tell, Iris said to Adam. While her eyes could not see that far, they had not encountered anyone for the last several hundred miles of their journey. Good, Adam said as he gazed up towards the sky with a heated expression, which started to darken as clouds began to swirl overhead. Chapter 655, Sanguine Devil Crystalline, a remote and desolate corner of the divine Martial continent. A growing number of powerful cultivators were gathering in the sky, peering down at the scene below them. The land in all directions for thousands of miles was destroyed, as if a star had fallen down from the sky above and rendered the land asunder. The terrifying shockwaves and explosions had attracted the attention of the most powerful cultivators of the world, who were the first to notice them in such a remote corner of the massive continent. What the hell happened here? A sect leader from a powerful sect couldn't help but muse out loud, his words not answered by anyone nearby. Honorable Alliance members, Forbidden Alliance members, and cultivators from all the different races had appeared, but they ignored each other for the moment, as all-out war was not their intention. Another figure suddenly arrived, his appearance causing a wave of discussion amongst the Might cultivators. He had long black hair, piercing blue eyes, and an incredibly handsome face. The Astral Emperor, one of the other cultivators couldn't help but whisper out to those nearby. Even amongst the most powerful of the world, the Astral Emperor was respected, both due to his talent and might. Despite being thousands or tens of thousands of years younger than some of the older cultivators gathered, his power was at their level or above, making him one of the most famous cultivators on the planet. The Astral Emperor's gaze lingered on the fractured land beneath him, before it shifted towards the horizon. His eyes narrowed as if he were looking at something, and after a moment, his body flashed as he vanished from the scene. Set out for the Heaven Scrying sect, one of the Honorable Alliance members spoke up after the Astral Emperor left. See if they can scry what happened here. The oceans surrounding the divine Martial continent stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, containing vast and unfathomable mysterious within its expanse. In some places, the oceans stormed for centuries, making the area almost impossible to navigate through except for the strongest of cultivators, while other areas were tranquil as the crystal blue waters reflected the sunlight overhead. In one of these locations within the vast expansive oceans, the blue waters gently stirred about as birds flew overhead. Suddenly, a loud shockwave blasted overhead. Boom! The peaceful waters suddenly exploded as something shot into them like a shooting star, creating a tidal wave a mile high that ravaged anything in its path for thousands of miles. Another figure shot into the ocean soon afterwards, creating even more chaos as the calm ocean turned into a hellscape. The Jade Dragon Emperor and Asura's battle had ravaged a large part of the divine Martial continent and had now made its way over the nearby ocean. After blocking a powerful attack from his opponent, the Jade Dragon Emperor's body shot deep into the ocean waters, dozens of miles down. Roar! A muffled roar sounded out within the ocean depths as a leviathan-like creature lurking within noticed the Jade Dragon Emperor's arrival. The creature's might was awe-inspiring, and its cultivation could rival some of the strongest within the world. Chi! Before the creature could react, the Jade Dragon Emperor's body pierced directly through it, causing it to explode from within as the force of his momentum as unstoppable. The ocean turned red from the creature's blood, which had once been a king of the ocean, but was no more. After being knocked dozens of miles below the ocean's surface, the Jade Dragon Emperor finally halted his backwards momentum. An enraged dragon-like roar boomed out from him, while his battle axe cleaved outwards once more, the power of the attack boiling the water around him and destroying life for miles in each direction. Bang! Battle axe and sabers collided, ravaging the ocean depths as the battlefield had shifted there. Bang! 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 The two fighters exchanged hundreds of attacks in an instant once more, completely ignoring the crushing pressures this deep within the ocean, as if it meant nothing to them. The darkness of the deep depths did not hinder either as well, as they battled with their divine senses instead. Bang! A horrifying battle axe art exploded outwards, appearing like the head of a dragon that would end all of creation. The battle art slammed into the hellish creature, knocking him backwards for 100 miles before his body slammed onto the ocean floor, shattering it as far as the eye could see. The hellish creature quickly shot back up from the fractured ocean floor, and its gaping maw filled with sharp fangs turned into a wide smile as it watched the Jade Dragon Emperor approach and unleash another apocalyptic attack. Good, the creature boomed out while grinning from ear to ear. It's been over 100,000 years since I last experienced such a glorious battle. Satiate my battle lust to your utmost until your dying breath, Jade Dragon Emperor. On a rocky cliff covered in thick fog, two figures were lying down, their heads barely peeking out towards the other side. "Do you think we should go for it?" Leia whispered softly, her voice almost inaudible. "Are you sure you're right about what that crystal is?" John whispered back. "Yes," Leia replied while nodding her head with confidence. "That is a sanguine devil crystal, I'm sure of it." John had never heard of the crystal before, but just by looking at it, he could tell it was amazing. It was a very dark shade of red and emanated a strong aura of madness, as if looking at could drive someone to the brink of insanity. With her amazing lineage, Leia was much more knowledgeable about the cultivation world and had easily identified the rare crystal. "And it will strengthen my body if I consume it?" John asked once again. "Yes, although it's a crystal, it can be consumed, but it will also drive you mad to the point that you lose your mind, hence the name Devil," she cautioned. "Then I want it," John replied without hesitation. He needed to strengthen his body more than anything right now. And an opportunity had presented itself to him. After hearing John's desire to obtain the crystal, Leia did not caution him again. Their gazes shifted back towards the distant crystal as they studied it closely. "There's just one problem with getting the crystal," John whispered. The crystal swayed slightly as it was located on the end of a beast's tail. "The sanguine devil crystal grows on the end of the tail of a sanguine devil beasts," Leia said, "which is far faster than either of us. While you are most likely stronger than the beast, you are definitely not faster. If it notices us, it will vanish in an instant." John frowned as he stared at the sleeping creature, who was in the early Dao transformation realm. It was quite bizarre looking, something like a hybrid between a worm and a devil. It had scales like a dragon, and a body like a worm with a long, slender tail, but its head and face were like that of the demon race, a human-like appearance with sharp fangs and dark red skin. He had never seen anything like it before. Despite it being asleep, he could tell that its guard was raised, and would notice them as soon as they approached. "I have an idea," Leia whispered. "What is it?" John asked curiously. "Just follow my lead," she instructed. "When I move, do not hesitate to strike. Target its tail, as you won't have enough time to kill it." John stared at Leia for a moment before he nodded his head in understanding. "Lead the way," he replied with a smile of anticipation, curious to see what she had planned. Chapter 656, Obtaining the Sanguine Devil Crystal. John and Leia carefully approached the Sanguine Devil beast, making sure to withdraw their aura, as much as possible, and mask their presence as well. The two slipped forward like ghosts through the foggy terrain, slowly approaching the beast who slumbered deeply. Its twitching ears gave away the fact that even in its slumber, it was listening for the slightest disturbance, at which point it would flee. The two arrived 50 yards from the beast, at which point Leia stopped. "This is as close as we can get without waking it," Leia's voice appeared in John's mind. Once one reached the heaven tribulation realm, it was possible to send mental sound transmissions to someone else who was nearby. "So what's the plan?" John asked through sound transmission as well, as the beast would definitely hear them whisper from this close. "As soon as I take action, do not hesitate to attack its tail," Leia instructed. "But remember, only its tail. You won't have enough time to land a killing blow before it flees, so focus on the tail only." John silently nodded his head, agreeing to the plan. While he would like to kill the beast and harvest its blood, he trusted Leia's judgment on this one. Leia's eyes closed for a brief moment, but suddenly snapped open again as a light began to emanate from her chest. The light also carried a profound aura, which instantly roused the beast from its slumber as it felt the nearby aura. John flashed forward as soon as this happened, appearing before the beast in an instant, battle axe in hand. Roar! The beast noticed his arrival, and its body shifted as it prepared to speed away. Its body sped forward like a blur, shifting dozens of yards like teleportation. Its speed was far faster than John's, which made him realize Leia was correct. "Stop!" A commanding voice sounded out from Leia, while her hand was raised towards the distant beast. The beast suddenly came to an instant halt, like its body was frozen in time. Roar! The sanguine devil beast roared out in anger once more as its aura flared with incredible power, pushing against the profound restriction that hindered its movements. Leia's face turned red with strain, and she gritted her teeth as she struggled against the beast's power, but managed to hold it in place long enough for John to arrive by its tail. Chi! His battle axe cleaved down with full power on the thinnest part of the tail, just before the crystal. The axe met resistance against the tough scales for a moment, but was able to carve through in one clean stroke after a brief pause. Roar! The sanguine devil beast roared out in pain and rage once more, and its aura exploded out with even more power. "Ah!" A muffled moan of strain escaped Leia's lips as she lowered her hands. Free from the restriction, the beast shot off into the distance, its speed so fast that John could hardly believe it. Even if he were to use his fastest combat state, he would still not be able to catch it. The beast slipped into the thick fog and disappeared from sight in almost an instant, returning the land of brief chaos to calm once more. John's gaze lingered for a moment in the direction the beast fled, before it shifted towards the blood tail at his feet and the crystal that grew on the end of it. The dark red crystal was made of a central core and had several crystalline spikes jutting out of it. It was about the size of his head, and it emanated a wild yet powerful aura. John felt his mind become slightly erratic just by staring at the crystal, but thanks to his cultivation before the sinister gate, he was able to resist its influences. However, a weaker willed cultivator would definitely go insane just by looking at the crystal, let alone consume it as he planned to do. John reached down and picked up the crystal, which weighed more than he expected it to. The devil-like temptations increased as he touched it, but he still resisted it, although with a bit more effort. Crunch! The sound of a crunching twig next to him stirred John from his thoughts, and his gaze shifted to Leia, who had arrived next to him. Her face was slightly pale, indicating she had strained herself a bit, but other than that she appeared fine. Her cheeks were rosy red from the strain as well, and John wouldn't help but stare at her for a short moment, appreciating her incredible beauty. "That was your Tao of Time, right?" John asked eventually. "MHM," Leia hummed in confirmation. "What are the limits to that ability?" John asked curiously. "Can't you just use it on a cultivator and kill them while they are frozen in time? Isn't that a little too strong?" "There are limits, naturally," Leia replied, hiding nothing from him. "The stronger the target, the less time I can freeze them for. I could only stop that sanguine devil beast for a second due to its higher cultivation, which is why I said to go directly for the tail. Still, a second is a lifetime in a battle between cultivators, John replied. A second opening was all a cultivator needed to land a fatal blow in many battles. It's harder to stop cultivators, Leia replied with a slight shake of her head. My Tao of Time freezes time around the target, but can be fought back against. A powerful aura that interferes with my Tao of Time can hinder its influence, and cultivators can also use their own Taos to muddy my Tao, making it less effective, which is something that most beasts cannot do, Leia explained. So that's how it is, John replied as he finally understood. Still, your Tao of Time is beyond incredible, John praised her. Leia smiled at his compliment, while her gaze shifted to the crystal in his hand. She raised an eyebrow at the ease at which he was holding it, as it was enough to drive most heaven tribulation, and even some Tao transformation cultivators insane. Do you not feel its effects at all? Leia asked curiously. No, I do. It's just that I've felt much worse before, so this isn't much, John replied nonchalantly. Leia gazed curiously at John for a short while, before her gaze shifted back to the crystal. So how do I do this? John asked. Do I just eat the crystal, or do we need to prepare it to make it effective? Well, the crystal itself is what will increase your body's strength, so you don't need to augment it in that way, Leia replied. But it's incredibly hard, and also the devilish nature is very potent, so we will need to grind it down into a powder ... and dilute it. Leia's voice had trailed off and become softer as she mumbled out the last of her sentence, as she was yet again almost unable to believe her eyes. As she was speaking, John had directly bitten into a part of the crystal, shattering it with his teeth and directly consuming it. His actions paused for a singular moment as if he was struggling internally with the devilish influence of the crystal, but took another bite almost immediately after. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Leia watched in stunned silence as John devoured the crystal bite by bite, as if it were a succulent meal, and not an incredibly durable and devilish crystal. Chomp. He bit down on the last of the crystal and swallowed, fully consuming it in less than a minute. A devilish aura radiated from his body for a short time, but the aura was eventually repressed as John closed his eyes and focused internally on his body. The crystal began to dissolve in his stomach, and John guided the potent energy from it all throughout his body, while at the same time he resisted the devilish influence that sought to drive him mad. A smile appeared on his face as he felt his body grow in strength and power wherever the devilish energy washed over, quite similar to the blood fruit he had eaten in the ancient Yuan Continent realm. While the increase in power and durability was not monumental, it was still enough to fill him with glee. The absorption process lasted for several minutes before the energy was fully absorbed, and John's eyes opened with uncontained glee as he started to inspect the state of his body. Incredible, he exclaimed. You were right, this crystal sure was worth the effort. Wait, why are you staring at me like that? John asked as he noticed Leia staring at him with an odd expression, as if she didn't even know what to think about John anymore. Are you a human, or are you a beast? She eventually asked in disbelief, still unable to believe he had directly consumed the crystal like that. Ooh, both? Chapter 657 Blacksteel Tiger. When he thought about it carefully, John truly did almost consider himself to be half-beast at this point. His Immortal Asura body had transformed every inch of his body, making it something far more than human. Even other body cultivators couldn't come close to his level. Him being able to bite through and chew through hardened crystal was just one attribute that made him more beast-like. Leia stared at John in silence for quite some time, unable to process what she thought of him. He stood there as if the devilish properties of the crystal were as of no note at all, something she didn't think possible. Only the most steeled of wills and minds could do such a thing. That, or he was already insane, and the devilish insanity couldn't do anything to drive him more so. Let's keep moving, John said after he processed the crystal, eager to test out his new strength. Leia's eyes were wide open once again as she watched the battle unfold before her. Before her, two beasts were fighting to the death, their battle incredibly brutal. Fists, claws, teeth, and everything in between was being used to rend flesh and break bone of their opponent, making the battle incredibly gruesome to witness. Such a thing was quite common in the beast world, and would not surprise Leia. Only one of those beasts at the moment was John, who was fighting an early Tao transformation beast barehanded, as if he were nothing more than a creature of instinct himself. Boom. 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 The battle between John and his opponent and Blacksteel Tiger had been raging on for quite some time as the two battled to the death. The Blacksteel Tiger got its name from its smooth, lustrous skin that appeared to be like steel, but was pure black in color. Not only that, the Blacksteel Tiger was a physically powerful creature and had a very strong defense thanks to its tough exterior. It stood 5 yards tall and 10 yards long and was far larger than John. After explaining the nature of the creature to John, Leia had watched in stunned silence as he shot forward without warning, and had begun to fight the creature with nothing but his bare hands and his supreme battle art. Not even his battle axe was used, something that she couldn't understand. Both fighters were bloodied and bruised by now, with gruesome wounds covering both their bodies. However, they fought as if those wounds didn't exist. Bang! John's fist punched out with incredible power, creating a shockwave as it traveled. His fist slammed against the side of the tiger's head, the force like that of a falling mountain. The Blacksteel Tiger roared out in pain as its body shot across the foggy land, carving a deep trench into the earth for half a mile before coming to a halt. The tiger immediately got back on its feet and shot towards John and bit at him, its mouth large enough to swallow him whole. John's body flashed to the side to unleash another barrage of fist attacks, but the tiger's quick reactions beat him to the punch as its paw swiped out, slamming against his body with incredible power. Boom! John's body carved a similar trench as he skirted across the earth for hundreds of yards, while the ground around the trench fractured with ease. After coming to a halt, he stood up immediately and shot forward towards his opponent with no hesitation, laughter echoing out behind his figure as it blurred forward, while a large smile was plastered on his face. I don't understand him at all. Leia couldn't help but mumble as she watched John fight the gruesome battle, but laugh and smile as if it were the most pleasurable thing in the world. Does he need something from this Blacksteel Tiger? Leia asked as she glanced sideways at Kirai, who was standing next to her demanding head pats. Kirai's eyes were closed, and a soft purr-like sound was escaping him as he enjoyed the head pats, but his eyes opened as he glanced at Leia, and then the battle before him. No, he's just fighting it for fun, Kirai's voice sounded out within Leia's mind. But he can use its blood, so he'll get something out of it, I guess. Fighting for fun? Leia replied as her gaze shifted back towards John. She remained silent for a while as she watched the battle before she asked another question. Is he fighting this crazily because he knows I'll heal him after the battle is done? Leia asked. The wounds John had accumulated in this battle were quite gruesome, and she couldn't believe someone would willingly take such painful injuries on purpose. Not at all, Kirai replied immediately. He's always been like this. If you think this is bad, you should have seen some of the things he did before. There was this one time where his entire body was charred black because of this lightning sphere, and this other time he destroyed an entire sect, and this other time. Kirai started listing off the crazy things John had done in the past, many of them voluntarily despite the risk to his life. Leia's mind went numb as she listened to Kirai ramble on nonstop, as if all John ever did was seek out life and death situations. His rambling went on for quite some time, and only stopped around the same time that the brutal battle before them also stopped. A scraping sound stirred Leia from her thoughts, and she gazed up to see John covered head to toe in blood, dragging the corpse of the Blacksteel Tiger behind him, while a large, satisfied smile lingered on his face. Gruesome injuries covered his body, but he ignored them as if they didn't exist. His body began to slowly heal on its own thanks to his limiter of healing he had unlocked after his tribulation, but it would take days for these wounds to fully heal. You were right, John said to Leia with a carefree attitude. That sanguine devil crystal really did raise my body's strength by quite a bit, We should find more opportunities like that. 658 encroaching. Crackling fire illuminated the cave John and Leia were within, while Kyrie slept peacefully next to it, enjoying the warmth. Leia's hands were placed on John's bare back, a bright green glow emanating from them as she healed his gruesome wounds. Some of the wounds were deep enough to see bone, but John acted as if the wounds didn't exist, and that there was no pain either. Leia couldn't help but wonder how much he had gone through in his short life to treat such injuries with such disregard, and be able to ignore that much pain. Kyrie's rambling had revealed some of what he had gone through, and each event was enough to cause Leia to shiver slightly as the pain that John must have felt. "All done," Leia said as she withdrew her hands and her healing power faded. John rolled his shoulders and stretched his limbs as she inspected his body, and a content smile appeared on his face as he watched Leia sit down next to him. "Thanks as always," John replied. Leia's healing truly was a blessing, as it allowed him to fight each day to his heart's content, knowing that he would be healed by the start of the next day. He had already slain 6 early Dao transformation beasts thus far, replenishing his beast blood essence reserves by quite a bit, ensuring he would be able to use his body chi and Asura transformation going forward. "MHM," Leia nodded her head as she gazed at the fire before her in silence as if something were on her mind. John could clearly tell something was weighing on her, and he couldn't help but ask about it. "What's going on? You seem like there's something on your mind," John asked curiously. Leia stared into the fire for a bit longer, before her gaze shifted towards John and studied him for a bit. I heard that you destroyed an entire sect," Leia said to him, her words causing John to gaze at Kyrie, who acted as if he were asleep. "Is that true?" "Yes, it is," John replied without hesitation. "How many did you kill?" she asked. "Tens of thousands," John replied, hiding nothing yet again. "And I'd do it again without hesitation if I had the chance." Leia fell silent as she processed her thoughts. "I'm guessing Kyrie didn't explain the details of what happened?" John asked. Leia shook her head to the side lightly, as if wanting to hear the details. "The sect I destroyed was the Bloodfiend sect, a sect of the Forbidden Alliance," John started to explain as his eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling the events angered him once again. "I was on there for a stealth mission and discovered things that would make your stomach turn. Human sacrifice by the tens of thousands to summon a demon to destroy the continent. Disciples killing each other for sport, slaves being slaughtered to practice blood cultivation arts. They were all despicable, and they eventually found out my true identity, so I summoned my tribulation and destroyed them all." "You summoned your tribulation?" Leia asked, as if his statement didn't make sense. "I had a tribulation when I ascended to the Meridian Forging Realm," John explained, his words once again shocking Leia, who at this point felt numb from shock. She had never heard of such a thing, but didn't doubt his words at all. A weight seemed to lift off her shoulders as she heard John explain what had happened. "If that's the case, then it sounds like the Bloodfiend sect deserved their annihilation," Leia replied. "They did," John confirmed before his gaze shifted to the sleeping Kyrie. "If you're going to tell someone such things, be sure to clarify the details, or I'll beat you up the next time this happens," John said with warning to Kyrie, although it was obviously a playful warning. Kyrie's one eye opened for the briefest of instants to gaze at John, before it closed once again as he pretended to still be asleep, as if they didn't notice. Leia couldn't help but chuckle at the two and their childlike antics, fully relieved that John's slaughter of an entire sect was not an act of evil. She did not think it would be, but it was still reassuring to hear that there had been a good reason for annihilating an entire sect. John and Leia made their way through a valley that seemed to darken as they progressed through it. It was as if the light was being unnaturally drawn out of the air, making the valley feel completely eerie and ominous. They came to a halt in almost pure darkness, but thanks to their high cultivations, they were still able to see for some distance. Crack! A cracking sound echoed from within the dark valley before them, and Leia's eyes couldn't help but open wide as she held her breath. Both her and John noticed a creature within the dark shadows, one that was quite terrifying in appearance. It was hunched over and was feasting on the corpse of another beast which it had recently slaughtered. It was 5 yards tall and was humanoid in shape with 2 legs and 2 arms that were muscular and rippling with power. Its skin was maroonish red and was covered with small armored spikes on the shoulders and chest. Sharp spikes jutted out of the back of its elbows and spine like blades, while 2 curved horns like goat horns pierced out from its skull, pitch black in color. Leia carefully grabbed John's hand and started to walk backwards, bringing him with her. The 2 of them retreated for several hundred yards before Leia breathed out deeply, as if they had just escaped death. "What's going on?" John asked curiously. The creature's cultivation was quite bizarre and was difficult to identify, but he could tell its power was somewhere in the middle Dao transformation realm, which was the strongest they had run into yet. It would be an incredibly difficult opponent, but John was confident in being able to keep them all alive if he used his Asura transformation. "We need to go around this valley," Leia replied with grave caution. "That creature is something that should not exist in this world, a demon." 659 Dark Fiend Demon, a demon. "Are you sure?" John asked questioningly. He had run into a demon once in the Blood Fiend sect, and this one was quite different in appearance. If anything, he would say it was closer in appearance to the nightmarish creature he had seen in Iris's visions, although it was far less terrifying. "This looks nothing like the demon I saw in the Blood Fiend sect." "Yes, I am sure," Leia replied with confidence. "Demons come in many shapes and sizes, but they are all equally terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, that demon is a Dark Fiend demon, its name coming from the fact that its body naturally absorbs the surrounding light, plunging the land around it into darkness." "I thought demons are summoned from another world, so why is a demon here?" John asked curiously. "That I do not know. You are right. Demons exist elsewhere, not another world, but another place," she replied, as if unable to find the right word. "They need to be summoned through a meticulous process, and that summoning process severely weakens them. They appeared in great numbers during the ancient calamity, and afterwards were hunted to extinction, as all they do is slaughter. If they slaughter and feed enough, they can return to full strength eventually and cause mayhem to the world." Leia fully explained the situation. Her gaze shifted back into the darkness of the valley before them, unable to see the horrifying danger that lurked within anymore. This demon must have survived the slaughter because it was protected by this realm. It still seems to not have recovered its full strength, something I'm sure this Dao transformation trial has something to do with, Leia continued. "Maybe it was put here by the Jade Dragon Empire to serve as a trial for the youths that enter the realm, and its recovery was restricted by the powerful formations surrounding this land," John mused out loud. "Do demons have different cultivations than us?" John asked curiously. "Yes, the place they come from has different rules than our world, including cultivation," Leia confirmed. "So that's why it was hard to pinpoint its cultivation level," John mused once again. After thinking about the situation, a heated expression appeared on John's face as he peered into the darkness before them. Leia instantly noticed his gaze and quickly stepped before him. "I know that gaze of yours," she said with stern warning, "but do not be crazy just this once. Demons are not something to trifle with, and—" Her eyes narrowed slightly as her gaze shifted to the side, studying the area around her. Those narrowed eyes widened as she realized the light was starting to slowly fade around them, and her gaze quickly snapped back into the depths of the darkness behind them. "We need to run," Leia said to John, whose eyes narrowed as she stepped forward, putting himself between her and the encroaching darkness. "It's too late," John replied. "It's already noticed us." Guttural laughter and powerful footsteps boomed out from within the thickening darkness, and soon the group found themselves standing within almost pitch blackness. Their divine senses spread out to their strongest state, washing over the demon that now stood only several dozen yards away from them. Its terrifying aura flooded over them, like an omen of inevitable death. "What do we have here?" The demon's deep voice boomed out, clearly amused by the developing situation. "It's been a long time since a human has entered these lands." It sniffed the air deeply several times, like a dog smelling enticing, and its large mouth widened into a sinister smile, baring its razor-sharp teeth. "Both young and with vibrant blood, especially you. You will make a fine meal," the demon said as it gazed at John, who could barely make out its features within the darkness. However, his divine sense revealed all, and his cold yet calm gaze stared back at the demon, surprising it slightly. "I smell fear from the little girl behind you," the demon spoke up once more, "but from you I smell no fear at all. Interesting." John reached backwards without looking and grabbed Leia's hand as he could feel her hastened breathing on the back of his neck. He gave her hand a light squeeze of reassurance, one that helped Leia seemingly calm down. "Oh," the demon's deep voice boomed out once more as it sniffed the air several more times. "Her fear is now gone. How interesting." The demon's words were clearly ones of amusement, as it did not consider either to be a threat to it. Its power was far beyond either of theirs, and knew both were at its mercy at this point. Flash. A flash of light appeared for a brief moment as Kyrie materialized from John's soul space. The demon's eyes lit up once more as it took note of Kyrie, as if another enjoyable plaything had appeared. "A lightning Kirin," the demon said as its smile grew larger. "Today's feast will be the best I've had in 100,000 years." Kyrie stood before Leia per John's instructions, and the two started to shuffle backwards steadily. The demon noticed their actions immediately, and its sinister smile grew once more as if it were watching prey attempting to flee from inevitable death. "Futile," the demon rumbled as it suddenly sped towards Leia and Kyrie, completely ignoring John as if he didn't exist. Roar. A dragon-like roar of rage boomed out as John's aura exploded outwards, and he arrived before the demon in an instant. The demon seemed to hesitate for the briefest of moments as its gaze shifted towards John, as if locked in fear. Bang! His clenched fist slammed against the demon's face, whose body shot backwards like a meteor and slammed into the valley floor half a mile away. The valley splintered and nearby mountains crumbled from the force of the impact, shaking the land for dozens of miles in each direction. The demon quickly reappeared once more, and its wary gaze stared at John, as it were truly afraid. John's blood-red eyes stared back with murderous intent as he had unleashed his Asura transformation. "An Asura?" the demon's shaky voice sounded out as it carefully inspected John. Its wary gaze slowly faded away as it studied John more and more. "No, you're not an Asura, but you've somehow borrowed their power," the demon said, as its murderous aura exploded outwards with terrifying power. "No wonder you smelled so delicious," the demon said menacingly, its eyes greedy with desire. "Consuming you should restore me to my former power, at which point I can escape this fucking prison. Now die." Chapter 660, Battling a Demon. The demon arrived before John with incredible speed and attacked him without hesitation. Its massive hand, which was half the size of John, clawed out, each sharp nail at the end of his fingers like a lethal dagger. Chi. The swipe pierced narrowly by John as he dodged at the last moment. The very air seemed to be cut apart by the sharpness of the claws, and lines in space could be seen from the attack, as if space was almost cut open. Those lines faded away quickly, while the demon appeared before him again and unleashed another attack. Bang! John's battle axe cleaved outwards and collided against the demon's hand. The force of the collision fractured the ground beneath their feet, and both fighters were knocked backwards, both equally surprised. "It's just as strong as me, even in my Asura transformation form." John couldn't help but be surprised. Not only was the demon as physically strong as him, it had taken almost no damage from that attack, despite his battle axe slamming directly against its hands. John hated to admit it, but the demon's body durability was even higher than his at the moment, something that shocked him greatly. "Interesting," the demon rumbled as it inspected its hand for a moment. "Your ability to borrow the power of the Asuras seems flawless. Just how did you manage to accomplish such a thing?" he asked. John stared back at the demon in silence, his guard raised to the maximum. "No matter, I'll dissect you once this battle is over, and find out for myself," the demon said as it shot forward once more. Bang! 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 The battle between John and the demon intensified in an instant as dozens of attacks were exchanged, each with the power to kill an early Tao transformation beast. The land rumbled for dozens of miles in each direction, causing many weaker beasts to flee in fear. Despite not using a weapon, the demon fought evenly against John, who was using his Asura transformation. The demon's weapon seemed to be its body, which was as hard as a Tao transformation weapon. Not even John's battle axe was able to do much damage, even as he unleashed advents of annihilation. Lightning disintegration. John unleashed a barrage of lightning attacks to test the demon's weakness, but it withstood the attacks with ease as well. It followed up every attack from John with one of its own, which he barely managed to dodge time and time again. John flashed to the side of another claw attack and appeared behind the demon. His battle axe cleaved outwards, but he stopped it immediately and flashed backwards before he could finish the attack. Chi! One of the scythe-like blades jutting out from the back of the demon's elbow slashed by, its sharpness and lethality even greater than that of its normal attacks. John had truly felt death approaching as that attack was unleashed on him, and had managed to dodge it at the very last moment. Shit, I can't even attack it from behind without those spikes, nearly taking my life. Does this demon have no weakness? His mind raced as he thought of ways to defeat the demon, but he couldn't come up with anything at the moment. I can't use my bloodline ability, as I haven't fully healed from using it last time, and using it again this early could permanently cripple me, and my scythe broke during my tribulation, so I can't even unleash any divine reaping scythes. Shit. In a battle like this, his divine reaping scythe battle art was his greatest hope of defeating the demon, as its sharpness could pierce through even the toughest of defenses. However, without a scythe, he was unable to unleash his most powerful attack. The demon's aura exploded outwards once more, drowning the land for miles in each direction with a sinister aura. John felt his mind come under assault from the aura, but he easily withstood the mental assault and fought back with unhindered efficiency. Interesting, the demon rumbled once more as it appeared before John again and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Each attack was strong enough to shatter an entire mountain and required John's full power to resist. Chi. Another claw attack narrowly missed John as he dodged and unleashed a counter-attack. His battle axe slammed against the demon's body, but despite his overwhelming power, the battle axe was only able to pierce a few inches before coming to a halt. For a creature over 3 times larger than John, such a wound was able to be fully ignored. What a pathetic weapon, the demon insulted, as the weapon John was using was a peak heaven tribulation grade weapon, and not even a Tao transformation weapon. Its massive hand swiped out once more, managing to catch John before he could dodge. It slammed against his body with unstoppable force, shooting him backwards into the earth like a meteor. His bones creaked in protest, and blood rose up in his throat as his body fractured the land once more and burrowed deep into the earth, only managing to stop his momentum after burrowing down for hundreds of yards. John grit his teeth and shook off the pain his body felt, as that attack had been the strongest attack he had ever withstood directly. He felt like he nearly burst apart from the inside, but had managed to resist it in the end. He shot upwards, appearing above ground a moment later. Deep wounds covered his body from withstanding that attack, and blood flowed over his skin freely. The demon couldn't help but pause for a moment, surprised that John was even able to move after withstanding a direct attack from it, which was powerful enough to kill an early Tao transformation beast. John was a full major realm lower than it in power, and yet had managed to withstand a direct attack from it. Although he had taken damage, it was not enough to hinder his combat prowess by much. Truly the body of an Asura, the demon said, its greed to devour him growing by the second. Chapter 661. The demon's overwhelming power. The demon's greedy gaze widened slightly as it noticed the deep wounds on John's body heal at a visible pace, and within seconds the wounds had disappeared, as if they never existed. Only the blood coating his arms and chest, gave any proof that the now vanished injures had ever been real. The demon's gaze shifted to the side, towards Leia and Kyrie in the distance. A vibrant aura emanated from Leia as she flooded John with her healing powers. "She die!" The demon cursed in anger as it figured out what was going on. Its body blurred as it shot towards Leia, but was halted as John appeared before it in an instant, expecting such an action from the demon. "Miserable little ant!" The demon cursed at John as it unleashed another attack at him, which was met with another advent of annihilation. The two attacks collided with incredible ferocity, sundering the land apart once again and halting the demon's forward progress towards Leia. "Ryza!" The demon roared out in angered frustration, its roar shaking the land like an earthquake. Its power shot up once more as it unleashed its full strength and appeared before John in an instant once again. Its fist slammed out with unstoppable power, while space seemed to constrict around John, forcing him to take the attack head-on. His battle axe cleaved out with full power, slamming against the massive fist that seemed to carry the weight of stars. Bang! The two attacks collided with horrifying power, while John's body shot backwards like a broken kite, unable to resist the demon's full might. His eyes widened further as his Heaven Tribulation grade battle axe fractured in half, unable to withstand the singular punch from the demon. The demon appeared before him like a ghost, its fist aiming straight for his head. An ancient Tao transformation grade sword appeared in his hands and slashed out, his hasty defense not nearly enough to withstand the full might of the demon's attack. Just as the demon's attack was about to land on John's sword, it felt a restrictive force wrap around it, halting its movements. "Ruh!" The demon roared in rage as its power flared out, shattering the restrictions in fractions of a second. However, this incredibly brief pause was enough for John to complete his counter-attack, and his sword collided against the demon's fist with his full physical power. As he did not know any sword arts, all he could use was the weapon itself at the moment. Boom! The two attacks collided, and John found himself knocked backwards once again by the demon's unstoppable might. However, the fraction of a second had allowed him to counter-attack with enough power to maintain his posture and not be injured too much, although the attack still made John feel as though a mountain had slammed into his body, almost destroying him. The angered demon shifted its gaze back towards Leia once again, becoming more and more furious with her continuous interference. He could tell the restrictive power had come from her, and that coupled with her healing powers enraged the demon to no end. It unleashed a punch towards the distant Leia, the attack unleashing an overwhelming physical might that reached her in an instant. Roar! Kyrie roared out in rage as he unleashed a lightning attack, which barely managed to resist the demon's power. However, it had been enough, and Leia had been protected from its attack. Annoying little runts. Boom! John's sword slammed against the demon's head, knocking it backwards like a meteor. The demon slammed into the earth, burrowing in deeply as it had not blocked John's attack at all. A frown appeared on John's face as he watched the demon appear once again, this time with a long wound on the side of its face and an enraged expression as well. However, that was all it had, despite taking a full-blown attack unguarded from John. "Just how fucking strong is its body?" John gravely grumbled, as that had been his best opportunity to kill the demon so far. He had held nothing back, and yet it had still not been enough. Should I use my limited store of tribulation lightning? It was one of the only things John had left in his arsenal that could potentially do anything, but John was hesitant to use it. Each time he used it would reduce his limited reserves, as he could not replenish it himself. However, it was meant to be used in situations like these, and this was no time to be stingy. Even if I land a tribulation lightning attack, it will only stun the demon. I still need a sharp or strong enough attack to kill it, and this sword is not capable of that. Despite the fact that the sword was a Tao transformation grade sword, it was the lowest grade Tao transformation weapon. Coupled with him knowing no sword battle arts, and John knew his power was not enough to land a fatal blow on the demon. The only attack I have that could injure it, or potentially kill it, is Dragontail Decimation. But even with Kiriai's help, I won't have enough time to use it. The demon appeared before John again, unleashing another unstoppable punch towards his head. John flashed to the side, fully prepared to resist the restrictive pressure around his body this time. The fist narrowly missed his body, something that felt like the fist of death, as each punch was capable of taking his life if landed on his head. John appeared next to the demon's massive body once again and prepared to unleash another sword attack. The demon quickly turned around, the scythe-like blades on the back of its elbows slashing at John, who moved his head backwards at the last moment to avoid decapitation. The sharpness of the scythe-like blacks on the demon's elbow was unlike anything he had ever seen, and he knew he would be sliced in half if it landed on his body. John's eyes widened as he felt the embrace of death nearly take him, but also because of something he had now noticed for the first time in their battle. At the base of the demon's right elbow blade, a small fracture ran through from one side to the other, and an insane idea suddenly popped into John's mind. Chapter 662, A Worthy Death Bang. 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 The battle between John and the demon raged on with apocalyptic power, shattering the land beneath their feet as it was hopeless to withstand the intensity of the battle. Mountains crumbled, valleys caved in, and rivers and lakes evaporated as their battle ravaged the land. John felt his body pushed to the very edge in the battle, as just blocking an attack from the demon took his full power, while his body just barely managed to hold on and not fall apart. Leia's healing energy continued to pour into his body unhindered, which was the only thing keeping him alive this long. Were it not for her healing powers, he would have not been able to hold on this long. Even so, the damage to his body was becoming unsustainable even for Leia, and John could also feel his essence chi reserves start to run low. After narrowly avoiding another attack from the demon, John appeared beside it and pointed his finger towards it. Futile, the demon roared as it knew what attack was coming. Bang! A powerful blast of lightning shot out of John's finger, slamming against the demon in an instant, while John's face paled slightly, as such an attack drained his essence chi considerably. The demon's eyes widened as it felt a destructive energy rampage through its body, something strong enough to damage its awe-inspiring body. Roar! The demon roared in rage as its power flared outwards to resist the destructive tribulation lightning, while John appeared next to it and unleashed an attack towards its side. At the last moment, the demon flushed out all the destructive lightning, much faster than John had been anticipating. Even destructive heaven tribulation lightning could not contain it for long. The demon's elbow shot backwards towards John, the scythe-like blade piercing towards him. John's sword slammed against the base of the arm blade and was knocked backwards, unable to resist its might. Bang! The demon unleashed another attack at Leia in the distance with this opening, which was met with a full-powered counterattack from Kiriai. Bang! 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 John appeared next to the demon once more and unleashed a barrage on it, including additional tribulation lightning attacks. The demon roared in pain and anger, as the destructive tribulation lightning was the first thing to cause true pain in the battle. Its power flared out each time to flush the lightning away, and would then counterattack John, who appeared behind it after each exchange. Futile, the demon roared as it blocked another attack from John. Just how much tribulation lightning can you unleash? You must have your limits, the demon mocked. It could tell the tribulation lightning was a trump card, and yet it had done almost nothing for John. John ignored the demon's mockery as he continued his battle, unleashing more destructive blasts of lightning. Each attack sapped him of strength, and John knew the end of the battle was fast approaching, but that he just needed to hold on until the opportune moment. Leia's constant interferences with her Tao of Time bought him fractions of a second of openings, which was just enough to help him keep his life in the battle. The fracture at the base of the demon's blade-like spike continued to expand, although it was something that the demon had failed to notice. Crack! Another collision between attacks caused the fracture to expand into a large crack, and John's gaze hardened as the time had finally come. A crystal suddenly appeared in his hand, which he threw at the demon with his full might. The crystal shot through the air like a shooting star and slammed against the demon's chest, who had ignored the crystal as the power of the attack was beneath its notice. Boom! The crystal suddenly exploded, and the demon's eyes went wide in shock as a thick death energy washed over him in an instant. The death energy started to slowly corrode the demon's exterior, as well as drain him of strength. If the death energy was ignored, it would be able to do grave damage to the demon, which it could not allow. Grah! The demon roared in pained anger, its aura exploding outwards once more to flush the deathly energy away from its body. At this time, John appeared next to it like a ghost, and his sword slashed towards the demon's right arm. The attack was ignored as the demon focused on the death energy, as it knew John's weapon was not capable of injuring him significantly. Crack! A resounding crack boomed out as John's sword slammed against the demon's elbow blade, separating it from its body. The demon roared in pained anger again, and turned towards John with unbridled fury and unleashed another attack towards him. With the death energy still lingering on its body, its movements were slowed when compared to normal, allowing John this one final opening. With the scythe-like blade in hand, John pierced it forward with the greatest might he could muster, as he pushed his body's strength to the absolute limit. Chi! Chi! The sound of parting flesh and shattering bone rang out as two attacks connected with their target. One of the demon's massive fingers pierced directly through John's right chest, its sharp claw emerging out of his back. However, the demon did not smile at its successful attack, and instead its gaze shifted down towards its chest. Its scythe-like blade was pierced directly into its heart, and an explosive wave of chi from John surged through the blade and into the demon's heart. Boom! Blood erupted from the demon's chest and mouth as its heart exploded. The demon dropped to its knees as life drained from its body, and its surprised gaze shifted towards John, changing to a gaze of dying pleasure. Its sinister-looking maw grinned widely as it stared the gaping wound on John's chest, one that was sure to be fatal. With this death I was able to kill an Asura, a worthy trade indeed. Bang! The demon's dead body fell to the side, shaking the ground with its weight. John stared at the now-dead demon, his hardened gaze becoming unfocused as he felt his life slowly fade away as well. His body fell on the ground next to the demon, and the last thing his blurry gaze saw before going black were hurried footsteps racing towards him. Chapter 663, The Truth of the Past-Day Group of Monster Race Youths suddenly appeared at a remote corner of the final trial area, their hawkish gazes shifting between the sky and surrounding land. Above their heads, gray clouds were drifting apart, the last remnants of the heavenly tribulation they had seen from afar. Someone definitely broke through here, one of the monster race youths snarled. The Honorable Alliance sent meridian-forging youths into these lands. How pathetic, another mocked. Spread out and search for them, the first commanded. Is it even worth it? They just broke through. They're not even worth hunting, another replied. Also, it seems like they have already fled. They must be well hidden by now. The leader of the group narrowed his eyes as he gazed across the land for a while. After some time, he turned around and left without a word, the others following closely behind. This cave is well hidden and deep under the earth. We should be safe here, Iris said as she inspected the depths of the cave they had entered. I placed a shrouding formation at the entrance, so we should be fine, Adam agreed. The two made sure the deep, sprawling cave system was clear before they made camp. A gentle fire for light and warmth was started, and both took out a chair from their spatial rings to sit on. How do you feel? Iris asked with a curious smile as she watched Adam inspect his new cultivation realm and transformed body. Amazing, Adam replied without hesitation. All the impurities within my body was flushed out, and each cell was rejuvenated and transformed into something stronger, more profound. It's like I've been reborn. Adam had successfully survived his heavenly tribulation. with much thanks to the brutal training John put him through in the past. Good, then your tribulation was fully successful, Iris congratulated him. Adam continued to inspect his body for some time before a strange expression appeared on his face. What is it? Iris asked curiously, as Adam had been sitting there in silence for some time. I don't really know, Adam replied, equally confused. When inspecting my body, I just noticed a spatial ring that was hidden right next to my dantian. What? How is that possible? Iris asked. Wouldn't you have noticed such a thing by now? Adam suddenly raised his palm upwards and then gazed to Iris. Can you see the ring on my palm? He asked. Iris shook her head as she saw nothing. Her eyes shifted as she activated her eyes of heavenly truth, and a surprised look appeared on her face. A spatial ring had appeared in her view. Even her divine sense could not detect it, and only her heaven-defying eyes could see through its invisible illusion. The spatial ring was very impressive looking, with intricate formation runes carved all over its surface. It was easy to tell it was a very high-level spatial ring. I see it now, she replied. What's in it? I'm not sure, Adam replied. Let me check. The second Adam sent his divine sense into the ring. A flash of light appeared above it, surprising both of them. The flash of light quickly took shape and formed a projection of light that depicted a human male. The male appeared to be in his 30s and was quite handsome. He had short black hair and an average frame, but Iris could tell whoever this man was, he was powerful. There was a calm confidence contained in his gaze, one that only those with strength had. Who is this? Iris asked as she noticed the stunned expression on Adam's face. It's my father, he mumbled out in a stunned daze. Your fath. Son, the projections suddenly spike, cutting off Iris and stunning them both once again. If you're seeing this message, then I must already be dead. Iris's eyes widened as she heard that, and her gaze shifted back to Adam, who sat there in silence as tears formed in the corner of his eyes. If you're seeing this, then that means you have reached the heaven tribulation realm before your 18th birthday and have decided to walk the path of a cultivator. Since you have chosen to walk this path, then it is time I reveal the truth to you. Other than the formation image speaking, the only sound within the cave was the soft crackling of the fire, as both Adam and Iris remained dead silent. 5 years before making this message, I discovered an ancient ruin, one from before the calamity. Within that ruin was the corpse of a being more powerful than what exists today, holding an ancient jade artifact. Within that artifact was a formations art that allowed one to fuse formations with one's body, something that has long been thought impossible. I studied that art and learned its secrets, and imparted those secrets onto your body, which should allow you to accomplish such a feat. I knew this art could change everything, and so I told 3 people of it. Your mother, my father, and my eldest brother, who I trusted the most in this life. The man paused for a moment, filling the room with silence before eventually continuing. My brother's reaction was not what I had been expecting. He sought to use this art for the entire clan, grow its power tremendously, and then dominate the entire world and become its one true overlord. My love for my brother blinded me from his true nature, but I had already revealed the existence of the art by the time I discovered it. I refused to hand over the technique to him, which enraged him. My father has now mysteriously fallen ill, and I have heard whispers drift throughout the clan, whispers that fill me with worry. I fear my brother will do whatever it takes to obtain this ancient art, but I do not have the heart to cut him down before he does anything. Perhaps he will see the light of reason before it's too late, but if you are seeing this message, then it appears he did not. I am no doubt dead by the time you're seeing this, or I would have removed this ring from you by now. I'm sure my brother will have made it look like an accident, but be assured that my death will be anything but. My brother will not have killed you. The clan would not allow such a thing to happen, but exile will most likely have been your fate. This spatial ring I have left for you contains the sum of my life. All my valuable belongings are within, including the formations art that caused all this. I have already used that art on you, making you capable of performing such feats. However, the art can take that talent to new heights, elevating your ability to control it to incredible levels. It is up to you now with how you will deal with this powerful knowledge. I do not ask you to seek revenge, only that you follow your heart and do what you think is best. I wish I could have seen you grow up, and I'm sure you've turned into a fine young man. Whatever you do with your life, I'm sure it would have made both your mother and I proud. Goodbye, son. The projection of the man disappeared, returning silence to the room. Only the crackling of the fire drifted out, casting flickers of light on Adam's enraged yet tearful face. Chapter 664, Blood God Brand. The dim light of the campfire continued to illuminate Adam's face, a face that shifted constantly between anger and sorrow. Iris stared at Adam in silence, unsure of what to say at the moment, or if she could say anything at all to comfort him. He had just found out that his father had been murdered, by his own brother no less. Adam had come to terms with his parents' death already, but this new information brought all his emotions flooding back, reopening the wound and making it larger than ever. The anger on Adam's face eventually gave way to sorrow, and he broke down in tears. His chest heaved in silence as he tried to control his emotions, but was unable to. Iris looked on with saddened eyes, still not sure what to say. Without saying a word, she moved over towards Adam and embraced him in a comforting hug, while the sounds of the crackling fire and stifled tears drifted within the cave. Flash. A flash of light appeared, followed by the arrival of a singular youth. The youth's cultivation was in the early heaven tribulation realm and had just arrived to the final trial lands from the previous trial area. His gaze shifted in several directions before he picked one direction and sped forward. His body suddenly became enrolled in tangled roots from below and disappeared as the roots dragged him down into the earth. Some time later, and over 100 miles away, the youth suddenly emerged from the ground once more as the embrace of tangled roots faded away and returned to the ground below. The youth stared into the distance, his gaze locked onto two late heaven tribulation youths who stood near several corpses, both of them male and wearing blood-red robes. Two delicious-looking fruits appeared in his hand as he moved forward towards those youths, as if he didn't see them. The youths quickly noticed his arrival and instantly appeared before him. Their malicious smiles stared at the newcomer as if he were their plaything, ready to be killed at their whim. "What do we have here?" one of the youths said with a wide, evil grin on his face. "An early heaven tribulation weakling. The honorable alliance truly is pathetic," the other replied with a mocking tone. The early heaven tribulation youth stared at the two with an unconcerned gaze, slightly surprising the two of them. The reaction they were receiving was a far cry from the fearful reactions most displayed upon seeing them. "Are you two blind?" the lone youth asked, his words causing both of them to frown. "What did you say to us?" one of the red-robed youths asked. "You're the one who's blind," the other red-robe youth replied with displeasure. "We're about to kill you, and yet you act like this. Either you're blind or you're an idiot," he mocked. The newcomer stared at the two before him in silence, before he slowly lowered the top half of his robe, barring his chest and back. The two youths stared at him in amused silence, wondering what reason he had for such bizarre actions. Their eyes widened slightly as they saw the youth turn his back to them, while his smooth back slowly changed before their eyes. On his back appeared a large brand, as if someone had stuck a massive, searing metallic object to his back some time ago. The brand depicted the head of a demon, snarling in rage. "The Blood God brand," one of the red-robed youths said, shock evident in his voice. "Who are you?" the other asked with narrowed eyes. "My name is Chase," Chase replied while he reclothed his body. "Why do you have the brand of the Blood God on your back, Chase?" the first youth asked questioningly. "Because I come from the Bloodfiend sect of the Yuan Continent," Chase replied without hiding anything. The two youths fell into silence, as if trying to recall the name. Their eyes lit up after a moment of thinking. "The Bloodfiend sect. Isn't that the weakling sect that was destroyed a few years ago on some bumpkin backwater continent? One youth asked. That's the one, Chase confirmed. Then what are you doing here, mingling with the Honorable Alliance? Have you turned traitor? The other youth asked questioningly, his tone slightly cold. No, Chase shook his head. My father was All-Fiend, the sect leader of the Bloodfiend sect. When it was destroyed, I infiltrated the Honorable Alliance with the intention of slaughtering as many Honorable Alliance members as possible. My only goal in life is to give blood to the Blood God. The two youths looked at Chase with questioning gazes for a while, before they eased up slightly, apparently buying his story. You Blood God fanatics are fucking weird, the one youth said while shaking his head. Seriously, why the fuck would you worship a demon? The other asked. I never understood that. Just cultivate, fight, and fuck. Why bother with worshipping something like that? Apparently, even within the Forbidden Alliance, the Blood God faction was quite bizarre. Chase's gaze narrowed as he heard the words of the two youths, and a dagger appeared in his hands as he stared at them with menacing eyes. You dare mock the Blood God? He asked with a cold tone. The two stared at him with blank expressions, surprised to see such a strong reaction despite his much weaker cultivation. However, his reaction revealed his words were true, as the Blood God worshipping branch were fanatics beyond reason. No, just saying you guys are weird, the one youth replied with a dismissive hand wave, as if the threat of Chase attacking was beneath their notice. However, both lightened up quite a bit as they considered him to be an ally. Why don't you travel with us, Chase? You'll be able to spill as much blood for your god that way, one of them suggested. Chase thought about it for a moment, and then nodded his head in confirmation. Sure. Chapter 665, Predictable greed. The two youths nodded their heads in approval at Chase's words, but their greedy eyes shifted down towards the two delicious-looking fruits in his hand. Both fruits emanated a profound aura, and it was easy to tell that they were wondrous treasures that would greatly aid one's cultivation if consumed. Since we're going to be helping you, it's only natural that you pay us back, one of the youths said to Chase. It seems like you found those two fruits in this final area, so I'm sure they're quite amazing. Why don't you give them to us and we'll be even? What a great idea, Robin, the other youth chimed up. Give us your fruits, he said to Chase, his words more of a command than a request. Chase frowned at the two youths, as if contemplating whether he should do such a thing. He eventually sighed and handed them over, as if he knew he was powerless to stop them. It wasn't uncommon in the Forbidden Alliance for them to kill each other over treasures, and knew if he refused the same would happen to him. You sure are wise, the one youth praised as he took one of the fruits, although his praise contained slight mockery. The other youth chuckled as he took the other fruit, and both inspected them for a moment before biting into them. Their eyes lit up with glee as they greedily devoured the fruits, as if it were the most delicious thing in the world. Truly amazing, one of them exclaimed as they felt their cultivations rise a bit and bodies strengthen slightly. Good stuff, the other praised as well. Chase stood there in silence, his gaze as if he were still regretting handing over the fruits. Come on, it's not that bad of a deal, Robin said as he patted Chase on the back in a friendly manner. Now we'll find some Honorable Alliance youths, and with our help, you'll be able to spill far more blood than you thought possible. I suppose you're right, Chase replied as if he had resigned himself to the situation. Good, then let's head out and hunt us some Honorable Alliance trash, Robin said as his gaze became sinister, as if he were already bathing in the blood of his enemies. Chase nodded his head, and the three of them sped forward across the land with no regard for being spotted, as if they were the true apex predators. They traveled for quite some time before coming to a halt. In the distance miles away was another group of youths, 6 in total. They were climbing a forested mountain, using the treetops as cover. However, their silhouettes became visible occasionally, revealing them through the thick of the forest. Time to hunt. 2 large smiles appeared on the youths' faces as they sped forward once more. Chase followed quickly behind, while his gaze hardened and a dagger appeared in his hand. The three sped forward and arrived at the base of the mountain shortly after. The other group of youths quickly noticed the arrival of the terrifying enemies, and panic appeared on their faces as they began to flee. "Too late," Robin mocked as he sped forward and activated a domain art. The Honorable Alliance youths bounced off the edges of his domain, which had created invisible walls at the edges of it. Only one with enough power to break through could escape, but none of these youths had the required power. Panic appeared on their faces as they realized they were trapped, and they huddled together as they watched the three Forbidden Alliance youths approach them. The strongest of the six had a Middle Heaven Tribulation cultivation, and so there was no way they would be able to fight back. "Six, huh? You'll be able to spill quite a bit of blood, Chase. You see, our deal wasn't so bad," Robin said to Chase, although his gaze never left the six standing before him. "You Forbidden Alliance scum. You might kill us, but we'll take you down with us," one of the Honorable Alliance youths raged. "Ha ha ha ha!" Robin and the other Forbidden Alliance youth broke out into a fit of laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Swords appeared in both their hands as they prepared to slaughter, but those swords suddenly fell out of their grasp and landed on the ground below. Confused expressions appeared on the Honorable Alliance youths' faces, as well as the two Forbidden Alliance youths' faces. The two Forbidden Alliance youths started to sway slightly, as if they were struggling to stand. Robin slowly turned around towards Chase, who stared back at the two of them with cold, murderous eyes. "You," Robin said, his voice slightly slurred as if he was struggling to speak as well. "I see the poison finally kicked in," Chase replied coldly as he stared at the two before him. "Good, then you can die now." Chase flashed forward, appearing before the two Forbidden Alliance youths. Both attempted to attack Chase, but their movements were incredibly sluggish, and they even found their dantians to be impacted by the poison, hindering the use of their chi. Their eyes went wide as Chase's dagger sliced into their necks in quick succession, severing their heads from their bodies in an instant. Without their chi to protect themselves due to the poison, they were as weak as mortals before Chase. "Your greed is so easy to predict," Chase said coldly as he stared at the two corpses at his feet. His trap with the fruits had worked flawlessly, as he knew Forbidden Alliance youths coveted treasures more than anyone else, and would obtain them one way or another if possible. Both bodies vanished as Chase stored them away, before his cold gaze shifted to the nearby Honorable Alliance youths who stared at him with shock. Roots suddenly erupted from the ground and wrapped around Chase's body once again, dragging him into the earth and away from the group of Honorable Alliance youths. Sometime later, he emerged from the ground once again as his gaze locked onto a lone Forbidden Alliance youth in the distance, while a blood-red fruit appeared in his hands. Chapter 666, White Peak Formation's Temple Crackle. The soft crackling of a fire stirred John from his deep slumber. His eyes opened, revealing the low ceiling of a cave just overhead, a sight that had become all too familiar to him the last few months. "Again," John grumbled, his mind foggy from just waking up. His body ached with incredibly pain, and the thoughts of the battle against the demon flooded back into his mind. John's hand quickly moved to his right chest, feeling where the demon's massive finger had pierced through. The wound had been 6 inches wide and had shattered many internal organs of his. Thankfully, it had just missed his heart, though, or John was sure he would not have woken from such an injury. The spot where he had been gravely wounded was still fresh and tender, like it had just healed and was still firming up. His entire body ached with pain as well, as his bones felt like they had been fractured, and his muscles torn. The attacks he had withstood from the demon had been overwhelming, and even he had been on the verge of bodily collapse. Not only that, but he had used his Asura transformation for the entire fight as well, putting even more burden on his body. Were it not for Leia's healing powers, John was sure he would have died from that wound, and even if he hadn't, his other wounds would have taken much, much longer to heal from. "I guess I should thank you," John turned towards Leia, but his voice cut off as he noticed her sound asleep on the floor next to him. Her face was pale as if she had expended all her energy, and her breathing soft, as if just breathing was taxing on her current state. Her sweat-slicked lavender hair was disheveled and stuck to her face, revealing the extent she had pushed herself. "She healed you for 5 days straight," Kiriai's voice sounded in John's mind. John gazed at Kirai, who was lying on the floor next to Leia, acting like a guard dog. "She collapsed a bit ago after ensuring that you would survive." 5 days? It took that long to heal me?" John asked, surprised he had been out that long. "Yep," she grumbled in protest several times. "Something about the demon's lingering energy that was hard to remove, and also your body requiring a stupid amount of energy to heal as well. You really pushed her hard this time." Kiriai's voice was stern, like he was scolding John for pushing Leia so hard. "It seems like you've taken quite a liking to her," John replied back, surprised to see Kirai so defensive of her. "She gives me the best head pats, so of course I like her," Kirai replied back without hesitation. "Fine, the next time we fight a Dao transformation demon, I'll let you fight it while I guard Leia. Then I won't get injured again," John replied, his voice containing a light tone of jesting. "Ooh, no, that's okay. Big Brother is the strongest, so I'll let you handle the battles," Kirai replied back instantly, his tone changed quickly. "That's what I thought." John scoffed as his gaze shifted down to Leia again. He could tell that she had pushed herself greatly this time to heal him, most likely due to his body being an incredibly high-level one and requiring an equally incredible amount of energy to heal. She had most likely just been able to keep him alive this time, revealing even someone as powerful as her had her limits, and those limits were being pushed time and time again by John. Leia's soft breathing continued to drift out within the cave, and John couldn't help but stare at her for a long time, his mind and thoughts ensnared by her incredible beauty. The war between the Honorable Alliance and enemy powers had continued to rage on and grow in intensity, their battles fracturing the land and dyeing it red with blood. While the Honorable Alliance was able to kill some of the geniuses from the enemy powers, they were dying at a frightening speed. For every enemy genius that was killed, 100 Honorable Alliance youths would perish. There were roughly 30,000 Honorable Alliance youths in the final area of the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, and over 5,000 had already perished in brutal and miserable ways, while less than 50 had died on the enemy side. It was truly as if hundreds of tigers had been released into a henhouse. Those that had died on the enemy side were also the weakest of the bunch, and so their deaths did not impact the overall combat prowess of the enemy significantly. The only ones capable of killing the enemy geniuses were the few that stood at the very top of the Honorable Alliance, but even they had to be careful of the truly strong enemy geniuses, who had strength equal to or greater than their own. Boom. 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 A massive fist collided against a formation barrier, the power of the fist strong enough to shatter a mountain. The fist was very large, much larger than a human's fist, and contained unstoppable power. It slammed over and over against a formation barrier, which had started to fracture from the powerful assault. "What should we do?" A panicked voice sounded out from within the barrier. The barrier was separating two groups, one from the Honorable Alliance and the other from the barbarian race. The Honorable Alliance was a group of 10 youths from the same sect, the White Peak Formation's temple, named after the snow-capped mountain their temple was built on. The White Peak Formation's temple was a formation-focused power, and this particular group was led by a late Heaven Tribulation youth. The youth was ranked on the Jade Dragon list despite being a formations expert, but his ranking had been in the 300s, a far cry from what was needed to fight against the 3 barbarian race geniuses before them, who all had peak Heaven Tribulation cultivations. He had hastily enacted a formations barrier, using his full power when the barbarian youths had spotted them, but that barrier was quickly crumbling under their powerful assault. This group of youths would no doubt join the ever-increasing list of Honorable Alliance youths that were cut down without mercy. Chapter 667, 3. Battle Gods. The late Heaven Tribulation youth's mind raced wildly as he thought of a way to free himself and his fellow sect members from this perilous situation. but could not think of anything in the face of the enemy's overwhelming might. Bang! Another fist slammed down, shattering the formation's barrier for good. The youth coughed up blood from the attack, as he had clearly used his all to defend against it. "Run! I'll hold them off as long as possible," the youth cried out, instructing his fellow sect members to flee for their lives. "So fucking boring," one of the barbarians boomed out with apparent displeasure as he looked at the fearful youths before him. His gargantuan figure hulked over the Honorable Alliance youths, making them look quite insignificant before him. "We were promised glorious battles if we came here, but all we've run into are weaklings and cowards," he scoffed in displeasure as he eyed the group before him. The barbarian race enjoyed brutal combat and fights to the death over anything else in life, and had been promised such a thing for entering this realm. However, most of the Honorable Alliance youths fled with fear or crumbled before their might, filling the barbarians with constant disappointment. "Let's kill them and move on," one of the other barbarians replied. The first barbarian nodded his head and unleashed another awe-inspiring attack towards the group of youths, who watched it approach with widened eyes. A grave look appeared on the late heaven tribulation youth's face as he prepared to unleash a final attack of desperation as the fist arrived before him. Boom! An earth-shattering power exploded outwards, not with fire and flame from colliding chi attacks, but with pure physical power. A shockwave blasted against the land, fracturing it and knocking over anything in its path. The Honorable Alliance youths were blasted backwards by the force of the attack, with the only one barely standing being the late heaven tribulation youth. The youth's eyes widened in shock as he stared forward, while the eyes of the three barbarian race geniuses narrowed as they stared forward. The leading barbarian's gaze was locked onto a figure who had appeared before him, whose fist was pressed against his own. The newcomer had appeared at the last moment and blocked the barbarian's attack with a punch of his own, shocking the barbarian as their physical mights were apparently equal, despite the fact the figure before him was less than half his size. Two more youths arrived immediately after and stood to either side of the youth, who had blocked the barbarian's fist with his own. The three youths were all bare-chested males, who all had peak heaven tribulation cultivations and wore only yellowish-brown robes on their lower half. Their upper bodies were completely exposed, revealing incredibly muscular bodies that brimmed with power. All of them had shaved heads, and each had a sprawling tattoo on their back, depicting something like a raging war god. "Who are you?" the leading barbarian youth asked with narrowed eyes as he stared at the three newcomers, who stared back with heated gazes. "Ha ha ha ha, brothers, we finally found ourselves something good to fight," one of the newcomers said with intense passion, ignoring the barbarian's question completely. "That we did," another replied with great excitement, like a child who was just gifted a present. "Who thought when we entered this realm we would come face to face with the barbarian race? It seems that the god of battle has blessed us this day." The three barbarians stared at the three human youths before them, their gazes narrowed but unconcerned. They could tell the three youths who had arrived were much stronger than anyone they had run into yet, but were still confident in their own strength. "Let me have the one in the middle. He looks like he's the strongest," one of the youths said to the one who had blocked the barbarian's attack. "No fucking way," the one who had blocked the attack replied in protest. "I got here first, so he's mine. You can only blame yourself for being slow." The youth who made the proposition sighed in disappointment, but didn't argue and instead gazed at one of the other barbarians. "Fine, then I'll take him. He looks strong enough," he said with uncontained excitement. "Then I'll take the one on the right," the third youth said, each having picked out their opponent. They were face to face with geniuses from the barbarian race, whose physical might was almost mythical on the divine Martial Continent, and yet were acting like excited children with zero fear at all. "You dare look down at us like this?" the lead barbarian youth said while glaring coldly at the three youths before him, greatly displeased by their comments. "I'll break each of your bones one by one, and when I'm done with you three." "Oh, shut up and let's fight," the lead youth shouted as he arrived before the barbarian's head. His fist punched out with earth-shaking might and slammed against the barbarian's head before it could react. Boom! The barbarian's body shot backwards like a cannonball as it carved a massive trench into the earth. Boom! Boom! The other two youths arrived before their selected opponents at the same time and punched out as well, their attacks causing similar destruction. Their maniacal laughter boomed out as they shot forward towards their now distant opponents, and an incredible battle of awe-inspiring physical might quickly broke out, like 6 gods of war battling each other. Mountains shattered, and the earth rumbled as their physical might ravaged the land beneath their feet. The Honorable Alliance youths stared in stunned shock at what they had just witnessed. And they slowly made their way back to their leader as they watched the distant battle unfold. Who are those 3? One of the youths couldn't help but ask, hoping that their leader would know the truth. I'm not sure why they're here, as they're not part of our alliance, but I've seen those tattoos once before in my life. If my guess is correct, those 3 are 3 battle gods, the 3 strongest geniuses of the Supreme Battle Sect. Chapter 668, Battle of Body Cultivators, the Supreme Battle Sect's 3 battle gods. One of the White Peak Formation's temple youths exclaimed, "What are they doing here?" "I'm not sure," the leader of the group replied while shaking his head lightly. The Supreme Battle Sect can be considered an ally of the Honorable Alliance, but are not officially in the Alliance. Their stance on alliances is that it makes the Alliance members weak individually, as they start to rely on the collective strength of the Alliance instead of their own strength. They're a bunch of battle maniacs who crave nothing other than battle, and would rather see the destruction of their own sect than formally join an alliance, as they view death in combat to be something glorious. I always thought their viewpoint was a bit naive, but maybe it's our viewpoints that are the naive ones. The youth sighed as his gaze locked onto the distant battle. Maybe the alliance leaders noticed the enemy invasion and called for help, another youth suggested. It's possible, the leader replied, feeling hope for the first time. Let us hope that enough aid was sent if that's the case. Bang! Fists collided, creating a shockwave that ravaged the land between the feet of the 2 fighters. The fist of the Supreme Battle Sect youth was less than half the size of the barbarians, but was no less in strength and durability. The aura of the Supreme Battle Art radiated off his body with incredible might, while his bulging muscles rippled with power, making him appear like a war god that had descended from the heavens. Ha 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 ha, this is what cultivation is all about, the Supreme Battle Sect youth cried out in unbridled excitement, his heated gaze locked onto the barbarian before him. I always heard of you barbarians and the strength of your bodies. You're claimed to be the strongest body cultivators on the divine Immortal Continent. Today, I get to put that theory to the test. Bang! Bang! Nearby, the 2 other Supreme Battle Sect youths fought their barbarian opponents, their battles equally as brutal and savage. The Supreme Battle Art surged from their bodies as well, making them look equally as fearsome. It was flesh on flesh, bone on bone, and physical strength versus physical strength. Maniacal laughter drifted out from the Supreme Battle Sect youths, who were laughing as if their life and death battles were pure ecstasy. Neither side used chi-powered attacks, and instead attacked only with fists and feet. Despite not using external chi attacks, each punch and kick contained awe-inspiring power, capable of shattering mountains with a single blow. Each punch and kick contained the same power as a battle art, which was something that made body cultivators incredibly feared by essence cultivators, who almost always did their best to keep a far distance in battle against such opponents. The ground trembled for miles on end as mountains shattered, and rivers disappeared. Lush forests that had existed for millennia disappeared in an instant as the battle ravaged the land as far as the eye could see. With their fists still locked against each other, the barbarian youth stared at the small human before him with a narrowed gaze, which quickly turned into a large smile. I've heard about your Supreme Battle Sect, the barbarian's deep voice boomed out. It's been claimed that your Supreme Battle Art is so profound as to put your pitiable human bodies on the same level as ours. I've always thought that to be nothing more than delusional fantasies, and today I get to prove that. It was truly worth it to enter this realm. Good, then let's fight to the death, and let our bodies do the talking. The Supreme Battle Sect youth bellowed out as his fist punched out again, carrying the weight of a mountain behind it. Puh. A torrent of blood was coughed up, dyeing the ground red as the barbarian youth fell to his knees. On his knees, he was eye to eye with the Supreme Battle Sect youth who stood before him. Both fighters had miserable-looking wounds on their bodies, wounds that would take any essence cultivator out of fighting form. Blood slicked the entirety of their bodies, but both youths ignored their wounds as if they didn't exist, although the barbarian youth was clearly on his last legs. One of his arms had been shattered and was hanging by a thread of flesh, and there were several deep wounds in his chest, revealing the organs within. His defiant gaze stared at the Supreme Battle Sect youth before him, who prepared to unleash the final blow. The barbarian youth's gaze shifted to the side, locking onto the now dead figures of his fellow clansmen, before it shifted back to the youth before him. Your Supreme Battle Sect is truly worthy of the praise, the barbarian youth said as a large smile appeared on his face. Our fight to the death was glorious, and I have no regrets with this death. And your barbarian race is worthy of your status as well, the Supreme Battle Sect youth replied with respect, as his opponent had truly pushed him to the very edge. Heh, do not be so smug just yet. Us three are amongst the weakest barbarians that entered this realm. I'll look for you in the underworld, where you three will be joining us shortly after Zillow's stonefist breaks all three of you, the barbarian youth said as a large smile appeared on his face, as if his words were an undeniable fact. If this Zillow's is strong enough to kill us, then we will eagerly find you in the underworld to continue our battle for eternity, the Supreme Battle Sect youth said as he unleashed a powerful fist attack, shattering the skull of the barbarian and ending his life for good. The two other Supreme Battle Sect youths walked over and inspected the dead barbarian youth for a bit before their gazes shifted to the one who had just killed him. Zillow's, the strongest genius of the barbarian race, is here, one of the three battle gods exclaimed, an excited expression appearing on his face. Good, then let's seek him out and test if he truly is as strong as the rumors claim. I get to fight him first if we find him. No fucking way, it's first come first serve. You're only saying that because you're the fastest of us three. Let's decide right here, right now. Last one standing gets to fight Zillow's first. Fine with me, let's do this, taste my fist. Bang. 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 The ground began to shake once again as another intense battle commenced, while the stunned White Peak Formation's temple youths watched on from a distance. Chapter 669, Lightning Essence Scorches All Boom. An explosion of lightning and fire blasted out in all directions, ravaging the already destroyed land on which hundreds of fresh corpses rested, blood still flowing from their bodies. The corpses were all human except one, which was a slain genius of the monster race. The others all belonged to the Honorable Alliance, a testament to the brutal slaughter that had recently occurred. Bang! Another explosion of lightning and fire blasted out as two powerful battle arts collided, the power of the explosion turning many of the weaker corpses to ash, erasing the physical proof of their existence forever. Bang! 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 Sword and spear collided hundreds of times in quick succession as the battle between the fire cultivator and lightning cultivator raged on. The fire cultivator was a monster race youth who unleashed devastating fire attacks with each thrust of his spear, while the lightning cultivator was Lily of the Heavenly Lightning, who was the strongest remaining cultivator of the sect other than John. Lightning nodes filled the sky as Lily unleashed her heavenly lightning domain, doing her best to contain the monster race genius. At the same time, dozens of attacks from all directions blasted towards the monster race genius from other Honorable Alliance youths who were fighting for their lives as well. The battle had started out when two monster race geniuses had ambushed a group of hundreds of Honorable Alliance youths, and through the course of the battle, 90% of the Honorable Alliance youths had perished, while only one of the two monster race geniuses had perished. Such was the difference in combat prowess between the two groups. Were it not for Lily, all the Honorable Alliance race youths would have already perished, as her ranking of top 100 on the Jade Dragon list was well earned. Sadly, her combat prowess was only equal to one of the enemy youths, and not both at the same time. With the other hundreds of Honorable Alliance youths being much weaker than her, the other monster race youth had been free to slaughter wantonly, as the others were helpless against such power. Lily, with the help of several others, had in the end managed to kill one of the youths, but by that time the carnage had already been done. The remaining Honorable Alliance force fought bravely against the remaining monster youth, resulting in a stalemate between the two sides. The monster race youth scoffed as the dozens of attacks from the other youths collided against his domain, which was spread out to its maximum range. His domain was an inferno of hellish temperatures, an inferno that incinerated all the weaker battle arts that entered it. With such a domain art, the monster youth was free to fight Lily one-on-one, as the others were too weak to enter it. Bang! 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 The battle between the two raged on for quite some time, with both youths fighting for their lives. A resolved look appeared on Lily's face as she seemed to make up her mind on something, and suddenly pointed a finger at the monster youth before her. Lightning essence scorches all. Bang! A horrifying blood-red lightning beam pierced out from her finger, containing unimaginable power. Her face instantly paled, and Lily fell from the sky, as the final area of the Jade Dragon Empire realm did not have any flight restrictions as the other areas had previously had. The monster youth's eyes widened as he felt the horrifying power of the lightning battle art, and unleashed his own attack to counter it with his full might. Bang! A horrifying explosion blasted out in the sky and ravaged the land below. The explosion eventually faded, revealing the monster youth falling from the sky, leaving a smoky trail behind him. A large, charred hole was clear to see on his chest, as Lily's battle art had done fatal damage to the monster youth. The youth's body slammed onto the earth and did not move anymore, as his life was finally claimed. The Honorable Alliance youths breathed out a sigh of relief before they rushed over towards Lily, who was lying on the ground. Of the 30 remaining Honorable Alliance youths, 10 were of the Heavenly Lightning sect, and the other 20 were of other Alliance powers. Lily, one of the youths cried out in panic. The youth was a girl wearing the Heavenly Lightning sect robes, and was clearly someone close to Lily. I'm fine," Lily barely managed to mumble out as she sluggishly moved to her knees. Her breathing was heavy, and her face incredibly pale as she struggled to maintain consciousness. "Why, you burn your blood essence?" the girl asked with great concern. A fatigued smile appeared on Lily's face as she gazed at her nearby friend. "To keep us all alive," she replied while doing her best to maintain her composure. She had burned her blood essence, and quite a lot of it in that attack. Unless she found a heaven-defying treasure in these lands, her combat prowess would be crippled, and she would no longer be able to fight with nearly as much power as she had previously been capable of. However, such a sacrifice was the only way to ensure their safety in this battle. "You," the girl replied, sad tears forming in the corner of her eyes. Even if they survived this perilous ordeal, Lily would most likely never fully recover her spent blood essence, and her talent would permanently be a level lower. Such a sacrifice was beyond immense for a cultivator. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping drifted out from the distance, causing all the Honorable Alliance youths to look over towards it. Grave expressions instantly appeared on their faces as they noticed who was clapping. "That was quite the show you put on," the clapping monster race youth said with an impressed look on his face. "I thought Xerax and Huxon would be enough to handle the lot of you, but it seems as though the Honorable Alliance has some fangs after all." "Run," Lily whispered to the nearby youths, as the situation was no longer in her control. Even if she had her full strength, she would not be able to do anything against the 3 monster race youths approaching them, all radiating auras more powerful than the two monster youths they had slain. Chapter 670, what do we have here? I'm afraid there's nowhere for you or your friends to run to anymore, the monster youth replied with a mocking tone, clearly having heard Lily's whispers. A grave expression lingered on her face as she knew they were helpless to do anything anymore. Even if they ran, the monster race youths would most likely be able to round them all up in a short manner and slaughter them without mercy soon after. The monster race youths stopped when they were a dozen yards away from the group, who stared at them with a mix of grave caution and fear. All three monster race youths had a peak heaven tribulation cultivation, and the leading monster race youth's skin was quite dark, a testament to his power. All the Honorable Alliance youths knew by now that the most powerful monster race species was the king race. The king race had sharp claws and fangs, vertical yellow pupils, bat-like wings on their backs, and most important of all, dark skin. The color of their skin dictated how pure their bloodline was, with the most impure having gray skin while the purest were pitch black. The two flanking monster youths had grayish charcoal skin, while the leading youth had much darker skin. While it was not quite pitch black, it was quite close, revealing that his talent was towards the very top of the king race. The leading monster race youth looked at Lily for a while, his expression souring slightly while he clicked his tongue in displeasure. You went and burned your blood essence, the monster youth grumbled. Blood essence is the best tasting, as well as the best for improving cultivation, and yet you went ahead and burnt something so valuable. What a waste. If you want have her, then I will. The monster youth to the left spoke up shortly afterwards, while his greedy yellow eyes locked onto Lily. Even with her blood essence burned, her talent is still far above the others, and so is the quality of her blood. She's mine, the lead monster youth replied dismissively. A slightly disappointed expression appeared on the other monster's face, but he didn't argue, a clear indication of their statuses and power differences. You too can have the others, the lead monster youth said as he inspected the other living Honorable Alliance youths. Fuck you! One of the Honorable Alliance youths raged as they heard the monsters talking about them like cattle. He slashed out his sword, unleashing a powerful ice-based battle art that blasted against the three monster race youths with incredible power. He was the most powerful youth remaining now that Lily had been weakened, and needed to do something to keep themselves alive. Boom! Ice exploded everywhere, freezing the monsters and the surrounding land as far as the eye could see. A hopeful expression appeared on the youths' faces for a brief moment before dread replaced it as the thick ice covering the monster youths shattered, revealing them to be completely unharmed. Bang! A thin beam of red chi blasted out from the lead monster's finger as he pointed it towards the youth, which pierced through the youth's skull before he could even react. The youth instantly collapsed to the ground, dead without any chance of fighting back. You can start your feast with him, the lead monster said, clear displeasure in his voice at having been attacked by someone he considered far beneath him. Malicious smiles appeared on the faces of the two other monster youths, who started walking towards the Honorable Alliance youths. The Honorable Alliance youths grouped together for one final stand, although their shaking knees and fearful faces indicated that they knew this stand would be their last. Well, what do we have here? A youthful, almost childish voice drifted out from behind the monsters, who quickly turned around with caution gazes. They had not detected the arrival of the ones behind them, shocking them slightly. The monster race had incredible instincts, and so sneaking behind them undetected was not easy to accomplish. Their cautioned gazes lightened up as they noticed who had appeared, and those gazes quickly became incredibly bloodthirsty, as if they had just spotted the tastiest meal imaginable. Fairies, the lead monster youth exclaimed, almost unable to contain his excitement. For the monster race, the blood of fairies was the absolute best tasting, incredibly pure and fresh. They rarely had the opportunity to obtain fairy blood, and so they nearly burst with excitement upon seeing them. They didn't even question why they were here in the first place, as they almost seemed to have lost their minds with hunger and greed. Standing before the group of fairies was a lone human youth, whose gaze swept across the nearby land, taking in all the death and destruction. His gaze narrowed and became colder as he noticed how many dead youths there were, while visible anger appeared on his face as well. "Brothers, today we feast greater than we ever have before," one of the monster race youths exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, entering this realm was truly the greatest thing we could have done," the leader bellowed out with unbridled elation as well. "You monster race fucks, did I ever give you permission to kill any of my fellow humans?" The lone human youth in front of the fairies exclaimed in anger, his furious words quickly stirring the monsters from their bloodlusted thoughts. "Who are you to dare speak to us like that?" the monster leader exclaimed in furious anger. "You humans are but mere cattle to be slaughtered and consumed at the whim of our superior monster race." "Superior race? The only thing you're superior at is being ugly as shit, and you smell even worse than you look," the youth replied with furious mockery. "Kill him!" The monster youth barked orders at the two other monster youths next to him, clearly incensed by the human's brash words. The two monsters shot forward towards the lone youth, appearing before him in an instant. Their speed was beyond shocking, a testament to their incredible power. Their sharp claws pointed forward as they pierced towards the youth, intending on taking his life with a single blow. "Pathetic!" the human mocked as his gaze shifted towards the two monsters before him and his two hands stretched outwards, one index finger pointing towards each of the monsters. An ethereal white light shot out of his fingers at incredible speeds, far faster than the monster race youths could react to. The light slammed onto the heads of each of the monsters and vanished from sight. The two monsters halted their forward progress and landed on their feet before the youth, while the distant monster race youth looked on with narrowed eyes after seeing what had just happened. The attack from the youth had been instantaneous, but the monster race youth's narrowed gaze became one of mockery as he noticed absolutely no damage to either of his two friends. There wasn't even a scratch on their skin. He could tell there had been a soul attack component to the attack, but monster race youths had quite formidable soul defenses. Soul attacks would not work on them unless the differences in soul powers were beyond compare. "Ha ha ha, that was your attack," the monster youth mocked while laughing loudly. His loud laughter instantly ceased as his two friends suddenly collapsed to the ground, their bodies as stiff as a plank of wood. His eyes widened greatly as his divine sense scanned over his friends, and he noticed they were no longer alive. Their souls had been shattered completely, ending their lives in an instant. "Who are you?" the monster race youth asked with cautious fear as his gaze shifted back towards the human youth, who stared back at him like he was mere cattle to be slaughtered. However, a single name suddenly popped into his mind, someone that could possibly be capable of such an attack, but whose identity was still a mystery. "The Soul Sage," the monster race youth asked, his voice soft as if he didn't want his opponent to hear and reply with confirmation. "I guess you're not as stupid as the rest of your pathetic race," Miko replied, his words confirming the monster race youth's suspicions, while he shot forward towards the youth with a pearly white sword in hand. "Now die and join your two pathetic friends in the afterlife, if there is one for scum such as yourselves." Chapter 671, Soul Render Miko appeared before the monster race genius and slashed out with his sword. A gleaming white light slashed out from the sword, containing both a physical attack and soul attack. The monster youth quickly recovered his wits and realized he had been too easy to frighten. He was one of the monster race's most talented youths, and was stronger than either of his friends who had just been slain. Not only that, but Miko's cultivation was only in the late Heaven Tribulation realm, while he was at the peak of the Heaven Tribulation realm. While both were technically in the late Heaven Tribulation realm, the difference in power between late Heaven Tribulation and peak Heaven Tribulation was vast. HMPH, my friends were not expecting a soul attack and did not have their soul defenses raised to their maximum. The monster youth scoffed as he took out his weapon, which was a long and thin sword with a black handle with sharp spikes on the guard. The edges of the sword were black, while a thin strip of glowing purple lined the inside of the blade, making it look quite impressive. Clearly, it was a high-level sword, and it emanated the aura of a pseudo-Dao transformation weapon. The monster race youth raced forward and slashed out his own sword, which collided against Miko. Soul cultivators were fearful opponents, but their weakness was always their bodies, while the king race of the monster race had innately strong bodies. The two swords collided, resulting in Miko being knocked backwards a few hundred yards, while his opponent stayed in place. In that physical confrontation, he had clearly lost. Miko skidded to a halt in the sky, and a smug smirk appeared on his face as he stared at his distant opponent, who stood still and did not follow up his previous attack with another. "Your instincts aren't bad," Miko said to the youth, his voice both congratulatory and mocking at the same time. "My body is definitely the weakest aspect of my cultivation, but how will you take advantage of that fact when you can hardly control your own body while we're fighting?" The monster youth stared at Miko with hate-filled eyes, although those eyes were squinted in pain as he clutched his head. In their previous exchange, the soul aspect of Miko's attack has slammed into the monster youth's soul defenses. The monster youth had been able to guard against the attack and keep his soul from shattering, but soul attacks were not so simple to withstand. The mind and soul were connected, and the attack the monster youth withstood felt like it had nearly shattered his mind. The monster youth's soul and head cried out in excruciating pain, making him unable to fully focus on the battle at hand. Such was the terrifying nature of soul cultivators. Even if you defended against their attacks, there would always be lingering effects. Only those with the most formidable soul defenses would be able to fully guard against such attacks. "HMPH, this is nothing I can't handle," the monster race youth scoffed as he wiped away the last remnants of his soul pain and steadied himself once more. His cautious gaze stared at Miko, thinking of how to best proceed in the battle. The monster youth suddenly pointed his sword towards the sky, while his narrowed eyes remained fixed on Miko. His sword traveled in a circular path around his body, and wherever it traveled, a new sword appeared, one made of chi but appearing just as strong as the original. Before long, 100 swords appeared around the youth, revolving around him in perfect unison. 100 swords of slaughter. The monster race bellowed out as the swords shot out in all directions. "A domain art, huh?" Miko mused as he watched the monster youth activate a domain art. "That's not a bad idea. If you can't approach me without taking soul damage, you might as well fight from afar using such a domain. It's quite a good strategy, and I can tell this sword domain is incredibly powerful. Even I would perish if hit by such an attack," Miko complimented as he nodded his head in approval, as if he were a teacher complimenting a pupil. The monster youth's anger continued to rise as he listened to Miko's nonchalant words, as if this life and death battle was of no concern to him. "Let's see how long you can remain this calm in the face of my sword domain," the monster youth replied coldly as he pointed towards Miko. Dozens of the swords moved towards Miko with lethal speed and power, each with the power to claim his life if it landed on his body. "However," Miko spoke up once more as a smug smile appeared on his face, and his pupils turned pure white, making him look quite terrifying. He tapped his forehead with 2 fingers on his right hand, as if activating something from within. The fairies behind Miko instantly realized what was about to happen and sped off into the distance. They appeared next to the Honorable Alliance youths and quickly whisked them away as well. They only stopped when they were nearly a mile away from him, as if they didn't want to be in what was to come. His aura began to spike once more as an awe-inspiring power erupted from him. And an ethereal white light spread out from him in all directions, painting the world around them white. "Your power is still not enough, Soul Render." The monster youth felt the power wash over him, containing a powerful soul aspect. He braced for an intense pain to assault his mind and soul, but was surprised to find that there was no pain. The world around him had turned pure white, as if he were floating in an endless white void. The monster youth gazed all around, and his gaze eventually settled on Miko, who was still standing in his original position a few hundred yards away. His white pupils stared back, as blank as the white void all around them. "Die!" the monster youth raged out as he pointed towards Miko, unleashing his sword domain towards him. His expression quickly changed as he realized the sword domain no longer existed, and no swords were visible at all. In fact, the weapon in his hand had disappeared as well, surprising him even more. It was just him and Miko within the void, staring at each other. "What the hell is this? What have you done?" the monster youth asked cautiously, his guard raised to the maximum. Miko started slowly walking towards the youth without saying anything, his actions sending a shiver of fear down the monster youth's spine. He tried to dash backwards, but realized he was rooted in place, unable to move at all. His gaze locked back onto Miko, who appeared as if he were an angel of death that was slowly approaching to pass judgment on the youth. Miko arrived before the youth and stared at him in silence, his white pupils emotionless like the void itself. The monster youth's chattering teeth was the only sound that filled the void, as uncontrollable fear washed over him. He had no idea what was going on or how to break free of his restrictions. Miko slowly reached out and tapped the forehead of the youth, whose eyes went wide for a brief moment, before blackness started to replace the white void that had surrounded them. A blackness that never faded for all eternity. The Honorable Alliance youths watched on in a stunned stupor as Miko's aura erupted, washing over him and the monster youth. However, to the Honorable Alliance members, it appeared as if nothing had happened at all. Suddenly, the monster youth's sword domain vanished, and he stood there motionlessly. Miko slowly approached the youth, who remained rooted and emotionless despite his enemy's arrival before him. Miko reached out with his right hand and tapped the monster youth's forehead, and an awe-inspiring flash of soul power flared out for the briefest moment before fading away. The monster youth's eyes went wide for a moment, before he collapsed to his knees and fell on his side, his life completely exterminated. The eyes of the Honorable Alliance youths went wide once again, unable to believe what had just happened. The monster race youth had allowed Miko to walk up and end his life without even fighting back. What just happened? Lily couldn't help but ask the nearby fairies after recovering from her shock. One of the nearby fairies glanced at Lily for a moment before her gaze shifted back to the distant Miko. "That was Miko's soul render," the fairy replied gently. "Soul render, what exactly is it?" Lily asked, still unsure of what had happened. "I'm not sure," the fairy replied after a moment of silence. "In fact, no one, not even our palace master, knows exactly what is happening. Miko has only used the art once before in order to win our palace master's approval. Afterwards, some of us asked the palace master about it, and she only had one thing to say about the soul art, that the soul art is not something that should exist in this world, and that within the same realm as Miko, no one is able to withstand this soul attack." 672 Miko's bizarre behavior. How is such a thing possible? Lily couldn't help but ask, her voice brimming with shock. If no one in the same realm was able to withstand such an attack, then that would make Miko invincible against any opponent in the same realm. According to our palace master, only someone with a soul stronger than Miko's can resist the attack. If your soul is on the same level or weaker than his, you cannot resist its effects. Miko has a unique and very powerful soul variant, so it's almost guaranteed that his soul is stronger than someone in the same realm as him, but that's all I know. The fairy explained a bit more before falling silent. For almost all soul arts, even if the defending soul was weaker, they would still be able to resist its affects. It took a much stronger soul to overwhelm a weaker one, as defending was much easier than attacking when it came to soul battles. This was common knowledge, and Lily had never heard of such a strong soul art which seemed to defy all common knowledge regarding soul arts. Lily was going to ask something else, but fell silent as she noticed Miko approaching them. His white pupils sent a shiver down her spine, and coupled with the incredibly lethal soul art he just revealed, Lily could not help but be intimidated by his presence. Miko arrived before the group of fairies and Honorable Alliance youths, the latter who stared back warily at him. His white pupils returned to his normal brown color once again, and his stoic expression was quickly replaced by a nonchalant smile. He had just looked like a soul deity that could smite all of creation, but now looked like a simple kid, making the Honorable Alliance youths feel quite odd at the moment. You're from the Heavenly Lightning sect, right? Miko asked, his voice full of boisterous excitement. Lily couldn't help but stare in silence for a moment, still coming to terms with everything that had happened, and the sudden shift in attitude from Miko. It was like she was dealing with a completely different person when compared to himself just a few minutes ago. Before that, could you answer one of my questions? Lily replied, her voice steady but weak from her fatigue. Sure, what is it? Miko asked as he placed his hands on his hips. Who are all of you? Lily asked as she gazed at Miko and the fairies. She knew they were fairies from their appearance, but did not know why they were in this ancient realm. She had to make sure of who they were before she answered any questions of theirs. My name is Ishia, and these are my sisters from the Seraphic Soul Palace. One of the fairies stepped up and answered before Miko could reply. He had a knack of ranting for longer than needed, and so she decided to make things quick. The Seraphic Soul Palace? Some of the Honorable Alliance youths exclaimed. It was a well-renowned fairy power, and one of the most powerful soul sects on the divine Martial Continent. And this is Miko Varus, a human who had been permitted to train with us in the fairy Frostlands. Ishia introduced Miko, who waved at the group before him with a wide grin on his face. Nice to meet ya, Miko exclaimed. Ooh, you too, Lily replied, still slightly confused at what was going on. And why is your Seraphic Soul Palace here? She asked. Your alliance said there was some kind of danger, and asked us to enter this realm and help you all out, Miko replied before Ishia could start to explain. She sent a frosty glare at him, but he ignored it as he approached Lily and stood before her. It seems like they were right, and you guys do need some help, but that's not the important thing right now. You're from the Heavenly Lightning sect, right? He asked again. We are, Lily replied after a moment's hesitation. She finally knew they were not enemies of theirs and was able to freely answer his question. I knew it, Miko exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. So where's John? He asked as his head swiveled around, as if looking for him in the nearby area. John Fenix, Lily asked, surprised to hear the name brought up. Yeah, where is he? He should be in this realm as well, right? Miko nodded his head in excited confirmation. Lily's voice trailed off, unsure of how to answer. She could tell Miko was close to John based on his questions and reactions, and had heard rumors of his fate. You must have noticed the trials that lead to this final area, as I'm assuming you went through them. The Meridian Forging, Heaven Tribulation, and Tao Transformation trials, Lily asked. We went through the Heaven Tribulation trial, although it was so easy it was boring, Miko replied. Well, John was apparently ambushed in front of those trials, and knocked into the Tao Transformation trial, Lily explained the truth. The fairies near Miko gazed towards him with concerned expressions upon hearing the truth, as they knew how much Miko cared for the one he called John. A blank expression appeared on Miko's face before he turned around and faced the direction where they had come from. The direction towards the Heaven Tribulation and Tao Transformation trials. Hey, old geezer, tell me if John is alive, Miko suddenly said, talking to no one. His words surprised and confused the others, although the fairies seemed to be used to Miko talking to himself. No, I don't care how much effort it takes. Tell me if he's alive, or don't blame me for not calling you master anymore, Miko exclaimed out loud, his words yet again directed to no one. What do you mean I don't call you master? Geezer is close enough. Fine, if you tell me if he's alive, I'll start calling you master. No, don't try to haggle with me further. You're the one who's at my mercy, remember? You need a successor, not me. How about I dump you off right here, right now, and we'll see if you can find someone else like me. That's what I thought. Now tell me, is he alive? Oh, he's alive. I figured as much. A mere Tao transformation trial isn't strong enough to kill John. Thanks, old geezer. The Honorable Alliance youths stared at Miko with stunned confusion as he had an entire conversation with himself, although half of the conversation was missing, as if he were truly talking to someone. Miko suddenly turned around and walked back to the confused group, his expression free of any worry. John's fine, so you don't have to worry about him, Miko said to Lily. I'm sure he'll be joining us before long. In the meantime, you should explain what exactly is going on here. Why were you fighting against the monster race? Miko asked, changing the subject completely. Lily stared at Miko in a stupor, unable to keep up with him and his constant changing questions and personas. It was as if she were truly dealing with a crazy person, only this crazy person was 4 years younger than her, yet somehow stronger than her. It was truly a conflicting feeling, one that she almost didn't know how to process. Lily shook aside the feelings and began to explain what had occurred to the best of her knowledge, while the fairies and Miko listened closely. Concerned expressions appeared on the fairies' faces, while an excited expression appeared on Miko's. Ha ha ha, the monster race, Forbidden Alliance and barbarian race geniuses have invaded. Sweet, now I'll finally be able to test the true limits of my new powers. Miko exclaimed and laughed maniacally, confirming everyone's suspicions that he truly was insane. Chapter 673, Ancient Temple. So, what do we do now? Miko asked Lily, who was clearly the leader of the Honorable Alliance group. Do we just go hunting for the enemy, or do you have something in mind? Miko's voice was full of eager excitement, as if the brutal war was of no concern to him. Clearly, he was confident in his power, and Lily could see why that was. Some of the nearby Honorable Alliance youths stared at the fairies with gazes of passion, clearly entranced by their beauty. The fairies ignored such gazes with practiced indifference, clearly used to being gawked at by men. A thoughtful expression appeared on Lily's face as she thought of what to do next, and a determined look appeared shortly after. There is one thing we can do, Lily said, attracting both Miko's and the fairies' attention. It was initially impossible for us to make it there without being ambushed and killed, but with you joining us, we might be strong enough to get there. Where? What place are you talking about? Miko asked curiously. A jade piece appeared in Lily's hands, and she tossed it over to Miko. Miko caught it and inspected it, while Lily started talking once again. These jade pieces are being used by our Honorable Alliance to communicate across this realm, and the latest information is that an ancient temple has been discovered at the very end of this ancient realm, she started explaining. Many are guessing that the temple is the true final area of this realm, and what they're seeing within mostly confirms those suspicions. Within the temple are trials beyond counting, and rewards beyond anyone's imaginations. Powerful weapons and battle arts, ancient cultivation techniques, heaven-defying pills and treasures, and more are apparently within, obtained by completing those trials and spending the jade marks accumulated throughout this realm. Many have already entered the temple, as it's our best chance to increase our power to fight back against the invading enemies. Getting there alive was an almost impossible task, but with your help, it should be possible. If we can enter the temple and obtain the treasures within, perhaps we can win this war after all. Lily took a deep breath after saying all that, while the others fell into contemplative silence. What's there to think about? Miko said, his boisterous voice filled with excited confidence. Let's go to the temple. With me and my soul sisters, your safety is assured. The fairies rolled their eyes upon hearing Miko call them his soul sisters, as he continually had unique yet exasperating names to call them. However, slight smiles also appeared on some of their faces, as they were becoming more and more used to his antics, and some were starting to find it almost endearing. Lily and the others gazed at Miko, and after a moment of hesitation, Lily nodded her head. Sure, let's go. A group of 3 youths stood at the top of a tall mountain, their gazes lingering on what laid before them. A sprawling land of verdurous mountains stretched out as far as the eye could see, with crystal blue rivers meandering throughout the deep valleys in between. Waterfalls crashed down to the valleys below, covering much of the land in a fine, refreshing mist. It was truly like they had stepped into a lush paradise, but the youths ignored the vibrant land before them, and instead gazed towards a distant mountain that stood high above the others. The mountain was 10 miles tall and hundreds of miles wide. It was more apt to call it a plateau that held a grand temple far beyond what any of them had ever seen. The temple was almost as wide as the plateau, making it nearly 100 miles wide and several miles tall. It was the most massive building the trio had ever seen, and they couldn't help but study its exterior in awed wonder. A massive miles-wide staircase led up the mountain to the front of the temple, which had a large arch at its center providing entrance within. The large arched entrance was guarded by 2 dragon statues, both a mile tall and incredibly lifelike. It was as if 2 actual dragons were guarding the entrance, both jade green in color. The temple was pure gold, with jade green designs covering its exterior, making it look grandiose beyond compare. Pearly white clouds drifted around the temple, making it look like an otherworldly temple for immortal gods. "That must be the temple everyone is talking about," one of the youths said, breaking the silence. "Obviously," the youth with long silver hair standing at the front said, before his gaze shifted slightly to the side. "But before we enter, it seems as though we have a bit of company." "Honorable Alliance or the others?" the first youth asked curiously. "Forbidden Alliance, it seems," the lead youth replied, with no concern or fear at all in his voice. The trio stood there for a short moment before 3 youths appeared on the mountaintop next to them, all 3 wearing blood-red robes with malevolent designs on it. The group consisted of 2 males and 1 female, all of which stared at the trio with predator-like gazes. All 3 Forbidden Alliance youths had peak heaven tribulation cultivations, the same as the lead youth who had noticed their arrival. "What do we have here?" one of the Forbidden Alliance youths asked as a large smile appeared on his face. His smile quickly vanished as he took in the trio's robe designs, and the same happened with the others. What is your clan doing in these lands?" the Forbidden Alliance youth asked, clearly unsure of how to proceed. "You can save the questions for later," the lead youth said as he shot forward towards the Forbidden Alliance trio. "But first, this is the perfect time to test my new strength. Try not to die on me too quickly." Bang! A loud explosion blasted against the mountaintop, while a red-robed youth slammed onto the mountainside. He landed near his other 2 companions, all who were sprawled on the ground, wounded and unable to fight back. Their wary yet hate-filled gazes stared back at the youth who had bested them 3 versus 1, who landed softly on the ground next to them. "Has your clan sided with the Honorable Alliance?" one of the Forbidden Alliance youths asked while struggling to stand. "I thought you were supposed to be a neutral power." "We are," the silver-haired youth replied, "but we were also invited here by the Honorable Alliance in their pathetic attempt to court us. We had no reason to decline. As this land, truly, is a place of marvelous opportunities. If you're not allied with them, then why am I killing you 3? the silver-haired youth asked with a mischievous smile on his face. "I'm not. As I said, you 3 were the perfect opportunity to test my new strength. You can get up now. I have no intentions of killing you." The 3 Forbidden Alliance youths looked at each other with surprised yet confused gazes and slowly made their way to their feet. They stared at the silver-haired youth before them, whose power was so strong as to overwhelm all 3 at the same time. "The winds of fate are changing for the divine Martial Continent, and a war will surely break out soon," the silver-haired youth said to the 3 of them. "Your Forbidden Alliance and your other allies are most definitely stronger than the Honorable Alliance, so perhaps it is time that my Starforge clan picks a side." "You mean to join us?" one of the Forbidden Alliance youths asked. "I do. As soon-to-be leader of the Starforge clan, I have the authority to make such a decision," Cadden replied calmly yet confidently. "And I choose to align with who I think will win the war and make us the most money. Since that will most likely be your lot, why don't we cement our cooperation with the blood of the Honorable Alliance youths of this land?" Cadden proposed. The surprised expressions of the 3 Forbidden Alliance youths quickly turned into malicious smiles as they nodded their heads in agreement. "Our Forbidden Alliance is more than happy to welcome your Starforge clan as an ally," one of the youths replied. "Good, then let us set off for the temple in the distance," Cadden replied as a dark smile appeared on his face, "and bind our alliance in the blood of our enemies." Chapter 674, ancient corpse soft and steady footsteps drifted out as a lone figure walked up the massive staircase leading to the temple. She stopped at the top of the stairs and took in the view before her, which was awe-inspiring even for someone as cold-hearted as her. "So this is where everyone is hiding," she muttered softly. Twin dragon statues, a mile tall and incredibly lifelike in detail, guarded each side of the front entrance. It was truly as if they would spring to life at any moment. Massive pillars dozens of yards wide lined the outside of the temple, supporting the overarching roof that hung high above. Despite the passage of time, not a single mark of damage or spot of dirt could be seen on the temple, as if it stood removed from time itself. Beyond, the archway ahead was hazy, as if a soft mist filled the entrance. The girl's gaze shifted from the awe-inspiring temple and statues to the ground between her and the temple entrance. The marble-like floor of the temple base was pristine as well, but was currently marred by puddles of dried blood. Hundreds of human corpses lay strewn about the temple floor, most of them mutilated beyond recognition. Many had limbs torn off and chunks bit out of their bodies, as if a ravenous pack of beasts had killed and feasted on the corpses. "Fucking monster race," Amber Bloodrose clicked her tongue in displeasure as she identified who had caused such a scene. "They feast on their victims yet waste so much of their blood that would be more than useful for cultivation. They truly are moronic savages," she chastised, her words indicating that she was not displeased with the carnage before her, but the wasted blood that had already dried and become useless. As a forbidden pathway cultivator blood, both normal and essence was useful in improving her cultivation or some other aspect of her power. The sight of so much dried blood before her made her lament such waste. Her gaze continued to linger on the corpses as she inspected them. There were a few corpses that belonged to powerful youths of the Honorable Alliance, 4 in total. For such powerful Honorable Alliance members to have died, that Vargal must have already entered. "It seems I took too much time getting here. I suppose I'll speed up a bit, or else there will be nothing left for me before long," she mused as she shot forward and entered the misty temple entrance. The mist offered no resistance at all as Amber sped through it, although it did slick her skin with a refreshing dew. She quickly sped through the entrance and appeared on the other side of the mist, stopping in her tracks as she took in the sight before her. A sprawling world came into view, much larger than what she thought she would run into. She seemed to have arrived at the top of a tall cliff, giving her a clear view of the land down below. The temple was about 100 miles wide and 20 miles deep, and yet the world before her was much larger than that. Clearly, the interior of the temple was some kind of spatial realm that expanded space to be larger than the temple's interior dimensions. The world before her appeared to be several hundred miles wide and deep. The temple roof above was not visible, and instead it appeared as though the natural sky rested high above. Clouds drifted in the sky, and the sun shone down on land before her, illuminating it with a warm, golden glow. At the very edges of the land were the temple walls, which were visible unlike the roof above, and lined the entire land before her. The walls stretched up into the sky, at which point they gradually vanished, as if becoming the sky itself. Her gaze shifted from the sky above to the land before her again, taking in the extreme scenery. Vertical cliffs miles high popped up at random locations, while sprawling chasms so deep that only darkness could be seen meandered next to them. Lush forests and flowered plains sprung up in various locations, as well as barren deserts and icy snowfields. It was incredibly odd to see so many different ecosystems existing next to each other, which was clearly accomplished through unnatural means. Within all these different ecosystems were man-made structures. Temples, pagodas, monoliths, staircases descending into the depths beneath the earth, and other various structures were visible as well, making the view before her all the more unique. However, Amber's gaze lingered on these things only briefly, and instead focused on something at the very opposite end of the land before her. The opposite end was hundreds of miles away, and resting there was a singular thing that made all the other objects within seem trivial. A massive dragon corpse rested at the end of the temple realm, dozens of miles long. All that remained of the corpse was its bones, but even then it still contained a regal presence, as if any living creature was not worthy of appearing before its dead body. A powerful aura emanated from the ancient dragon corpse, despite the passage of time, a testament to its once formidable might when it was alive. "A pure-blooded dragon," Amber exclaimed, shocked to see something like this. The dragons of the world were not pure-blooded anymore, and as a result were much smaller than the dragons of ancient legend. However, the dragon corpse before her was massive beyond compare, and clearly belonged to a pure-blooded dragon, who were said to be some of the most powerful creatures in existence. When it came to physical body might, no other beast could compare, making dragons the king of physical might. It was said that a single swipe from a pure-blooded dragon could destroy a world. Amber had obviously dismissed such a thing as an exaggerated myth, but the corpse before her made her reconsider the ancient myths. After inspecting the corpse for some time from the vast distance she stood from it, a desire to obtain the ancient dragon corpse washed through her. If she could obtain even just a part of it, it could be sold for incalculable wealth. Amber's chi flared as she took flight, but her body was quickly pressed down to the earth. A frown appeared on her face as she realized there was a flight restriction in the temple realm, which would force her to proceed on foot going forward. She quickly identified the source of the flight-restricting power, which was the dragon's aura. It was as if even in death, the dragon was too proud to allow others to fly in its presence. How annoying, she grumbled as she realized her journey would have to be on foot. Her gaze shifted back towards the land below her, and a distant explosion suddenly came into view, followed by several more explosions. A battle between honorable Alliance youths and some forbidden Alliance youths seemed to be raging on. Amber's eyes locked onto the battlefield like that of a hawk, while she licked her lips as if savoring a tasty meal. Her footsteps continued once again as she slowly made her way towards the battlefield, her bloodthirsty smile growing larger by the second. Chapter 675, Oasis Splash. Water exploded outwards, falling down shortly after in a fine refreshing, mist as boisterous laughter, drifted about a place that looked like paradise. "I'll give that splash a 7, Leia's gentle voice drifted out. "That's the best you can do?" John asked, his voice slightly mocking. "Hey, if you can do any better, then let's see it," Kiriai's voice sounded out within his mind. "That's easy. Watch this," John called out as he jumped off a high cliff towards the crystal blue waters below. He curled up into a ball and slammed into the water's surface, causing an explosion of water to blast up into the sky. I'll give that an 8.5, Leia spoke up again, acting as the judge of the apparent competition between John and Kirai. "I guess that's a bit better than my splash," Kirai couldn't help but admit as he floated within the crystal blue waters, although he was clearly not happy about it. "But I'll easily win with my next dive." "Heh, melodical laughter, like that from an angel, drifted out shortly after as Leia watched the splash competition between John and Kirai continue. It had been several weeks since they entered the Dao transformation trial realm, and their journey through the realm had been dangerous and harrowing. They had nearly lost their lives several times, but thanks to their immense talents, they had managed to survive up to this point. Earlier in the day, they had stumbled upon this place, which was unlike anything they had seen before in the realm. The realm was a land of fog, decay, and death, and the beasts within were those that thrived in such environments, such as the rot-breath drake. For the first time since entering the realm, they had felt a vibrant and refreshing aura within the realm. They followed the aura to its source and found an area that looked like a paradise to them. A mile-wide lake with crystal blue waters rested in the center of the oasis, the source of the vibrant aura. Surrounding the lake was a verdurous forest, filled with exotic fruits beyond counting, each more delicious than the last. The best part of this lake was that its natural, vibrant aura seemed to keep the beasts of the land at bay, who clearly detected its vibrancy. It was as if this natural oasis had been placed here as a temporary reward for making it halfway through the Dao transformation realm. Realizing all this, John, Kirai, and Leia had decided to stop here for a while and rest up, as it was the perfect opportunity to do so. They were incredibly weary from their journey thus far, and this was the perfect place to recover their full strength. It was a true paradise for them at the moment. Next to the lake was a small cliff several hundred yards tall, which John and Kyrie were using in their splash-making contest, while Leia laid down on a nearby sandy beach and judged their competition. Kyrie quickly raced up to the top of the cliff and gazed down defiantly at John, who waded in the waters below. "Heh, you should be happy that you've managed to push me this far," Kyrie's voice sounded out within John and Leia's mind, while he did his best to sound like an ancient elder praising a youth. "But now that you've forced me to go all out, this is where your defeat is imminent." After making his rousing little speech, Kyrie jumped off the cliff once more. His body suddenly grew in size, becoming several dozen yards long and tall. It was as if he had suddenly become a giant. Splash. His massive body slammed into the crystal blue water, creating a massive splash and also a wave that washed out in all directions. The wave quickly crashed out over the edges of the lake, Leia included, before eventually receding back to the lake. "Ha ha ha, you see how awesome I am," Kyrie said boisterously as he surfaced from the water's depths. "Hey, no fair. You're not allowed to change size like that," John exclaimed in protest. One of the Kirin's natural abilities was to shapeshift, both in appearance and size. Kyrie had just used that to his advantage, and John would not be able to match such a splash without using his cultivation, which they had agreed to not use. "Heh, too bad. This ability of mine is completely natural and doesn't require using my cultivation or chi, so it's allowed," Kyrie mocked John, clearly satisfied with his score. He looked over to the beach towards Leia to receive a score, and his face scrunched up slightly as he saw he had soaked her with his splash. "Ah, sorry." Kyrie's voice reverted to a childlike one as he quickly apologized. Her pearly white dress had become soaked and clung tightly to her skin, revealing her alluring curves, a view which John couldn't help but stare at. "No need to apologize," Leia replied with a smile as she stood up. "And that splash was definitely a 10. I think you win this one." "Ha ha ha ha, the great Kyrie has once again proven his might." Kyrie laughed maniacally. John couldn't help but roll his eyes at Kyrie's antics, which locked onto Leia as she quickly made her way to the top of the cliff they had been jumping off. "Since I'm already wet, I might as well join you too," Leia said with a smile on her face as she jumped off the cliff and to the waters below, while John watched on with mesmerized focus as she fell down towards them. The golden sun above illuminated her beautiful and wet figure, making her appear like an lavender-haired angel descending from the heavens above. Splash. Crackle. The soft crackling of a campfire drifted out as the three sat around it to dry off. They could dry off instantly using their cultivation, but all three had decided to relax as much as possible while staying here, including drying off naturally. "That was really fun," Leia said while laughing lightly, her melodic laughter lightening the mood even further. She squeezed her hair to dry it, while the warm fire took care of her water-soaked dress. John stared at Leia in silence for some time, as he could tell this was a rare occasion for her. Clearly, she was not used to doing something laid back like this, although he supposed such a thing was natural as the princess of one of the strongest empires on the divine Martial continent. "This place truly is amazing," she said as she gazed all about. "It really is," John replied with a head nod before biting into a fruit in his hands. "Not only are we safe here, but the fruits and herbs around here are beyond wondrous, untouched for tens of thousands of years. Just staying here for a few days will help both our cultivations tremendously." Leia nodded her head in agreement as she watched John eat. Her eyes roamed over his shirtless body for a brief moment, taking in the sight. His body was like a perfectly sculpted statue, with perfect proportioned muscles covering every inch of his body. Her eyes lingered for a moment on the various scars that covered his body, scars that were so faint as to be almost invisible. With his powerful cultivation, the scars would eventually vanish, but the deeper the wound, the longer such a thing would take. Leia could clearly tell that with the number of scars on his body, his journey to get to this point must have been beyond agonizing. She fell into deep thoughts as she stared at some of his faded scars, but quickly snapped out of her thoughts as John's voice sounded out. "Enjoying the view?" John asked as he stared at Leia, whose face quickly turned red as she realized she had been caught starting. Her eyes averted to the side as she harumphed slightly like a scolded child. HMPH, don't think I haven't caught you staring at me as well, she harumphed. Why wouldn't I stare? John replied without any shame or hesitation as he stared directly at her. Isn't it natural to stare at beautiful things? You. Leia stumbled over her words while her cheeks turned bright red, not expecting to hear such direct words from John. A mischievous smile appeared on John's face as he watched her stumble over her words. Leia averted her gaze once again as a jade piece appeared in her hands, as if she were trying to take her mind off what had just happened. The Jade Dragon List, John said as he noticed what she had taken out. I had completely forgotten about that thing while we were here, so have any interesting changes happened to the list? He asked curiously. Leia's divine sense flooded into the jade piece, and her rosy red face quickly faded away as a serious look appeared on her face. John could instantly tell something was wrong, and his own Jade Dragon List jade piece appeared in his hands for the first time since entering the Tao transformation realm. He quickly inspected the jade piece, and a cold, murderous look appeared on his previously relaxed face. He stood up from the log he was sitting on and flared his chi, drying his body in an instant. A black and red robe appeared on his body as his cold gaze stared at Leia. Dry off and get dressed. We're leaving right now. MHM. Leia hummed in acknowledgement and quickly dried off and put on a fresh dress. What are you going to do? She asked as she arrived next to him, slight worry in her voice. What am I going to do? Isn't that obvious? He replied with a cold tone. I'm going to leave this trial, and then I'm going to drown this realm with the blood of every last invader. Now let's go. Chapter 676 Preparations. Lightning crashed over a throne-like chair, basking the one who sat on it in powerful lightning. However, the figure ignored the lightning and instead focused on the words of those standing before him. Why did they not send us this news earlier? The Grand Elder said angrily as they watched the Honorable Alliance messenger leave the heavenly lightning sect chamber. Thunderzin watched the messenger leave as well, at which point his gaze shifted down to the two standing before him, which were the Grand Elder and his daughter Lillian. Even now they refused to use the long-range transmission discs and instead send a messenger. The Honorable Alliance is cheap beyond comparison, and it's no wonder we're losing to the other powers, Lillian scoffed, equally displeased. Long-range transmission discs cost a fortune, and break after just several uses due to the tremendous energy needed to send a distance that far, Thunderzin explained calmly. It's only natural that with the war fast approaching, the Alliance is saving its money wherever it can. HMPH, you don't need to explain to me how long-range transmission discs work, Lillian scoffed, shifting her displeasure towards Thunderzin. I know how they work. That's not the point. The point is that something this important is worth the cost to get the message out as fast as possible, no matter the cost. You are right, but there's nothing we can do about it now, Thunderzin sighed. What we must now do is figure out our next moves. Our next moves? The Grand Elder inquired, as Thunderzin clearly had something in mind. Yes, our next moves, Thunderzin replied. The enemy geniuses had invaded the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, and in this particular case, the weakness of the Honorable Alliance turned out to be a benefit. There were a handful of youths who were too weak to even get past the first ancient city, and were therefore trapped in the starting realm. One of those youths happened to have a Jade Dragon List on them, and noticed the message of warning. They immediately retreated to the entrance of the realm, which was still being held open by the powerful formation up front. Only those who had yet to venture past the first ancient city could leave before the realm closing, and thankfully there were a few remaining to do so. After leaving, they informed the elders outside of what had happened, who quickly spread the message to the rest of the Alliance about the true nature of the threat they had predicted. This message was passed out to the various sects of the Honorable Alliance afterwards, most by physical messenger, as the Heavenly Lightning sect had just received. With the invasion of the enemy power geniuses, John will no doubt be forced to use his full power. Thunderson started to explain. His cultivation is lower than those who have entered, and he will not be able to manage without using his transformation. I'm sure he's able to keep himself safe, but if even one enemy youth escapes, his identity will be revealed. If that were to occur, he would not be able to survive a week, even with all of us protecting him. Lillian and the Grand Elder fell silent upon hearing Thunderson's grave words of warning. They were also concerned for the other youths of the sect, but had to prioritize John above all. His role was too important as the prophecy had revealed to them, and they had to ensure his safety and survival above all. The enemy would not send their geniuses into the realm without having a way to get them out, Lillian spoke up, which means what you said will most likely happen. I'm afraid so, Thunderson sighed as he rubbed his temples. His eyes shifted in thought before looking back onto Lillian. How did your inspection go? He asked curiously. Did you find the ancient formation John mentioned to you? I did, and it's exactly as he said, Lillian replied quickly. It's broken right now, but with a bit of fixing, I think I can get it operational again. But the formation is beyond incredible, and the amount of spirit crystals needed to activate it just once will be astronomical. And we don't even know what's on the other side. Why, you don't mean to? She asked as she realized where Thunderson was going with his line of questioning. I do mean to, he replied truthfully. I've scoured all the ancient documents retrieved from that city and have a guess what's on the other side. While I cannot confirm it's fully safe, it's safer than anywhere on the divine Martial continent. And if it comes to that, you'll be the one to guide him. I refuse, Lillian replied defiantly. The war is fast approaching, and my powers are too valuable to not be used in war. You know this yourself, she protested loudly. I do know that, Thunderson replied calmly, smiling at his adopted daughter in a loving manner. But you took John as your disciple, and it's now your responsibility to ensure his safety, no matter the cost. Whose fault is it that he's my disciple? Lillian clicked her tongue in frustration. It had been Thunderson who had assigned her as John's master, something she had protested against initially. Good, then it's settled, Thunderson said, after hearing no more protest from Lillian. The Grand Elder and I will head towards the Honorable Alliance, while you will venture back towards the ancient city and restore the formation. If you need any help restoring it, ask Grandmaster Salona for aid. Spare no expense at all. Our treasure vaults are available for you to use, no matter the cost. Lillian sighed deeply before nodding her head, no longer protesting her father's plans. Good, Thunderson said as he stood up from his lightning throne. Let's just hope our preparations are not needed in the end. Although with the rumors I've heard recently, I believe the time of the prophecy is fast approaching. We must be prepared. Chapter 677, Cinderflame Drakeroar. A massive beast roared before John as the earth rumbled violently. The beast was similar in size to the rot-breath drake he had previously killed, but was far more powerful. The cultivation of this Cinderflame drake was in the Middle Dao transformation realm, and was towards the top of the realm almost ready to break through. The opponent was not something John could take lightly, and would require his full strength to fight against, and even then his victory would be Pyrrhic at best. However, he stood before this colossal and monstrously powerful beast with his aura withdrawn, as if he were a normal mortal. His cold gaze locked onto the drake before him, who stared back after his initial roar, slightly confused. Something far weaker than it should be running in fear, but John stood there as if the drake was of no concern to him. Normally, John would relish an opportunity to fight such a strong opponent, but right now he had no time for such things. I know you can understand me, John said to the drake. As beasts progressed in cultivation, so did their intelligence. While the drake could not speak back to him or fully understand him fluently, it could more or less understand what John was saying. The drake stared back at John in silence, its eyes shifting as it tried to figure out what was going on. This was beyond anything it had ever encountered before, and it didn't know how to react. It wanted to kill the human before it, but for some reason held back at the moment, as if its instincts warned it against such an action. This isn't a trap, John said out loud, reading through the creature's thoughts. I have no need for a trap to kill you if I wanted. Roar. The drake roared out once again, angered by John's dismissive words. John ignored the powerful roar as he gazed at the drake before him, which hulked over him and made him look like no more than an ant before it. I'm in a bit of a rush, so while normally I would just kill you, I'll give you an opportunity to keep your life, he said, his words causing the drake to roar angrily once again. Not wanting to hear his insults any further, the drake's right claw swiped down towards John, intending to crush him like a bug. Boom. The ground exploded as the drake's claw slammed down onto John with incredible power. The drake's eyes shifted towards Leia and Kyrie in the distance, but quickly shifted back towards its claw as it felt it moving against its well. Motherfucker, I said I don't have time for this. An angered cry from beneath its claw erupted outward. And the drake suddenly felt its claw gripped by a powerful force, while a powerful aura exploded out as well. Before it could react, its entire body was lifted off the ground, upended before being slammed onto its back. Bang! The ground shattered from the impact, while the drake roared out in pained anger as it quickly realigned itself and stared down at John, who had slammed the drake onto its back. While the attack had done virtually no damage, it was John's way of showing the drake a bit of his strength. The drake's body was massive, and the strength required to do such a thing was beyond monstrous. The drake opened its mouth as a glowing flame built up within. It clearly intended to unleash an attack on John once again, but it stopped suddenly, as if unsure of what to do next. It stared at John with heightened caution, while its instincts flared widely. Two blood-red eyes stared back at the drake, while the power erupting from John finally reached a level enough to give the drake pause. However, John's power was not yet at a level that made the drake feel lethal danger, and so flames once again built up within its mouth. The flames within the drake's mouth slowly faded away as it stared at John, whose cold, murderous gaze stared back. As a Tao transformation beast, the drake had incredible instincts, far greater than humans had. With these heightened instincts, it could tell that the puny human opponent before it could threaten its life. It didn't know how such a thing was possible, but it could tell that if it unleashed an attack, its life would most likely end soon after. While it was confident in taking the human down with it, it did not desire to throw its life away for no reason. Good, I see you've seen reason, John said coldly to the drake. Now my offer is this. Let us ride on your back, and you will guide us through this realm as far as you can take us. Roar. The drake roared in anger once again, incensed at the suggestion of being ridden. As a proud Tao transformation drake, a beast with a tinge of dragon blood in its lineage, such a thing was beneath it. It would rather die than be ridden by someone unworthy. The drake's eyes widened slightly as it shifted towards an object that had appeared in John's hands. It felt a familiar aura with the object, as if it were an ancient calling. This is a true dragon's reverse scale, John said to the drake. I'm sure you recognize the aura, being part dragon yourself. The drake stared at the reverse scale and could clearly tell what it was. It could also tell that the scale had been fully subdued by John, something that shocked it to its core. Such a feat was virtually impossible, and only the most heavenly of geniuses were capable of doing such a thing. It could tell what John was saying by bringing out the scale. It was as if he were saying, if I can subdue a true dragon's reverse scale, then I can subdue you. Boom. 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 Powerful footsteps slammed onto the earth in quick succession, trembling the land, while a massive creature crashed through a foggy forest of decay and death. The other creatures in the nearby area quickly moved away, not willing to fight against a creature as powerful as a cinderflame drake. Atop the cinderflame drake's head stood John, Leia, and Kyrie, who watched from atop the creature as it made its way rapidly through the Tao transformation trial. You know, I thought your plan was beyond crazy and wouldn't work, but it seems I was the one who was wrong, Leia said to John, who had successfully bargained with the drake. He had agreed to not kill the drake if it took him through the Tao transformation realm. If he had to travel normally, each creature he ran into would attempt to fight him, seeing him as an easy meal. This would greatly slow his progress down, which was something he could not afford at the moment. The drake was one of the more powerful creatures in the trial, and its mere presence caused many of the other beasts to flee, allowing for a swift journey forward. "Let's just hope that we make it through in time," John replied, his cold, murderous expression permanently etched on his face. Chapter 678, Misstream Demise. Bang. 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 Numerous explosions blasted out in quick succession as a battle between dozens of youths raged on. On one side of the battle was the Forbidden Alliance, who had 4 youths, while the other side, Honorable Alliance, who had 9 and were all females. Normally, such numbers would heavily favor the Forbidden Alliance, as their individual combat prowess was far beyond the Honorable Alliance's. However, within the group of 9 Honorable Alliance youths was Elise Wisp, of the Miststream sect. If John saw Elise, he would recognize her as the girl who had appeared in the Yuan Continent Heavenly Lightning Palace when they had inquired about the truth of the Bloodfiend sect. Elise was the strongest disciple of the Miststream sect, an all-female sect, and had earned a ranking of number 6 on the Jade Dragon list before it was erased. Her cultivation was in the peak heaven tribulation realm, and her incredible strength was able to dominate this battlefield, as the Forbidden Alliance youths were not the best of the best they had sent. On her own, Elise was able to fight against 2 of the Forbidden Alliance youths, while the other 8 Honorable Alliance youths fought against the remaining 2 Forbidden Alliance youths. A thick mist surrounded Elise's body, shrouding his figure and obscuring anyone from seeing her clearly. Numerous copies of her appeared within the mist, nearing 20 in total. To the naked eye, each copy was as real as the next, making it impossible to pick out which was the real body. The Forbidden Alliance youths sent out their divine senses to get a clear view of her, but her profound mist obscured their divine senses as well, making them unable to discern the truth. Elise flashed between the 2 youths while unleashing a barrage of water-based battle arts, each containing an illusory nature to it, making it incredibly hard to dodge. At the same time, each attack was beyond sharp, capable of severing her opponents in half if they were not careful. She used a sharp and thin sword which was transparent, as if made out of glass. The aura of the sword was incredible, and was an early Dao transformation grade weapon, clearly something she had obtained from within the Jade Dragon realm. Bang! 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 The battle continued to rage on for quite some time, before it finally fell silent. 7 corpses laid strewn about on the ground, blood soaking the earth beneath them. Elise breathed heavily as she stared at the 4 dead Forbidden Alliance youths, before her apologetic gaze shifted towards the 3 dead youths belonging to her sect. "I'm sorry," she sighed with grief. "I couldn't protect you." "Don't blame yourself, Elise," one of the other girls said as they placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Without you, we would all be dead. You cannot blame yourself for this." Elise shifted her gaze to the remaining 5 girls, who were all bloodied and wounded, but alive. A sad smile appeared on her face as she nodded her head at the 5 of them. She had to remain strong for them, as without her, the rest of her fellow sect members would all soon after. "Why shouldn't she blame herself?" A feminine voice sounded out behind the group, causing all of them to turn in fright towards the source of the sound. None of them had noticed the new arrival's presence, not even Elise herself. "Your friends died because she was not strong enough to protect them, and neither were any of you," the new arrival continued. "If you're all not to blame for your weakness, then who is?" "Who are you?" Elise asked with narrowed eyes as she raised her guard to the maximum, but she most likely already knew the truth. There was only one girl with blood-red hair that could have this much power. She could tell that the new arrival was beyond terrifying, far stronger than the youth she had just fought. The new arrival ignored her question and looked at the corpses on the ground and clicked her tongue in displeasure. "Just so much wasted blood again," Amber Bloodrose grumbled before her gaze shifted back towards Elise and the others, while a villainous smile appeared on her face. "But there's plenty of blood still left in you 6, she said as she licked her lips. Boom. Elise's aura exploded outwards, while a thick mist surrounded her body. Her figure quickly multiplied, and soon there were 20 other figures within the mist that looked just like her. The other girls of the Miststream sect quickly exploded with power as well, prepared for another battle to the death. "Amusing power you have here," Amber said mockingly, as if she were talking to a group of children. A blood-red sword appeared in her hands, and her body suddenly flashed forward, so fast that none of the other youths could keep up with her speed, not even Elise. She. Blood spurted out from Elise's chest as a sword pierced through her back. Her eyes widened with horrified shock as she turned her head to the side, taking in Amber's sinister smile as she stood behind Elise. "But sadly, this little trick of yours is useless against me," Amber said as she withdrew the sword. "Elise," the other girls cried out before unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Amber. She. A red sword slashed out in quick succession, each stroke severing a head or piercing a heart. In less than a second, all the Miststream sect youths were slaughtered, not able to fight back for an instant. Amber's eyes lit up in delight as her hand waved out, and the blood within the bodies of the victims swirled up into the air before her. The blood quickly formed into a sphere 2 feet wide, which then flooded down towards Amber's chest and disappeared within. Amber shuddered as she closed her eyes, as if she were feeling pure ecstasy at the moment. The blood quickly vanished into her, and a soft moan of pleasure escaped her lips, as if she had just experienced the greatest pleasure in the world. Her eyes opened once again, and after standing there in silence for a short moment, the sound of a distant explosion caught her attention once more. A sinister smile appeared on her face as her calm footsteps moved towards the source of the explosion. Chapter 679, Dragonfist Sect Boom. 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 Deafening sonic booms blasted out over and over as two opponents exchanged a barrage of physical attacks. One of the fighters was a human youth, who was clearly a body cultivator, while the other fighter was a barbarian genius. Each of their punches contained the same power as an essence cultivator battle art, and the collisions between their fists and feet shook and fractured the land beneath their feet. Boom. 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 Nearby, 2 other battles were taking place, also between a human body cultivator and a barbarian genius. The fights were equally ferocious as all 6 fighters fought with the intent of claiming their opponent's life. All 3 human youths wore bright green sets of scaled armor, which made them look quite impressive. They were from the Dragonfist sect, a body cultivation sect of the Honorable Alliance, which was also the strongest body cultivator sect within the Alliance. They all had bodies bulging with powerful muscles, and each had a set of long black hair which flowed wildly behind their heads, making them look a bit savage. The 2 distant youths had late Heaven Tribulation cultivations, while the strongest youth had a peak Heaven Tribulation cultivation, equal to his opponent. 1,000 Dragonfist Destruction! The strongest youth yelled out in rage as he punched out towards his barbarian opponent. His aura flared out with absolute power as he clearly utilized his ultimate battle art. His fists became a blur as an endless barrage of successive punches blasted out upon his opponent, who crossed his arms before his body to defend against the blow. Each fist seemed to take the form of a dragon's head as it slammed onto the barbarian, not giving him a second to collect himself and counterattack. The barbarian collapsed to his knees under the awe-inspiring barrage of fist attacks, and his body was quickly burrowed deep into the earth as the Dragonfist sect youth did not relent at all. The ground continued to fracture, creating deep chasms that stretched for hundreds of yards in each direction. The 2 fighters disappeared from sight, leaving the 4 others to continue their battle. The 4 other fighters fought with equal intensity, although the human youths were having a much worse time. They were both losing their battles, and quite brutally, with both doing their absolute best just to keep their lives intact. Each punch from their barbarian opponent was like a mountain falling onto them, almost too much to bear even for their tremendously powerful bodies. Explosive blasts continued to sound out from deep within the earth, before eventually stopping a while later. A figure suddenly shot out from within the earth and landed heavily on the ground. In his hand was the severed head of his barbarian opponent, a head that was as large as half his body. The two distant barbarian youths looked on with cold shock at the sight of their dead friend, and erupted with furious rage as they increased the might of their attacks. The strongest human youth scoffed as he dashed towards his nearest ally to help them win their fight. Boom! The ground before the youth exploded, causing him to come to a sudden stop as he stared forward with his guard raised while the dust settled and faded away. Another barbarian youth had appeared before him, who looked at the human youth with a look of intrigue as well as disappointment. "What's your name?" the barbarian genius asked respectfully. "Goran," the human youth replied with narrowed eyes. "Goran, I've heard of you," the barbarian replied, his voice deep and rumbling. "You're rumored to be the strongest body cultivator within the Honorable Alliance." "And how do you know that?" Goran replied coldly. "Because I killed one of your sect members earlier, and he threatened me with death by your hand as he died," the barbarian genius replied. "He said something about you being number 7 on some list. Clearly that position of yours was well earned." "Die!" Goran erupted with fury as he heard the barbarian genius speak of killing his fellow sect members. He appeared before his opponent and unleashed a fist attack with all his might. Bang! Goran's fist slammed against the outstretched hand of the barbarian genius, the collision creating a defeating sonic boom that fractured the already ravaged land. Goran's eyes widened as he noticed his opponent had not been injured at all, and had not even been knocked back a single inch. "Impossible," Goran muttered with shock. While the attack had not been his ultimate attack, it was still backed by his full physical strength. "You're quite strong," the barbarian genius praised before shaking his head in disappointment. "But you dishonor yourself and the path of a body cultivator. You intended to interfere with a death battle of the other warriors. You are not worthy to tread this path." "And who are you to decide such a thing?" Goran erupted with further fury, once again appearing before his opponent. 1,000 Dragon Fist Decimation. His fists blasted out without reserve, each fist taking the form of a dragon's head and exploding with absolute power onto the barbarian youth. Just as before, the overwhelming battle art blasted the barbarian opponent deep into the earth as both fighters disappeared from sight. The ground continued to tremble from deep within, and eventually returned to calm silence just as before as well. A lone figure soon emerged from the ground, carrying a severed head just as had happened before. His body was riddled with several deep wounds, indicating the furious intensity of the battle that had occurred deep within, but the figure still had vibrant vigor, as if the wounds did not affect him at all. The two other barbarians quickly made their way over to the figure, as both had successfully defeated and slain their opponents. They stared at the severed head for a moment, before looking at the lone figure. "Zielo's Stonefist," both of them greeted Zielo's, who stood there with Goran's severed head in his hand. "You both fought well," Zielo's praised them, before a disappointed expression appeared on his face as he stared at Goran's severed head. "Sadly, this is the best challenge the Honorable Alliance can offer us. He put up a good fight, but was not able to push me to the edge of defeat that I desire." Disappointed looks also appeared on the faces of the two other barbarians, who looked at Zielo's for what to do next. As the strongest genius of their barbarian race, his words reigned supreme. "Let's go," Zielo's deep voice boomed out once again as he started to walk deeper into the temple realm. "Perhaps there are others within this realm that can give us a good fight." 680 Supreme Moron Secte Black Blur sped within a hectic battlefield in the temple realm, spilling blood wherever it went. The battlefield consisted of dozens of Honorable Alliance youths, who were doing their best to team up against the black blur that was almost too fast for them to see. However, the dozen mutilated corpses on the ground next to them revealed the success they were having in dealing with the blur. A blur who laughed maniacally as it savagely ripped apart the youths once by one. "Gah!" An agonized cry of pain sounded out and was quickly silenced shortly after. The Honorable Alliance youths all turned towards the cry of pain and saw another mutilated corpse on the ground beneath the feet of a black-skinned monster race youth. The corpse belonged to a girl who wore a green dress and had been a healer for the group. One of her arms had been ripped off, and a large chunk of flesh had been bitten out of her neck. Blood soaked the ground beneath her dead body and also flowed down the smiling maw of Vargal Plagoth, who was reveling in the feast he was currently having. "So fresh, so delicious," he said out loud, his voice beyond chilling. A look of ecstasy lingered on his face for a moment before he flashed to the side, dodging a battle art that had arrived at his location. Boom. The ground exploded, while the one who had unleashed the battle art turned around with utmost haste, his eyes wide as he noticed the lethal danger behind him. However, it was too late, as Vargal's speed was far too fast for him to react to. Vargal's hand swiped sideways, his razor-sharp claws severing the head of the youth without resistance. "Crowley!" An agonized cry boomed out from one of the other Honorable Alliance youths, who unleashed an attack towards Vargal, as did several others within the group. "Die, you fucking monster!" The youth cried out as he watched the battle art explode on Vargal's location, but his eyes widened as Vargal appeared directly before him in an instant, his yellow eyes staring directly into his own, as if peering into his soul. Vargal's mouth widened into a sinister smile, revealing his blood-soaked teeth, a sight that sent a wave of horrified fear down the youth's spine. He knew he was as good as dead as Vargal's hand reached him before he could react. Peng. A metallic sound rang out and sparks flew, not at all the sound of severing flesh the horrified youth had been expecting. A sword had appeared right next to his neck, which had blocked Vargal's claw attack at the very last moment and had knocked Vargal back as well. The youth looked to the side and saw that another human youth had appeared next to him, holding the sword that had saved his life. The youth had short brown hair, piercing gray eyes, and a handsome face that carried confidence that only peak geniuses had. "Luth, it's Luth Chaster," one of the Honorable Alliance youths exclaimed, feeling a wave of pure elation wash through them. The strongest youth of the Honorable Alliance had arrived to help them. "Leave," Luth said without looking at the youths behind him. "The battle to come is not something any of you can help with." The youths opened their mouths to protest, as they wanted to avenge their fallen friends, but closed them quickly after. Luth was right, and they knew it. They were not strong enough to help him, and would only slow him down as he would have to protect them. The youths all nodded their heads and quickly left, retreating to a safe distance to watch the fight. "So you're Luth," Vargal said, as he eyed him up and down. Luth Chaster was the undisputed strongest youth of the Honorable Alliance, and was on a very short list of youths that even the geniuses of the enemy powers had to be wary of. "I am, and I'm assuming you're Vargal Plagoth," Luth replied, his eyes narrowed and expression cold. He had just arrived due to the sound of battle and had seen the carnage strewn about the ground, igniting his fury. "Heh, it seems like my name has spread far and wide throughout this realm, good," Vargal replied, his wicked smile indicating that he was not fearful of Luth at all. "And that name will cease to exist after today," Luth replied coldly as his body flashed forward and his sword cleaved out towards Vargal. He was in no mood for discussion with such a loathsome creature and only wished to slay it immediately. Vargal's smile widened as Luth arrived before him, and a black sword with a glowing purple strip on the interior appeared in his hand. He slashed his sword out to meet Luth's sword, as a battle between two of the strongest youths in the entire realm broke out. At the outside entrance of the ancient temple, a group consisting of around a dozen youths arrived at the top of the stairs leading to the temple. They heard heated discussions and loud hangs up ahead, as if there was a fight between enemies going on. "I told you, the strongest one was mine," a rage-filled voice boomed out. "Ha ha ha, be faster next time then," a mocking voice followed afterwards. "How about I kick your ass right now, and we'll see if you can still act so tough before me," the first voice boomed out again. "Ha ha ha, bring it on," the other voice replied. The group finally reached the top, and 3 figures came into view, who turned around to look at the new arrivals. Below the 3 figures were the corpses of 3 monster race youths, with fresh blood flowing out of their gruesome wounds, clearly indicating they had just recently died. The aura of the 3 figures exploded with power as they stared at the new arrivals, ready to do battle at a moment's notice. "Who are you? Are you with the enemy powers? If so, prepare to get beaten to death," one of the boisterous youths exclaimed. "Are you stupid? They're clearly not enemies," one of the other youths chastised, as if the first who had spoken was stupid. "How the hell do you know that?" the first youth protested. "Because they're too beautiful to be enemies, you idiot," the second youth replied, mocking the first once again. "Well, all but the short one up front." "Who are you calling an idiot?" the first exclaimed with anger. "I'm calling you an idiot, you idiot," the second youth mocked once again. Standing a short distance away, Miko and the fairies looked on with stunned expressions as the 3 youths continued to argue amongst one another, their arguments getting heated to the point that a fight was clearly about to break out amongst themselves. "I knew the Supreme Battle Sect was filled with nothing but brawn-brained idiots, but this is even beyond my expectations," Miko's voice drifted out. "It seems as though the brain-dead reputation of the 3 battle gods is well-deserved. Your sect should be called the Supreme Moron Sect instead." "What did you say?" all 3 exclaimed at the same time, their anger shifted towards Miko. "Brat, do you want to get a beating?" one of the battle gods asked angrily. "What's the point in asking him? Let's kick his ass and see if he's still so smug afterwards," one of the other battle gods exclaimed. "Sure, we can fight if that's what you want," Miko nodded his head in agreement, before turning to look at one of the fairies next to him. "Can you please start digging 3 ditches? Oh, and we'll need 3 gravestones as well, to honor these 3 soon-to-be-dead morons." 681 Bob, that's it. I'm going to kick your ass." One of the 3 battle gods erupted in anger and dashed towards Miko, who stood there calmly while raising his finger towards the youth. "That's enough." An angered cry of protest erupted out as a figure appeared between Miko and the youths. The rushing battle god quickly slid to a stop as Ishia had appeared between him and Miko. Ishia was the second most talented and also beautiful fairy from the Sanguine Soul Palace, and so her beauty alone was enough to stop the angered youth. Miko calmly gazed at Ishia for a moment before shrugging his shoulders casually. "I was just joking," he replied as she glared at him. "I wasn't actually going to kill them. I was just going to toy with them for a bit." "This is not the time or place to be joking around," she chastised him before turning towards the 3 battle gods. "Toy with us? You look as if a light breeze would shatter your bones," one of the battle gods replied with a heated voice. Before Miko could reply, Ishia spoke up once more. "We entered this realm to help the Honorable Alliance, the same as you," she started to explain before a strange expression appeared on her face. "You were there as well when we all entered together. How do you not remember that?" she asked. "Wait, we're here to help the Honorable Alliance," one of the 3 battle gods asked, confused at her words. "Ooh, yes," Ishia replied, equally confused. "That was explained to all of us. That there was an unknown danger within, and that we were being sent in as reinforcements. Were you not given the reason for entering this realm?" "No," the same youth replied while shaking his head. "We were just told by our sect that if we entered this realm, we would have opportunities to fight strong opponents. That's why we entered, and look, there are strong opponents. Clearly our sect was right." Strange expressions appeared on the fairies' faces, almost as if they were unable to believe how simple-minded these 3 youths were. "One of the Honorable Alliance elders explained what was going on at the entrance of the realm, and you were there as well. Do you not remember that?" Ishia asked. "The Honorable Alliance elder. Oh, you mean that old fart that wouldn't stop talking before we entered the realm?" The 3rd battle god chimed up for the first time. "I just ignored him. His speech was too boring to pay attention to, so I tuned him out and started eating a sandwich," he explained. "I did the same." "Me too." The 2 other battle gods nodded their heads in agreement, while smug smiles lingered on their burly faces, as if that was something to be prideful of. Like I said before, they are complete morons, Miko muttered, his words causing the 3 battle gods to glance at him coldly, almost as if about to erupt once more. Clearly they were easy to anger and quick to battle. Ishia quickly spoke up once again to get their attention away from Miko, before they could erupt with rage. Let's start with introductions then, as getting along will help all of us get through this realm safely. There are many strong opponents within this realm, and working together should help all of us survive, she said before gesturing to the other fairies. I'm Ishia, and these are my fellow sisters of the Seraphic Soul Palace. Sisters, you're all related, one of the battle gods exclaimed, his voice tinged with shock. Ooh, no, we're not related, but we call each other sisters regardless, Ishia explained. Oh, that makes sense, the youth replied. And this human with us is Miko, who is training with our Seraphic Soul Palace at the moment, she said, introducing Miko. Miko's mouth opened to say something, but Ishia quickly spoke up to interrupt. What are your names? We can't just call you the 3 battle gods, she asked, as they needed a way to differentiate between the 3 when speaking to them. Oh, my name is Bob, one of the battle gods replied. Odd looks appeared on the faces of fairies upon hearing the name, as it was quite a simple and unexpected name for someone called a battle god, while Miko placed his hand on his mouth to stifle his laughter, his shoulders trembling slightly from the contained laughter. And you too, Ishia asked the other 2 battle gods. Oh, my name is Bob as well, one of the youths replied with a proud head nod, as if the name was something to be impressed by. Me too, the last battle god replied, his words causing the strange expressions on the fairies' faces to become even more strange. PFFFD, ha 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 ha. Miko burst out laughing, unable to contain his laughter anymore. Bob, Bob, and Bob, who the hell named you 3? He asked, while tears of laughter started to form in his eyes. The sect leader of the Supreme Battle Sect, our father, one of them replied. Ishia and the others gazed at the 3 youths before them, which truly did look quite similar in appearance. They were the same height, same size, and had very similar faces. Clearly they were triplets, just not identical triplets. The Supreme Battle Sect leader, your father named you all Bob. What? Is he named Bob as well? Miko burst out laughing again. Yes, our father is named Bob. One of the Bobs confirmed, his voice and face once again prideful as if that was something to be proud about. Ha 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 ha. Miko fell to the ground and started rolling while laughing, finally losing the last bit of self-restraint he had. Just ignore him, Ishia said to the 3, as she noticed them start to become agitated again. Miko eventually reined in his laughter and returned to his feet, his eyes red from the tears of laughter. Bob, Bob, and Bob. I suppose we should start calling you the 3 battle Bobs. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 682, Dragon Essence Bone. Ishia held her breath, as she was prepared for the worst after Miko's insult. She had tried to placate the 3 unpredictable Bobs, but knew if they truly erupted with anger, she would have to sit back and watch the battle unfold. The Bob closest to Miko stared at him with narrowed eyes, as if contemplating what to do. He started to walk over towards Miko and arrived before him shortly after. He hulked over Miko, who was a full 2 feet shorter than the massive Supreme Battle Sect youths. However, Miko stared back with indifference, as if the gargantuan youth before him was of no concern. Bob's hand stretched out before moving towards Miko, while the fairies all held their breaths. Ha 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 ha, the 3 battle Bobs, I like it, Bob exclaimed boisterously as he heavily patted Miko on the shoulder in a brotherly gesture. The 2 other Bobs also nodded their heads with satisfied expressions, clearly pleased with the nicknames as well. It seems you 3 have brains after all, Miko replied with a smug and proud smile on his face, while he puffed his chest out as well. Clearly, he was happy to be complimented for his nicknaming abilities. Nearby, the fairies stared at the 4 idiots before them with blank expressions, unable to keep up with the level of muscle-headed stupidity they were witnessing. Bob put his arm around Miko in a friendly manner, while the two started a boisterous discussion as they walked towards the temple entrance with the two other Bobs as well, as if the four had been lifelong friends all along. Miko gazed over his shoulder and gestured for the fairies to follow, and the two groups quickly disappeared from sight as they stepped into the temple realm towards the danger within. 30 minutes later, another trio arrived at the top of the step, their awestruck gazes inspecting the temple before them for a moment before becoming serious once more. "Come on, let's not stand out here in the open," Iris said to Adam and Chase, the latter who joined their group just a day ago after running into them. "You're right, we don't have any time to waste," Adam replied while nodding his head. "I won't rest until Cadden ceases to exist. Let's go." The trio quickly entered the temple realm as well, disappearing in the guarding mist within the front entrance. At the very far end of the temple realm, the ancient dragon corpse rested in eternal slumber. All that remained of the dragon was its bones, which were a brilliant shade of jade, but even so the dragon was beyond awe-inspiring. Getting to the end of the temple realm was quite an arduous task, requiring one to traverse dangerous lands and surpass perilous trials. Most of the youths that had entered the temple realm were still in the initial parts of the realm, and even the most talented of youths were still just barely halfway through. As one got closer to the ancient dragon corpse, it became harder and harder to move as its mighty aura pressed down on all. The dragon corpse rested atop a massive platform dozens of miles wide, a platform that had a massive staircase leading up to it. The staircase itself was several miles wide and made of golden material, making the platform look incredibly grand, as if it had been created for the sole purpose of being the dragon's eternal resting area. At the base of the stairs stood a lone figure, a human youth with short black hair. His narrowed eyes stared up at the massive dragon corpse before him, a corpse which made him look even smaller than an ant. His eyes ran up and down as he inspected the corpse, and eventually lingered on a bone that rested at the convergence point of the dragon's neck bones and ribs. When compared to the rest of the massive dragon, the bone was almost imperceptible. It was only 2 feet wide and 1 foot long, making it appear like a speck of dust on the dragon's corpse. However, the bone was the deepest shade of jade, and emanated the strongest aura of all. "The dragon essence bone," Asuros muttered as he spotted what he had come for. He had been tasked by his master to obtain this bone at all costs, and this bone was the sole reason why the Asura creature had spent such an exorbitant number of resources to transport the other youths into the realm. With the chaos they sowed within the realm, obtaining this bone would become easier for his disciple. He desired this bone above all else, and spared no cost to obtain it. After inspecting the corpse for some time, Asuros stepped onto the first step leading up to the dragon's corpse. The moment his foot touched the first step, he felt an invasive energy wash through his body. His movements paused for a moment while he inspected the energy within him, before a look of realization appeared on his face. "So that's what this is all about," Asuros mused as he felt the energy focus on his muscles, bones, and specifically blood. "It's like the talent testing steps, only these stairs test the power and purity of one's bloodline, and since this belonged to the ancient Jade Dragon Empire, I'm sure it tested the quality and purity of one's dragon blood." A smug expression appeared on Asuros's face as he came to this realization. "HMPH, I may not have any dragon blood in my veins, but what flows within is something even greater," he scoffed as he stepped forward once more, while the restrictive energy increased in power and profundity once more. Asuros quickly made his way up the stairs, his initial progress incredibly swift but slowing as he progressed. Halfway up the stairs, his movement came to a halt as his face was red with strain. He continued to push forward, but was unable to do so. Asuros clicked his tongue in frustration as he moved backwards and returned to the base of the steps. "While my blood is of a higher quality than even that of dragons, this test specifically tests for dragon blood talent. Those without dragon blood will find the test much harder to progress through, it seems," Asuros mused as he thought over the issue. "Fine, if I cannot ascend normally, then I'll just smash through it with overwhelming might." Asuros scoffed as he sat down in a meditated position at the base of the steps. A massive sphere of human blood essence appeared in the air before him and hovered in place, held up by his chi. A smirk appeared on his face as he gazed at the sphere of blood, while it started to stream towards his lower stomach and disappear within his body. I'll ascend to the Tao transformation realm, obtain the dragon essence bone, and then slaughter all within, both friend and foe alike, absorbing each drop of blood along the way. Asuros mused to himself with a smug, expectant smile on his face. This realm is turning out to be far better than I could ever have hoped for. Chapter 683 Blood, Bone, and Rebirth Rumble. Asuro's meditation was instantly interrupted as the realm began to tremble violently. He stood up from his seated position and gazed up at the dragon corpse before him, as the source of the rumbling came from the dragon itself. The aura from the dragon corpse had suddenly erupted with a different power, as if it were still alive. However, it was clearly dead, and so Asuros mused it to be the work of some hidden formation close to the dragon. Regardless of the true reason, the aura seemed to awaken something within the temple realm, which continued to violently tremble. As the land trembled, 3 objects suddenly appeared on the stairs leading up to the dragon's corpse, ascending from the ground below. The objects continued to grow in size as they climbed higher, until they eventually appeared in full. Asuro's eyebrows raised slightly as he gazed at the 3 structures before him. Pagodas, he mused with interest, as the objects that had emerged from beneath the stairs were 3 pagodas. 2 of the pagodas had appeared halfway up the staircase, coincidentally at the same step Asuros stopped at. They appeared on either side of the massive mile-wide staircase and pierced hundreds of yards into the sky. Each pagoda was pure gold in color, with 9 jade eaves appearing on the outside. There were ancient dragon statues and carvings all over the exterior of the pagodas, making them look both imposing and regal at the same time. An entrance appeared at the base of the pagodas, an archway about a dozen yards tall. The archways were guarded by 2 jade dragon statues, each appearing incredibly lifelike. Above each archway were a series of words carved into the building itself. The words emanated an ancient and regal aura as well, as if still containing the Taos of the master calligrapher that had carved them. Blood of the Jade Dragon, and Bone of the Jade Dragon. Asuros mumbled out loud as he read the carved words above the 2 pagoda archways. His gaze then shifted to the very top of the steps, where a 3rd pagoda had appeared, just before the ancient dragon corpse. The pagoda was similar in design to the other 2, only larger and much more regal. The front entrance, an archway also a dozen yards tall, glowed with a bright golden light, as if welcoming all to enter. Asuros gazed at the pagoda and read the words carved above its entrance. Rebirth of the Jade Dragon? How interesting, he mused with interest as a smile appeared on his face. Whatever had just occurred was no doubt a grandiose thing, and most likely contained treasures beyond imagining within. His gaze lingered on the 3 pagodas for some time before he ignored them and sat down in his original position, resuming his cultivation session with the hopes of breaking through to the Tao transformation realm. Bang! 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 Hundreds of swords swirled through the air, each appearing as if they contained stars and constellations within. The swords dashed all about, chasing a black blur that fought back against them. A thick kingly aura surrounded the black blur, slowing down the swords and eventually dissipating them into thin air. Die! Luth yelled as he appeared before Vargal, his Tao transformation sword in hand which glowed brightly as if it were a star itself. With the help of his astral sword domain, he had fought against Vargal with lethal ferocity. However, Vargal's own domain, one that almost seemed to make him the king of the domain he stood within, fought back against the sword domain, locking the 2 in a fierce and direct battle. Bang! The 2 collided once again, their exchange destroying the already ravaged land all around them. The verdurous land had turned into a fiery hellscape, with only the 2 of them battling within. I never expected the honorable alliance to actually have fangs, Vargal replied after steadying himself, his yellow pupils staring at Luth. He had not expected Luth to be as strong as he was, fighting someone as strong as himself to a perfect standstill. He had tried to kill Luth in this battle, but was not able to find an opening at all. Despite the faded glory of the Honorable Alliance, it appeared as though they were not a lost cause just yet. "This, Fang, will cut you down today, before doing the same to the rest of your friends," Luth replied coldly as he prepared to unleash another monstrous attack. A welcoming smile appeared on Vargol's face as he bared his sharp fangs, but his gaze suddenly shifted to the side as if noticing something. His eyes narrowed slightly before his gaze shifted back towards Luth. "It appears we'll have to resume this battle at a later time, as an annoyance is about to interrupt our battle," Vargol said as he suddenly sped into the distance, his speed beyond even Luth's. Luth wanted to give chase, but realized he was not able to catch his speedy opponent. His cold gaze shifted towards the direction that Vargol had stared, and a figure quickly appeared. "Where did he go?" the newcomer asked Luth, his gaze filled with murderous frost. "What business do you have with Vargol, Igris?" Luth asked Igris, the genius beast race youth that had accepted the Honorable Alliance's invite to join at the start of the realm opening. The invitation was the Honorable Alliance's attempt to court favor with the beast race. Igris had quickly revealed his overwhelming power within, and had early on obtained the #1 Jade Dragon list spot. "Does that matter to you?" Igris asked Luth. "Not at all," Luth replied while he put away his sword. "Follow me. Perhaps we can catch up to him eventually and snuff out his life together." Igris nodded his head and prepared to follow Luth in their pursuit of Vargol. Rumble. The realm suddenly started to rumble violently, while the dragon aura exploded out with mesmerizing allure. The startling change occurred for some time before fading away, at which point Luth and Igris gazed at each other. "Vargol will no doubt move towards the source of that aura, as his greed will overwhelm any sense of self-preservation," Igris said to Luth. "Then that is where we will go as well." Rumble. The appearance of the 3 pagodas sent a powerful tremor all throughout the temple realm, which was felt by all within. At the same time, the aura emanating from the dragon corpse flooded the entire temple realm as well, attracting all eyes within towards it. No one knew exactly what was going on, but everyone could tell that something amazing had most likely just happened, and the location was the ancient dragon corpse. With the various treasures, trials, rewards, and life and death battles scattered about, most of the youths within had not been rushing towards the ancient dragon corpse in the distance. However, that had now changed, as almost all the youths within sped towards the source of the aura. For the enemy geniuses, it was another treasure to seek out, and reward to claim. For the Honorable Alliance, they moved towards it with the hope of obtaining something to turn the tides of the war. Regardless of the reason, the change within the temple realm had ignited the interest of all within, and steadily pushed them towards a final confrontation. Chapter 684, Final Obstacle. Boom. 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 Deafening footsteps echoed through a foggy swamp of rot and death as the Cinderflame Drake dashed forward without care, carving a quick path through the Tao transformation trial. On its back rested John and the others, who had come to appreciate the speed at which they were progressing. "We've saved at least a few weeks of traveling," Leia said as she watched the dark and foggy scenery pass them by. Distant roars of other beasts blasted out occasionally, but none had dared to confront the Cinderflame Drake. Within this realm, its power was almost unmatched. "Good, because we have no time to waste," John replied. He had calmed down a bit since his initial discovery of the enemy's invasion, but his raging flame of anger had turned into a hot cinder, smoldering in silence, waiting to burst into flames once more. A small frown appeared on Leia's face as she saw John's dark, brooding mood. She wanted to say that everything will be all right and that they'd arrive in time, but she knew she would only be lying if she said that. They had gathered some information of what was going on based on the updates to the Jade Dragon list, but news was sparse at best. The list made mention of a temple at the end of the final realm, which was to be the place of their last stand. The Cinderflame drake suddenly came to a sudden halt, stirring John and Leia from their deep thoughts. A frown appeared on John's face as he stood up and moved towards the drake's head. He wanted to ask why it had stopped, but the drake's gaze told him everything he needed to know, a gaze of caution and fear. John clicked his tongue as he realized what was going on. "What's happening?" Leia asked as she arrived next to John. "Why did the drake suddenly stop?" "There's something ahead that even this drake fears, and it won't move any closer," John replied. "Something even the drake fears," Leia repeated as she gazed into the dimly lit fog with heightened caution. "This is as far as our quick journey goes," John said to Leia as he hopped off the drake's head and to the ground below. Leia did the same and landed beside him while the drake turned around and sped off into the distance from where it had come. "Couldn't you have forced the drake to help us with whatever is in front of us?" Leia asked curiously. "No," John replied succinctly as he shook his head sideways. "The drake fears what's in front of us more than it does me. If I forced it to help, it would rather fight me than fight whatever lurks ahead." "Do you think it's another demon?" Leia asked softly. "I doubt it," John dismissed her idea. "If there were two demons in this realm, they would most likely work together to attempt to break out, or at least fully dominate this realm. But that doesn't change that whatever is in front is beyond dangerous, and is most likely not something either of us can handle." "What should we do then?" Leia asked, deferring to John's judgment. "What else can we do? We move forward," he replied without hesitation as he started to walk forward. Leia stared at his back for a brief second before following along closely, prepared to follow his lead. He had led them through the realm thus far, and she was sure he would be able to do something about what lurked ahead as well. Kirai suddenly appeared next to the two, while John instructed him to guard Leia should anything happen. "Aye," Kirai replied, before nuzzling his head against Leia for more head pats, who couldn't help but smile as she obliged his request. The three continued to slowly and cautiously make their way forward through the dark and damp land, their auras withdrawn as much as possible, and guards heightened. As they proceeded forward, an ominous silence descended upon the area, like it was a land of death. All three felt their instincts flare with warning as they ventured forward. An aura familiar to John slowly but surely increased in intensity, giving warning of the danger to come. Leia, too, felt the aura, even more strongly than John, as it was the complete opposite of her being, the aura of death. A bright green glow slowly became apparent through the thick fog, a sight that brought joy to John and Leia. "The portal to leave this trial," John said, his voice no more than a soft whisper. A sheer cliff face miles high guarded the way forward, and at the very base was the formation portal, its green light a warm and comforting contrast to the dark and damp land they had traversed over the last several weeks. "Stop!" Leia's voice sounded out in John's mind as she used mental sound transmissions to communicate. Both John and Kirai immediately stopped, sensing the urgent danger in Leia's warning. Their eyes peered forward through the roiling fog, and a silhouette floating high above in the distance directly above the portal just barely came into view. The silhouette, which was over 50 yards in size, was dark and shrouded in shadows, but its bulbous body and 8 long legs gave insight into what exactly it was. "A spider," John said through sound transmissions. The creature seemed to hover in the sky, but John was just barely able to make out a massive web on which the creature sat, a web nearly half a mile wide. Dozens of dried-up corpses of Tao transformation beasts clung to the web as well, not a drop of blood remaining within any of them. "Not just any spider, a death-shroud spider," Leia replied, her voice full of grave warning. "The most lethal of all Tao transformation spiders, and its cultivation is in the late Tao transformation realm. This creature is beyond our capability to handle." Chapter 685, Veil of Time, a death-shroud spider. John replied as he scoured his memories for knowledge of the beast. However, he did not contain any information of this beast, which was something that made him frown in displeasure. "I can't say I've heard of it before. It seems my knowledge of the cultivation world has fallen far behind, as I haven't had much time to read up on things since coming to the divine Martial Continent. Thankfully, Leia is here for now, but it appears as though I'll need to do some reading again once this is all over. I'm not surprised that you've never heard of it, Leia replied mentally through their sound transmission. This is a very rare spider, and even the entire divine Martial Continent most likely only contains a handful. It seems as though the ancient Jade Dragon Empire loved to collect rare and dangerous beasts to put in this trial. So what makes it so dangerous? John asked, but could already guess the reason. Its aura, Leia replied as she gazed towards the spider, its silhouette just barely visible through the dark fog. As its name implies, the spider naturally emanated the Tao of Death, shrouding it within, hence the name. Just getting close to it will require you to step into its shroud of death, which is strong enough to kill most equal cultivation opponents. Even if you can handle the aura of death, it's still shockingly powerful when it comes to its attacks, and it contains a lethal venom even more potent than its aura. It truly is a creature of pure lethality. John frowned as he heard all this, as their final opponent seemed to be more than they could realistically handle. His gaze lingered on the spider for a bit, and then the portal behind it. The massive half-mile wide web covered the way forward to the portal as well, causing him to frown once more. He could tell from a glance that the web was made from incredible materials, and was not something easy to break through. If they tried to make a mad dash for the portal, the webs would no doubt slow them down enough for the spider to catch them. His mind raced for ideas, as they needed to move forward past the spider no matter what. He couldn't go all out again this spider by using his Asura transformation and bloodline ability, as he needed to preserve his strength for what laid on the other side of the portal. Only one feasible idea came to mind, but it had a glaring problem. I have an idea, but it has one massive problem, John said to Leia. What's the idea? She asked. This spider is definitely beyond my ability to battle head-on, but I can tell its strength lies in its shroud of death, its speed, and its venom. Its body is most likely average durability when compared to other Tao transformation beasts, so if I was able to land a dragon-tail decimation on it, it should not only stun the spider for long enough for us to dash forward, but also break the webs as well. Leia thought over his idea and recalled when he had used that attack once before. Its power was beyond overwhelming and was potentially capable of doing what he just described. That could work, Leia replied after musing it over. The glaring problem is that the attack takes a full minute to charge, and my aura will be flaring with power as I do so. The spider will notice instantly, and neither you nor Kyrie is strong enough to stall it for a full minute. John explained the downside to the idea. A thoughtful expression appeared on Leia's face, before her crystal blue eyes shifted to gaze at John once more. I might be able to help with that issue, she replied, her words causing a glimmer of hope to the situation. How? John asked curiously. By using my Tao of Time powers. Your Tao of Time powers. How will that help? There's no way you can control the spider for that long, John rebuked. You're right, but I won't be freezing the spider in time instead. I'll wrap us up in a bubble of time, separating us from the rest of the world. You can do that? John asked. I think so, Leia replied with a thoughtful expression. I've never tried it before, but I don't see why it can't work. I'll create a layer of frozen time around us, so that your aura will become frozen once it reaches the layer of frozen time. Unless the spider spots us visually, it won't notice us at all while you charge your attack, she explained. When you're ready to unleash your attack, I'll lower the veil of time, and you can unleash your attack. To us, it will appear normal, but to the spider, it will appear as if you attacked instantly. That's incredible, John exclaimed as he realized the idea could work, before his face twisted slightly. Hey, why didn't you think of this earlier? We could have used this tandem ability to handle all the previous dangers. It's not as amazing as it sounds, Leia rebuked his idea. This idea only works if we're not spotted visually, and if we are, we would have no warning at all while we're attacked. If the spider were to notice us while we're in the bubble of time and attack us, it would appear instantaneous to us as well. It's very risky, and should only be used as a last resort. Also, my Tao of Time is quite exhausting to use and is a bit like your bloodline ability. I can't use it very often, and so I should only use it when necessary. I suppose that makes sense, John replied, slightly dejected by her explanation. If the ability had no downsides, they would basically become invincible in battle. However, the ability had two glaring flaws and could only be used in fringe situations, such as this one. Even in this situation, if they were to be noticed by the spider before unleashing the attack, it would appear before them instantaneously from their perspective, and they would die in an instant without a doubt. It was a risky gamble, but one they were required to make. Chapter 686 Aura of Death. Let's do it then, John said, after thinking it all over as the two started to discuss the details of the plan. Sometime later, Leia, Kiri, and John stood together, just out of the notice of the Death Shroud spider. Are you sure you'll be able to make it after us? Leia asked, her voice tinged with slight concern. I am, John replied confidently. Just focus on getting through the portal. Kiri will take you there safely. I'll be fine. Leia stared at John for a moment, her lips pursed slightly, but nodded her head in agreement after a brief hesitation. MHM, are you ready? She asked. I am, John replied firmly, prepared for the battle to come. Leia breathed in deeply and closed her eyes, while her right hand moved towards her chest. Her fingers touched her chest just below her collarbone, at which point an incredibly profound aura began to emanate from her. Her face scrunched up in strained concentration as she activated her innate Tao of Time rune as slowly as she could, freezing a thin layer of space around them in a bubble of time. She slowly expanded the bubble as calmly as she could, doing her best to avoid any slip-up that would alert the spider. John stood there in silence as he felt the profound aura of time all around them. As the bubble of frozen time appeared, the world seemed to freeze as well. The slightly swaying of leaves stopped, and the ambient sound of the dark forest ceased. It was as if the world around them had become frozen, a feeling that was quite stifling for John. To them, time was moving normally, and to the outside it was the same, but the two were separated by the bubble, as if existing in different realities. The spider could have noticed them at this moment and begun its attack, but neither of them would notice at all, making John feel as though he had gone blind in a way. He stretched out his hand towards the barrier of time and felt it unable to move forward once it came into contact with it. He could tell that if he wanted to shatter the barrier with his full power, he could do so, but the inability to move forward at all through the barrier was quite bizarre. The invisible bubble of time continued to expand for a short while, eventually forming a cocoon several dozen yards wide. Leia's face had started to become red with strain, and she muttered words through strained breath. You can start, she said. John nodded his head as a serious look appeared on his face, while Kiri appeared before Leia. The powerful aura that was about to explode from John would no doubt overwhelm her while she was focused on the time barrier if Kiri did not help her. Boom. John's aura suddenly exploded as he wasted no time at all to begin his channeling process. The bubble of time instantly flooded with a monstrous aura, while Kiri's own power flared to wrap up Leia with a proactive layer of chi. The monstrously powerful aura within the barrier continued to climb as John fed essence chi from his Danshin into the core of the battle art, which quickly began to condense with power. The dragon-tail decimation continued to greedily absorb whatever essence chi could throw at it, as if the battle art had no limits. John felt his meridians begin to strain from the building power, while his Danshin fought with full power to contain the mass of condensed energy. Within the time barrier, the monstrous aura grew ceaselessly, while Kiri's own power fought back to protect Leia. This process continued for a full minute, but to the three inside the barrier, it seemed as if it had taken a lifetime. Leia's face was flushed red, while her lips trembled as if she were about to collapse from fatigue. The barrier started to waver ever so slightly as she neared the end of her ability to separate them from the rest of the world, but she remained silent as she pushed herself to the limit. John's eyes finally snapped open, his gaze flickering with uncontained lightning as if his two eyes were cores of lightning. Lightning flickered over his skin, as if ready to burst with absolute power at any moment. "Now!" John exclaimed, his voice strained as his body and Danshan were pushed to the limit. The profound Tao emanating from Leia instantly vanished, and the strain from using the ability for so long finally overwhelmed her as she collapsed to her knees. However, Kirai grabbed her before she could fall down, wrapping her with his chi and placing her on his back. Kirai flashed forward towards the portal without hesitation, entrusting the rest of the process to John. "Shriet!" A horrifying screech boomed out from the spider as John's monstrous aura suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. Its numerous eyes locked onto him who stood in the distance, gazing at the spider with cold indifference. The spider's gaze quickly shifted onto Kirai and Leia, who were fast approaching its domain. A horrifying screech boomed out once more as it moved to capture them. Dragontail decimation. A lighting node of unimaginable power appeared directly above the Deathshroud spider, while the world suddenly seemed to become pure light for the briefest of moments. A lightning beam in the form of a dragon's tail slammed out from the lightning node, directly onto the spider's back. At the same time, John recovered from the strenuous attack as fast as possible and sped forward towards the distant portal as well. Boom! A horrifying explosion of lighting instantly destroyed everything in its path, swallowing the land for miles in each direction with its calamitous power. The massive spider web disintegrated from the explosion, unable to resist its overwhelming might, while the spider fought back against the monstrous attack that had appeared from nowhere. Chi! A beam of lightning pierced directly through the explosion and into the spider's shroud of death. A brilliant golden light erupted as Leia activated her Tao of Life to resist the death energy, shielding both herself and Kirai from its lethal touch. The golden beam of lightning pierced forward at incredible speed and darted past the Deathshroud spider before it could recover from the decimating attack. John watched with relief as Kirai and Leia disappeared into the portal, safely making their way past the Deathshroud spider. His relief vanished as another horrifying screech erupted from the spider, who began to move once more as it recovered from his attack. Its back was charred with a massive wound carved deep within, but the spider was not lethally injured by John's ultimate attack. "Even something like that was not able to kill you." John clicked his tongue in frustration as he sped forward at his fastest possible speed. Based on the spider's rate of recovery, he was confident in making it to the portal before it could react. His eyes suddenly widened as a horrifying aura of death erupted from the spider, far greater than it had displayed before. The spider seemed to realize it would not physically be able to stop John in time, and so had erupted with its strongest aura to kill him that way instead. John felt the aura of death wash over his body, rotting his flesh and sapping his body of any source of vitality. This ability was the reason the Cinderflame Drake had avoided the spider at all costs, as it was something that consumed all life without regard, and was not something it was able to resist. It was truly a terrifying ability, and would have killed John incredibly quickly were it not for a singular thing, his master's training. John's body, which had been bathed in Lillian's Tao of Death aura daily for months on end, had become resistant to the aura of death, enough to keep himself alive at the moment. Were it not for that training, he would have no doubt already been overwhelmed by the monstrous aura of death coming from the spider. However, even with his master's gruesome training, John still felt himself nearly overwhelmed by the aura. Chi! His body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing right past the Deathshroud spider, which had finally recovered from the Dragontail decimation. One of its legs slammed down towards John with overwhelming might, so powerful that it would crush him in an instant in his current state. Boom! The spider's leg slammed down onto the earth at John's location, shattering the already ruined land for miles in each direction. Another terrifying screech erupted from the spider, a screech which contained furious anger as it had watched John enter the portal just before its attack had landed. After 6 long weeks filled with danger and death, John and Leia had finally made it out of the Tao transformation trial. Chapter 687, Daughter of Jade Flash. Leia's vision flashed white as she entered the portal, quickly appearing on the other side. Her fatigued eyes took in the scenery before her, which was a massive golden room several hundred yards long and wide, with a roof even higher above. The golden room was empty save for hundreds of objects that floated in the air above her, each wrapped up in a semi-translucent bubble. Each item hovering above was grand and marvelous, but she ignored them as she turned to gaze at the portal she had just come from. Her worried eyes stared at the portal with great intensity, while her uncertainty rose by the second. Each second seemed to last a lifetime, as silence flooded the room. "Don't worry, he'll be fine," Kyrie consoled Leia, as he could tell she was worried for John's safety. Leia hummed in agreement as she smiled and patted Kyrie's head, but her worried gaze betrayed her true feelings. After what seemed like an eternity to her. Flash. Another flash of light flooded the room as John appeared within. Leia breathed out a heavy sigh of relief as her eyes lit up with happiness, but that happiness quickly faded away as she took in the state of his body. His skin had become desiccated and blackened in many places, like it was about to fall off from rot, while his vitality seemed sapped as well. "You're hurt," Leia exclaimed as she rushed towards John and instantly started healing him. "I'm fine," John replied. "These injuries appear worse than they actually are. I'll heal from them before long." Even without Leia's help, his unlocked limiter of healing would help him quickly recover from these aura of death-inflicted wounds. However, the situation would have been much worse if not for his master's training, something that John was sure to never reveal to her. If he admitted to her training saving his life, he was sure she would never let him hear the end of it. He could already imagine her smug smile staring at him as he told her what had happened, quickly followed by another hellish death aura training session. He was resolved to never give her that satisfaction of being right. Leia ignored John's words and continued to heal him, something he did not protest against. His gaze shifted about the massive empty room before him and took in the various items hovering high above. "This is exactly like the other true warrior trial," John mused internally as the two rooms were almost identical. The only difference was that this room was larger, and the items within more impressive based on their appearances and auras. Both John and Leia suddenly felt an almost ticklish sensation on their upper chest, something that they had felt quite a few times before. John pulled down the collar of his robe to inspect his jade marks, and couldn't help but widen his eyes as he saw his score, which had increased by 10,000 marks. "Wow, my jade mark count was just over 2,000, but I've catapulted up to 12,000 in an instant." John couldn't help but be surprised at the amount he received, but after thinking it over, he thought of it as almost too low. 10,000 jade marks, Leia couldn't help but exclaim, surprised as well. "I doubt anyone has ever gone through the Tao transformation trial while in the heaven tribulation realm," he said to Leia. "I feel as though this amount is too low." Actually, one person did achieve that feat in the past. Another voice sounded out within the empty room, catching both John and Leia off guard. "You," John replied as he recognized the sound of the voice, as it was the same voice as the previous temple spirit he had encountered after the true warrior trial. "We meet again," the temple spirit replied indifferently, as if unable to feel any emotions. "You've met before?" Leia asked curiously, her guard relaxed after realizing the source of the voice was a temple spirit. "Once before, after a trial I had completed earlier in this realm," John explained, before a small frown appeared on his face. "You said one had completed this trial in the heaven tribulation realm before? Who was it?" John asked the temple spirit, curious to hear the answer. "The daughter of the Jade Dragon Emperor," the temple spirit replied. "The Jade Dragon Emperor's daughter," John repeated. He had no idea the Jade Dragon Emperor had such a talented daughter, but then again, he knew almost nothing of the warrior from the ancient past. "Indeed," the temple spirit replied. "She was by far the most talented youth to arise within the Jade Dragon Empire after it was established by the Jade Dragon Emperor, and she managed to survive this realm while having a cultivation in the peak heaven tribulation realm. John's eyebrows raised once more as he heard this, as he had expected her cultivation to be at the half-step Tao transformation realm instead. Were it not for Leia, he would most likely have had to get his cultivation to the late heaven tribulation realm to pass the trial safely, something that gave an insight into how powerful the Jade Dragon Emperor's daughter had been. The Jade Dragon Empire surely was a land of tigers and dragons, John replied, impressed at just how far above the current world they were in all aspects of cultivation. Whatever happened to the Jade Dragon Emperor's daughter? John asked, as he had never heard of her before. Surely someone as talented as her carved a name for herself in the ancient past and should still be remembered. The temple spirit remained silent for a short while, before its voice sounded out once again. You have successfully passed the Tao transformation trial and have received your jade marks. As you did before, you may choose from the items above. You have 10,000 jade marks to spend. John frowned as he realized the temple spirit had changed the subject, but did not push the issue and instead gazed up at the item above. He gazed at the very top, and a familiar-looking object came into view. Another reverse scale of an ancient dragon. Chapter 688 Obtaining Treasures. Leia also gazed at the reverse dragon scale, her eyes slightly wide with wonder. Reverse dragon scales from true dragons were incredibly rare, and even she had never seen one before in her life despite her esteemed lineage. True dragons were almost non-existent on the divine marital continent after the ancient war, and any corpse and reverse scales would have been plundered long ago. John's divine sense stretched up to the reverse dragon scale and paused for a moment as he thought it over for a second. You know, you still haven't told me what these scales are for, John said out loud to the temple spirit, and while the first reverse dragon scale helped me out once, it's not very useful. Are you sure it's worth spending all these jade marks on? This realm was designed by the esteemed emperor himself, the temple spirit replied, his voice normally monotone voice filled with slight displeasure. Each of his actions are perfect and beyond your comprehension. Do not doubt his design again. John raised an eyebrow, as he could tell he had managed to piss off a temple spirit, which was a feat in and of itself. Fine, I'll play along, John sighed as he linked his divine sense to the translucent orb containing the ancient dragon reverse scale. 5,000 points, John exclaimed as the price came into his mind, shocked by the high number. This is almost 10 times the amount of the previous scale, he grumbled, but received no reply from the temple spirit. Fine, I don't have time to waste on petty conversation, he grumbled once more as he linked his divine sense to the scale to obtain it. The moment he did, the ancient and prideful aura from the scale erupted, filling the room with its splendor. John scoffed as he pulled the scale down towards him and grabbed it unceremoniously. Like I said, I don't have time for games, John muttered as his own power flared, fighting against the ancient scale. A battle between the two broke out for a brief moment before both auras faded away. The reverse scale no longer protested his grasp, while Leia sighed at John's monstrous display as if expecting nothing else. Things such as instantly subduing a true dragon's reverse scale was a tall task even for the most esteemed of geniuses, and yet John had accomplished it in a mere instant. She was considered one of the most talented geniuses on the continent, and yet she couldn't help but admit defeat in regards to talent when compared to John. You still have 5,000 points. What else are you going to get? Leia asked curiously as she stood beside him. John's gaze shifted back up to the items above and scanned them before locking onto a particular item. His eyes lit up slightly, and his divine sense instantly locked onto the item, which cost 5,000 jade marks as well. This costs as much as the reverse scale, John exclaimed as he paused his actions. This is the weapon the Jade Dragon Emperor himself used all the way up to the peak of the Tao transformation realm. If you ask me, the cost is too low. The temple spirit scoffed at John's ignorance. The Jade Dragon Emperor used this battle axe, John exclaimed, shocked to hear this piece of news. The battle axe had a golden shaft, 4 feet long with intricate yet subtle carvings of dragons on the shaft, light enough to not affect one's grip, but deep enough to carve an imposing look into the axe. The blade at the top was double-sided and 3 feet wide, with the center on either side containing a carving of a dragon's head, pure gold in color. Each blade on either side was jade green in color, which gradually faded into gold as it moved towards the center of the blade, making it look like a battle axe truly fit for an emperor. After hearing it was the Jade Dragon Emperor's battle axe he had used during his youth, John hesitated no more and locked onto the item. The translucent orb faded away, and a dragon's roar boomed out as the weapon shot down towards John, almost as if to attack him. "You dare?" John asked with a raised voice of displeasure as he realized the weapon was truly attacking him. Boom! The weapon slammed onto John's fist as he punched out towards the weapon, while the powerful collision shook the large room violently. John's eyes widened slightly as he noticed blood coursing down his closed fist, as the battle axe had carved into the top of his fist down to the bone. This battle axe alone was able to injure my powerful body without being held by a cultivator or empowered with a battle art. Incredible. John was shocked by the sharpness and quality of the weapon, as well as the ferocity of the artifact spirit within. A look of greed appeared on his face as he stretched out his other hand towards the shaft of the battle axe. "You're mine." His power flared, flooding through the battle axe, while a dragon's roar appeared within his mind, attempting to shatter it from within. A furious battle between the two raged on for a short moment, as the proud artifact spirit within the weapon refused to be subdued by anyone other than the Jade Dragon Emperor. The powerful clash of auras slowly faded away, and just like the battle with the reverse scale, the battle between John and the battle axe artifact spirit came to an end. The battle axe no longer resisted his grasp, a sign that it had been fully subdued. The core of this weapon's artifact spirit is the reverse scale of another ancient dragon. Over 100 have tried to subdue this weapon after it was placed here, but none have ever succeeded. The temple spirit's voice sounded out once more. "Congratulations. You are the first since the Jade Dragon Emperor himself to successfully wield this marvelous weapon." Chapter 689, Matching Looks. John carefully inspected the battle axe in his grasp, turning it over several times to inspect each inch of it. The weapon's weight was well over 30,000 pounds, and was almost too much for him to wield in his base state. It was definitely not a weapon meant for heaven tribulation cultivators, but thankfully, John's body was beyond freakish and able to manage its weight. "Only by using this weapon in my augmented battle forms will I be able to unleash its true power. This weapon could not be more perfect." "Congratulations," Leia said cheerily while smiling, her melodic voice snapping John out of his thoughts. He turned to her and couldn't help but smile as well. "Thanks," John replied, before his gaze shifted back up towards the items above. "You also have 10,000 jade marks to spend. What are you going to get?" he asked curiously. "I've already picked what I want," Leia replied, revealing that she had inspected the items during John's selection period and made up her mind already. Her divine sense flared upwards as it locked onto the first object she wanted, which was a beautiful light green dress. The dress was incredibly beautiful in color and design, and most importantly of all, was lined with dragon scales. Intricate formation runes were carved into the dress material and scales as well, making it look all the more mesmerizing. The dress floated down towards Leia, who happily grasped it with a cheerful smile on her face. She held it up before her while she closely inspected it, and nodded with happy satisfaction as her movements seemed to freeze before John's eyes. Her figure instantly changed as she once again started moving, while the dress appeared on her body, making John realize she had frozen time around her for a brief moment to change her dress. The formation runes on the dress lit up ever so slightly, making the dress even more beautiful and also formidable. John could tell that the formation was a defensive formation, and that the combination of the dragon scales and defensive formation would make for a formidable toughness. Even he would have trouble damaging the dress, a testament to its incredible quality. "How do I look?" Leia asked cheerfully as she spun around, her beauty further exemplified by the stunning dress. "Beautiful, of course," John replied without any shame, his words causing Leia to blush but also smile happily. "Good, then it was a good choice," she replied before gazing back up at the items overhead. Her divine sense flared out several more times as she chose a scroll containing an ancient healing art and a mysterious bead containing vibrant life energy. "You still have 2,000 points. What are you going to spend it on?" John asked curiously. Leia mused out loud, inspecting all the items above before locking onto a particular one. A small smile returned to her face as she sent her divine sense out to the item, which lowered towards her while a slightly confused look appeared on John's face. "What are you going to do with this?" John asked curiously, as the last item Leia purchased had been a set of armor. The armor was jade green and gold in color, and consisted of 2 arm bracers, both made of dragon scales, 2 shoulder spalders, also lined with green dragon scales and dragon fangs on the edges, making them look quite fearsome and heroic at the same time, and a lower half-robe, green in color and lined with dragon scales as well. The fact that the armor had no chest piece made John realize it was more for show than actual protection, but the arm bracers, shoulder spalders and dragon scale robe no doubt provided formidable protection to those areas. Leia inspected the loose set of armor for a moment before she turned to John and held it up towards him, her smile still lingering on her face. John's eyes widened as he realized why she had purchased the male set of armor. "Ooh, thanks, but I think I'll pass," John replied as he declined the armor. Not only was it not his preferred color scheme, but he also found it a bit gaudy, especially with the fact that he would be walking around bare-chested by wearing this. While he didn't care that much about such a thing, he still preferred his subtle yet effective war hall robes. Leia's smile widened as she moved the armor closer to his face, saying no words but her actions speaking loud and clear. John took a step backwards, but each step he took was matched by Leia, who held the armor up before him in silence, her smile never leaving her face as if John had no choice in the matter. Flash. A flash of light illuminated a vast, open field before quickly fading away. From the flash of light appeared John and Leia, who had just left the treasure room after spending all their jade marks. Leia's brilliant green dress flowed lightly in the gentle breeze, her face filled with satisfaction as she eyed John up and down. "We match perfectly now," Leia said with a happy smile on her face. John had no idea why such a thing was so important to Leia, but he no longer argued against it. The armor conformed perfectly to his body, and John couldn't help but admit that he looked quite heroic and fearsome at the moment, like a dragon-scaled war emperor. His bared chest and biceps added to the image, as his body bulged with perfectly sized muscles. For some reason, John felt this armor to be more befitting of him and his battle style, and was quickly becoming to like it. "It would be better if the colors were a bit darker, but I am starting to like it a bit," John replied to Leia, who smiled happily, but that smile quickly vanished as both her and John felt 2 powerful auras suddenly pressing down on them. Well, I was wondering what that flash of light was, but it ended up being 2 honorable Alliance weaklings." An arrogant voice sounded out as 2 figures landed before John and Leia, revealing themselves to be 2 Forbidden Alliance youths. Both youths were male and wore blood-red robes with various white skull designs on them. They had peak heaven tribulation cultivations and arrogant faces to match their arrogant voices. John's nonchalant attitude quickly vanished as the arrival of the 2 youths instantly reminded him of his purpose for rushing to this final trial area, to destroy all the enemy geniuses without mercy. Chapter 690 Swift Interrogation. "Now, what will we be doing with you two?" the Forbidden Alliance youth said, his voice cutting off as his gaze locked onto Leia. The other youth stared at her as well, both seemingly stunned in place. The 2 recovered from their stunned daze after a moment, at which point 2 evil smiles appeared on their faces. John frowned as he saw the gazes of the two youths, who were clearly entranced by Leia's angelic beauty for a moment. While he could not blame them for their initial reactions, John felt a wave of rising displeasure boil within as the two stared at Leia with lascivious expressions. Sigh. A deep sigh escaped Leia's lips as an item suddenly appeared in her hands. She moved her hands towards her face and placed the veil she used to wear back on her face, hiding all but her eyes. John had almost forgotten about the veil she used to wear, as she had not worn it around him since they met up in the Tao transformation trial. Heh. One of the youths started laughing sinisterly, his eyes greedily scanning Leia up and down. We sure found a beautiful one this time. That veil of yours will be removed shortly, along with... Boom. A beam of lightning pierced forward without warning, arriving before the speaking youth in an instant. The youth's eyes went wide, but that was all he could do before the lightning slammed onto his face, its speed and power beyond anything he thought possible. His head immediately exploded into a fine mist, while the bits of blood and brain instantly charred from the lightning's lingering power. The other youth's eyes went wide at the unexpected attack. But he quickly recovered his wits as his cultivation began to flare. Bang! John's fist slammed against the youth's chest as he arrived before the youth like a blur. The sound of broken bones rang out as the youth shot backwards like a bullet, his body tumbling head over heels for over a mile, carving a mile-long trench into the earth. He eventually came to a stop, while a wave of excruciating pain racked his entire body. Boom! Another thunderous boom blasted out as John landed violently before the youth, gazing down at him with cold indifference. The youth couldn't help but stare at John with rising fear, as he had no idea how his opponent was erupting with such monstrous power. They had not even raised their guards due to his middle heaven tribulation cultivation, which had made them unable to react in time to his monstrous attacks. John walked over to the youth and crouched down before him, staring coldly into the youth's eyes. Here, what's going to happen? John said to the youth, his voice filled with cold malice. You're going to tell me what I want to know, and then you're going to die. If you do not cooperate with my questions, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Chi. A sharp dagger suddenly pierced towards John's temple as the youth unleashed a surprise attack. Despite the fact that his opponent was beyond his comprehension at the moment, he was still a heavenly genius of the Forbidden Alliance and had faced many life and death situations before. All it would take was one successful attack to kill his opponent. Bang! The youth's arm exploded into a mist as John's fist slammed into it with unstoppable power. The dagger flew off into the distance, while the youth's eyes widened in absolute fear once more, as he found himself in a situation where death was fully assured. Small cap N0, letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small cap L. You've chosen the hard way, I see, John said coldly as he reached out towards the youth, whose cries of pained anguish echoed out loudly for the next 10 minutes before coming to a halt. John watched the life finally leave the now mangled body before him, and he stood up from his crouched position and turned around to gaze at Leia. Her eyes trembled slightly as she looked at John, almost as if she were seeing a different person for the first time. John's cold eyes stared back at Leia, who seemed to not know what to say at the moment. This is just the beginning of what's to come, John said to Leia, his voice cold and almost emotionless. My cultivation path forward will be littered with more corpses than you could possibly imagine. If you don't want to climb that mountain of corpses alongside me, then it's best you go your own way from now on. His words were cold, and his message even colder. Leia felt her heartbeat speed up as she gazed at John, who truly seemed like a different person at the moment. She had grown up with a pampered and sheltered life, and was a child of light and life due to her innate talents. The gruesome things John had just done shocked her to her core, as it was her first time seeing something like that. She remained silent for quite some time, before she closed her eyes and breathed out deeply. She opened them once more, and her previously trembling gaze was no more. She said no words, but instead walked up to John and stood next to him, her gaze firmer than before. a gaze that John could tell was saying she would follow him no matter what. John stared back at Leia for a moment before a small smile appeared on his otherwise cold face, happy to have her accompany him for what was to come. These two were the weakest of the bunch, too scared to compete with the strongest of their powers. Instead, they stayed on the outskirts of this realm and preyed on the weak. Our target is a temple at the end of the realm where the strongest have gathered. That is where our war shall take place. Let's go, John explained to Leia, as his interrogation had revealed quite a few things. Leia stared at John for a moment before nodding her head, and quickly followed closely behind John as the two sped forward towards the temple realm. Chapter 691, commencing the final battle boom. 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 A battle in a desolate strip of the final realm area raged on, quaking the land violently as 4 fighters took part in a life-and-death battle, while the ground beneath their feet was littered with corpses, most belonging to the Honorable Alliance. 3 of the fighters were from the Honorable Alliance, while the other was a barbarian race genius whose power nearly overwhelmed the 3 despite their combined effort. Each of the barbarian youths' punches was equivalent to a late heaven tribulation essence battle art, and its body durability was beyond anything the 3 could pierce through easily. Behind them was a group of weaker Honorable Alliance youths, who watched on with fearful expressions, too weak to help the 3 in their battle. Lightning exploded, fire blasted, and sword arts rained down on the barbarian genius as the 3 did their best to keep their lives. However, it was clearly a losing battle, as each exchange resulted in the 3 Honorable Alliance youths taking more and more damage. Heavenly Lightning Domain. A domain of lightning sprung up, doing its best to contain the barbarian genius within, while a domain of majestic swords swirled about as well, adding to the containment effort. With the barbarian trapped within, the 3rd youth slashed down with his sword, as a fiery inferno slammed towards the barbarian. Boom! The powerful fire battle art exploded directly onto the barbarian youth, drowning it in a sea of fire and lightning. The Heavenly Lightning Domain and Sword Domain blasted away from the force, while the 3 youths gathered together as they warily eyed the location of the barbarian. Is he? Roar. As if answering their question, a powerful roar boomed out, blasting away the smoke and dust, revealing the almost uninjured barbarian youth within. Its skin was ever so slightly charred, and some minimal amount of blood flowed over its skin, but other than that, it was almost unharmed. Grave looks appeared on the youths' faces as they realized that their ultimate battle arts in combination with each other were not enough to kill their fearsome foe. If that didn't work, then there was only one fate left for the 3 of them: death. Run, we'll hold him off as long as possible, one of the 3 youths shouted to the group of Honorable Alliance youth behind him, clearly realizing the futility of the battle. The other 2 flared with power once again as well, prepared for their final stand. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded at the barbarian's feet as the 3 youths watched a blurred figure slam into it. The ground exploded with incredible power once more, and continued to tremble violently for half a minute as a battle between the barbarian youth and whatever had arrived took the palace. The 3 youths watched with dumbfounded expressions, as they had not been expecting any help. Now, their only hope rested in the power of the mysterious newcomer. After half a minute, the ground ceased its trembling, revealing an end to the battle. The 3 youths all grimaced, as they knew almost no one in the Honorable Alliance was strong enough to kill the barbarian so quickly. The only ones capable of doing such a thing were the top 10 of the Jade Dragon list, and they were all already within the temple realm. With this in mind, that only meant one thing: the battle had ended the other way around. Their one hope that had appeared for the briefest of moments had faded away, returning them to the world of despair. Bang! The ground exploded once more as a figure blasted out from within, and landed directly before the 3 youths, who stared with dumbfounded expressions, almost unable to believe their eyes. The barbarian's massive severed head hung from John's hand, gripped by its hair, while John's cold eyes stared at the 3 youths before him. Were it not for the invasion of the enemy powers, he would most likely have taught these three a very painful lesson in this encounter. But things had changed since he last saw the three of them, who had somehow joined up together. Plop! The severed head of the barbarian youth landed before the feet of the three youths, who looked at it with mouths still agape. I see war has the ability to change even the most despicable of men into something better, John said to the three, as he nodded his head in slight approval, as he had noticed their willingness to sacrifice their lives to ensure that the larger group of Honorable Alliance youths could escape. After staring at the three for a short moment, his body blurred once more, disappearing into the distance as if he had no time to waste at all. Leon, Vildren, and Alderon all stared in the direction that John had left, still too stunned to speak. They had all considered him to be their biggest enemy in the realm, at least until the enemy geniuses had invaded. Now their lives were saved by the very person they detested the most. War truly changed things. "We're getting close," John said to Leia, as the two of them continued to speed through the final realm after their quick detour. A sprawling mountainous terrain came into view, stretching out as far as the eye could see, like an endless sea of snow-capped mountains. The two sped over the mountains with utmost haste, occasionally stopping for a brief moment to interfere with an ongoing battle. After hundreds of miles and dozens of battles finished, a massive temple more grand than either could imagine came into view. Small cap N0, letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small cap L. Finally. "There he is," Luth said to Igris, as he spotted Vargol standing before the massive staircase leading up to the dragon corpse. Him and Igris had been chasing Vargol through the temple realm for several hours, and had finally caught up to him. As expected, his greed brought him here, Igris grumbled coldly, baring his beastly teeth as if staring at his most hated nemesis. Vargol's back was to them as he stared at the staircase, and the figure that sat halfway up. He slowly turned around as he noticed the arrival of Luth and Igris, while a smug smile appeared on his face. "I figured you two would chase me here," Vargol said to the two of them, his gaze shifting from them to the background, as more Honorable Alliance youths started to arrive. Everyone was attracted by the mysterious energy emanating from this area, as if they were fish drawn to a lure. Before long, hundreds of Honorable Alliance youths had gathered behind Luth and Igris, their cold gazes staring at Vargol as if they wanted to devour him alive. "You're alone and outnumbered," Luth said to Vargol with cold malice. "Prepare to die." Vargol's smile widened upon hearing this, while his eyes scanned over the gathered youths. A strange feeling welled up within Luth as he noticed Vargol's relaxed expression, as someone so helplessly outnumbered would never appear so calm and collected, especially one like Vargol who valued his life more than anything else. "I suppose this is the best of the best when it comes to your miserable alliance," Vargol replied, "which is exactly what we've been waiting for." Luth asked, his eyes shifting to the side as his ominous feelings were confirmed. The area behind Vargol suddenly shimmered and changed as an exquisite concealment formation faded away. The formation was so profound as to fool the eyes of all the Honorable Alliance youths gathered, and was clearly the work of a formation genius. The fatting formation revealed a large gathering of youths standing within, containing humans, the monster race, and the barbarian race. The Honorable Alliance youths paled as they realized this group contained the peak of the enemy powers, several hundred strong. "How?" One of the Honorable Alliance youths couldn't help but exclaim, shocked by the sudden change of events. "Cadden!" Luth erupted in anger as his gaze locked onto Cadden, who stood amongst the enemy youths. "You betrayed us." Clearly the only one amongst the enemy group capable of such a concealment formation was Cadden, who smiled back with smug arrogance. "I was never with you, so how could I betray you?" Cadden replied with smug indifference. "Your miserable alliance invited me along to try to court my clan into its fold, but I've made other arrangements. I'm sure you understand." "You..." Luth turned red in the face with anger, while his gaze shifted towards a red-headed youth who slowly started to walk towards them. "Enough of this squabbling," Amber Bloodrose said with uninterested indifference as she walked forwards with steady footsteps, her body suddenly blurring and vanishing from sight. Luth's face suddenly scrunched up with grave warning as he turned around and slashed his sword out behind him. Peng! Swords collided as Luth barely managed to block Amber's lethal attack, while a malicious smile appeared on Amber's face as she stared closely at Luth. "Not bad," she said as she licked her lips. "It seems like I'll finally be able to have some fun." Boom. 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 As if their instant exchange had signaled the start of battle, hundreds of auras flared out on both sides with absolute power as battle arts began to be unleashed, as the final battle between both sides finally started. Chapter 692, Calamitous Battles in the Temple Realm of the Jade Dragon Empire Trial Realm, a vast mountain range, filled with lush valleys and snow-capped mountains, guarded the way forward towards the ancient dragon corpse. All who wanted to reach the dragon corpse had to proceed through the mountain range, at which point an expansive prairie nearly 100 miles wide and dozens of miles long came into view, leading all the way up to the stairs before the dragon corpse. The prairie had been filled with thick vegetation and blooming flowers, but that beauty was no more. Explosive battle arts slammed against the once beautiful prairie, ravaging the land beyond compare. Boom. 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 Hundreds of battle arts flew about without care or caution as the final battle between the Honorable Alliance and enemy powers had started. More and more youths from the Honorable Alliance were arriving every minute, adding to the destructive chaos that was occurring. Weapon arts and wondrous battle arts cleaved through the sky, exploding against another or the land below, bathing the entire battlefield with ruinous explosions. Weapons slammed against weapons, fire slammed against ice, wind against earth, light against dark, and every other combination in between. Domains expanded and overlapped, batting for supremacy amongst each other, drowning everything within. Almost instantly, the battles had separated themselves based on cultivator strength. The strongest youths raged their battles directly before the massive stairs, where the ambush had occurred, while the weaker youths on both sides were pushed to the edges of the battlefield, unable to withstand the calamitous exchanges between the top geniuses. Peng. 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 Small Capen 0. Letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small Capel Luth and Amber's swords slashed out like mirages as they exchanged hundreds of attacks in quick succession. Each attack contained enough power to fully vanquish a normal late heaven tribulation youth, and yet both sides increased the intensity and power of their attacks after every exchange, as if they had no limit to their power. At the same time, both had their domains active as well. Luth's domain of powerful astral swords slammed against Amber's domain of blood-red swords, as swords filled the sky with ruinous power. Boom. 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 Nearby, Vargal and Igris fought with ferocious intensity as both put their lives on the line. Vargal's normally mocking smile was nowhere to be seen, as Igris's power was not to be looked down upon. Igniting the heavens, Igris called out loudly, as a fiery inferno capable of burning all to ruins sprung up around him. Domain of Kings, Vargal cried out at the same time as he activated his domain to counter Igris, domain of fire. A kingly aura sprung up around Vargal as his domain overlapped with the fire domain, almost as if subjugating it to be suppressed. With the two domains locked in heated battle, the battle arts of the two fighters blasted out once more. Fire slammed against blackened chi attacks, drowning the sky above and land below in a torrent of calamitous power. Boom. 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 In the nearby distant, the battle between the other Honorable Alliance youths and enemy powers raged on as well. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, the enemy geniuses still held the advantage in their battle, even with the constant reinforcements of the Honorable Alliance. Only the very top geniuses of the Honorable Alliance were able to evenly fight against the enemy youths, and that disparity was no more apparent than it was now. Honorable Alliance youths fell from the sky each minute, their bodies mangled beyond compare from the unstoppable power of the enemy youths. The Forbidden Alliance youths attacked with battle arts of unmatched lethality and sharpness, while the monster race youths danced around the battlefield with unmatched speed, each swipe of their claws taking down another honorable Alliance youth. Worst of all were the barbarian geniuses, who rampaged through the battlefield without a match. Their incredibly durable defenses resisted almost all of the attacks thrown at them, allowing them to rampage without a care of injury. As the Honorable Alliance did not have many body cultivators, and also did not train in battle arts that were effective against body cultivators, they were at a massive disadvantage. Chi. A sharp slicing sound, almost unnoticeable within the calamitous battle, drifted out as a head fell from a body. An indistinguishable blur flashed away, shortly after, appearing somewhere else unnoticed. Chi. 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 Heads began to fall in quick succession, and not from the Honorable Alliance. Before long, over a dozen Forbidden Alliance and monster race geniuses had been killed without notice, alerting the others in the area. "What the hell is going on?" one of the Forbidden Alliance youths cried out. Chi. Just as they spoke, a sword pierced out from seemingly nowhere, materializing from thin air and piercing towards the neck of the youth who had spoken. Peng. Another sword pierced out from nowhere as well, narrowly blocking the surprise attack. Heth! A smug scoff drifted out as a figure suddenly appeared, as if he had stepped out from space itself. The figure wore a tight black outfit, covering all but his eyes. On his back and shoulders were the insignias of a Forbidden Alliance assassin guild, with the number 3 next to it. I always wondered how good the assassins from the Nightville Guild are today. I get to find out for myself. Another figure materialized shortly after, revealing his figure to the one who had just spoken. He was also wearing a black outfit, revealing only his eyes as well. "And I've heard many things about the Forbidden Alliance's swift slaughter sect," Number 1 replied coldly, revealing himself to have been the one who had killed so many enemy geniuses in swift succession. "You must be Slaughter 3, he said as he eyed the number on the enemy youth's clothing, whose sect had a similar naming system as his own. "Heh, you must be number 1, the Forbidden Alliance assassin replied with smug arrogance. "I've heard quite a lot about you, and today I'll prove our sect's superiority when it comes to assassination arts." Chi. A sword suddenly pierced through Slaughter 2's chest directly through his heart, while his eyes widened with horrified shock. A figure materialized behind Slaughter 2 holding the sword, dressed in the same manner as number 1. "You!" Slaughter 3 grounded out through the deathly pain as he gazed at number 1, who looked on with cold indifference. Boom! A blast of chi erupted from the sword, exploding Slaughter 3's heart and killing him instantly. "Kill as many as you can, number 2, number 1 said to the youth who had used the opportunity to kill Slaughter 3. Number 2 nodded his head before vanishing, using his assassin arts to slip into the shadows once more. Number 1's body began to blur as well, when his eyes opened wide and he flashed to the side. A sword pierced directly by his head, clipping it slightly and carving a narrow wound into his temple. Number 1 quickly turned around and gazed at the source of the attack, who was a black-clothed figure with the number 1 next to his sect insignia. "Slaughter 3 deserved to die for letting his guard down like that," Slaughter 1 said with indifference, as if his fellow sect member's death was of no concern to him. His body flashed forward as he appeared before number 1 with no further words, while an incredibly sharp sword attack pierced towards number 1. Peng. 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 The two exchanged hundreds of lethal attacks in an instant, while their bodies blurred back into the shadows once more. The only evidence of their battle was the occasional blur of space or sparks of their weapons colliding, as the battle between the top assassins of both alliances commenced. Chapter 693, Cadden makes his move with number 1 occupied. The battlefield once again shifted back to a stalemate. Thousands of battle arts exploded in the sky above and on the land below, drowning the entire area in a sea of non-stop explosions. It was truly as if the apocalypse had arrived. Deaths began to amass on both sides of the war, although the Honorable Alliance was dying at a much higher rate than the enemy powers. Unfortunately for the enemy powers, they were vastly outnumbered within this realm, and the calamitous battle was attracting more and more Honorable Alliance youths to it by the second. While the youths were not the strongest or most talented, they had been bathed in battle and death for the last few weeks due to the enemy's invasion, and the remaining survivors had become battle-hardened. They threw themselves at the enemy without caution or care, wanting nothing more than to avenge their fallen friends or dead sect members. This battle was the perfect opportunity to do so. And so the ferocity at which the Honorable Alliance youths fought was beyond anything they had displayed before, shocking the enemy geniuses slightly. "Heh, it seems as though your Honorable Alliance has finally grown a spine," Amber Bloodrose mocked as they casually glanced at the distant battles. "And it's all thanks to you. Now fuck off and die already," Luth cursed as he unleashed a powerful battle art. A glowing white and purple sword appeared over his head and rapidly grew in size before slashing down at Amber with incredibly power. "Heh," Amber scoffed as she saw the attack reach her in an instant. Her sword slashed out towards the battle art and unleashed a thin beam of blood-red chi, appearing like an incredibly slender sword. Chi. The blood-red sword, dozens of times smaller than the astral sword, slashed into the astral sword and cleaved it in half. The astral sword parted instantly as it slashed down at Amber, which missed her as both halves of the sword slashed to either side of her. Luth clicked his tongue in frustration as he flashed forward once more, resuming his battle with Amber, who smiled with amused interest as she unleashed another blood-red blade as well. Boom. 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 The battles between all parties raged on, with deaths accumulating on both sides. However, neither side had a distinct advantage as the battlefield was mostly even. While more Honorable Alliance youths died than the enemy side was stronger individually. Watching from the sidelines as if the battle was of no concern to him was Cadden, along with several other members of the Starforge clan. Despite joining the enemy geniuses, he had not taken part in the battle yet, and had not been targeted by the Honorable Alliance either, who were more than content to let him watch and not join in. "I thought they would do a bit better than this," Cadden scoffed, slight mockery in his voice. "But I suppose this war over the last month has hardened the Honorable Alliance and made them stronger. It's quite unexpected that they've improved this much in such a short amount of time." One of the other Starforge clan youths agreed as they watched the battle rage on. If these Honorable Alliance youths are allowed to escape, especially the top ones like Luth and Number 1, they will no doubt become formidable enemies in the future, Cadden said as a small smile appeared on his face. "I suppose it's time that we help out and end this battle for once." The three other youths nodded their heads and quickly spread out, appearing on the three corners of the massive battlefield, dozens of miles away from each other. Cadden stood at the fourth corner, his confident gaze inspecting the battles before him. Massive formation runes suddenly lit up beneath their feet, having been created before the battle even started. The formation runes flared with incredible power, as a translucent barrier surged up from each of the 4 formation nodes and flared up into the sky above. They eventually linked up high above as a semi-translucent formation barrier appeared over the entire battlefield, over 50 miles wide and many miles tall. "What the hell is going on?" many of the Honorable Alliance youths exclaimed, slight panic in their voices. They could tell that this was most likely not something good for them. Luth's cold gaze stared at the barrier around them, but his gaze quickly shifted as Amber appeared before him once more, diverting his attention. Peng! Their swords collided, while a disappointed smile appeared on Amber's face. "It seems as though Cadden has finally made his move," she said to Luth, who frowned at her words. "It's disappointing that it came to this, but I suppose it's best to wrap this little battlefield up quickly. There's still other things to explore in this realm after all." Luth's eyes narrowed even further as he gazed coldly at Amber. He could tell that, based on Ayer words, the formation barrier around them was most likely beyond terrible for them. As if answering his thoughts, a powerful energy suddenly erupted from all directions, washing over the battlefield. The energy slammed down on the battlefield, pressing down on all within. It was like a mountain had suddenly pressed down on each youth within, making their movements beyond sluggish as they struggled against the formidable pressure. Their speeds were now less than half of what it was before, and a large amount of energy was required just to move about. Luth's cold gaze shifted towards Amber, who had taken out a formation disc and held it in her hand. The formation disc flared with power, wrapping her up with a strange energy. The energy was the perfect opposite of the energy pressing down on them and seemed to counteract the effects completely. At the same time, all the other youths from the enemy powers took out a similar formation disc, becoming immune to the restrictive pressure. A grim look appeared on Luth's face and all the other Honorable Alliance youths' faces as they realized they had walked directly into a trap. "It's a trap," many of the Honorable Alliance youths cried out in panic, but were helpless to do anything about it. Such was the formidable nature of formation's masters. Their greatest weakness was needing plenty of time to set up their formations, which could not be done in the heat of battle. However, with enough time beforehand, if one was to step into their traps, their might was almost unmatchable. The battlefield was already relatively even before, but with the sudden shift in events, the Honorable Alliance would no doubt be slaughtered within minutes. Many of the youths nearby the 4 formation nodes unleashed their most powerful battle arts at the Starforge clan youths, but those battle arts slammed against the formation and fizzled out. "Ha ha ha, try as you might, but none of you are able to break these barriers in time," one of the Starforge youths mocked, as he was also protected by another formation, guarding him from outside attacks. Even if someone from the outside showed up, it would take several minutes to break through the barrier, at which point the battle would already be over. The formation was both a restrictive formation, as well as a barrier formation. With the restrictive energy within, the battle arts unleashed by the youths were weakened. If they gathered their power and unleashed a collective attack against the barrier, they would be able to break it, but the enemy youths would not give them such a chance. Gah. Cries of pain flooded the battlefield once more as the enemy geniuses resumed their assault, giving the Honorable Alliance youths no chance to break out. The Honorable Alliance youths were unable to resist the slaughter of the enemy geniuses with their powers restricted, and began to die in great numbers. "As I said, this is where our battle ends. How disappointing," Amber said to Luth, who stared back with a grave expression. They were mostly evenly matched before, but now Luth was at a great disadvantage. He would not be able to keep up with Amber anymore, and his only fate within this formation was death. Amber's body blurred as she appeared before Luth, while her sword pierced out with lethal sharpness. He slashed out his sword to meet the attack, but knew it would not be fast enough to block in time. Hopelessness flooded Luth's body, but suddenly his eyes widened as his sword picked up speed in an instant. Pang! Swords collided, knocking Amber back as her eyes widened with unexpected shock. "What?" she mumbled as her eyes shifted to the barrier above, which was fading away. The barrier quickly faded away, restoring the full strength to the Honorable Alliance, who exploded with ferocious might once more. Cadden's eyes narrowed as he noticed the barrier suddenly fail. "Impossible! How could someone break through so fast?" he raged as his gaze shifted towards one of the distant nodes many miles away. The Starforge youth standing within the node had collapsed to the ground, and the formation beneath his feet had been destroyed. Cadden's eyes narrowed as he spotted 3 youths standing above the now-dead Starforge clan youth, who were all staring back at Cadden as well. They had clearly been the ones to breach the barrier and ruin the formation node. With just one of the nodes destroyed, the entire formation had collapsed. The 3 youths stared back at Cadden, with the youth standing at the front staring at him with murderous malice. "Adam!" Cadden raged as he locked eyes with Adam, who had been the one to breach the formation node and destroy it from within, saving the entire honorable alliance from sure death. Chapter 694, Fighting Cadden. A groan of pain muffled out from beneath Adam's feet, as the Starforge youth they had overwhelmed lifted his head to stare at Adam. He had relied on his defensive formation to protect him. But Adam's formation mastery had allowed him and the others to break through with ease and overwhelm this youth. His body was injured, and he was not in a fighting state, but his arrogance had not been diminished at all. "Hey, so you still yet live," the Starforge youth muttered through pained gasps of air. "No matter, now that you've shown yourself, Cadden will finish you off once and for a..." Bang! Adam's foot, augmented by some internal formation of his, slammed down with fury, directly onto the Starforge youth's head. The youth's head instantly cracked open like an egg, spilling blood and brains onto the dirt beneath him. His gaze never left Cadden, whose eyes narrowed as he watched Adam kill his friend and fellow clan member without hesitation. He could instantly tell that this Adam was different than before, resolved, and much more ruthless. At the same time, Chase's hands flicked outwards as several small objects shot out of them and into the ground beneath their feet, disappearing from sight. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems as though I went too easy on you last time, and you were somehow saved from the brink of death by her. But she or anyone else won't save you now," Cadden boomed out as he shot forward towards Adam, his speed shockingly fast. Adam watched with narrowed eyes as Cadden rapidly approached, while Iris and Chase stood next to him with cold and murderous gazes as well. "Are you ready for this?" Iris asked Adam, making sure he was up for the task. Cadden had left a massive mental scar in Adam recently, and she was worried he would break down when confronted by his fatal enemy. "Cadden's father killed my father, and Cadden killed me. It's time for me to return the favor," Adam replied coldly, his voice firm and steady. Iris nodded her head at his words and steadied herself as well, preparing for the dangerous battle to come. Thanks to Chase's marvelous alchemy skills, all three of them had managed to step into the Middle Heaven Tribulation realm, greatly increasing their strength once more. However, Cadden was at the peak of the Heaven Tribulation realm and was one of the strongest cultivators amongst both sides of the war. "No matter what happens, we're here for you, even to the death," Chase said to Adam as he patted him on the shoulder. Iris nodded her head as well, while her right hand reached out and squeezed one of Adam's hands, reassuring him further. A small smile of appreciation appeared on Adam's face before fading away, as Cadden had arrived before them. Boom! The ground quaked, and a small crater formed as Cadden landed violently before the trio. His smug and arrogant gaze stared at Adam and Adam alone, completely ignoring the other two. "Middle Heaven Tribulation, huh? Not bad," Cadden praised, but in an obviously mocking fashion. His gaze shifted down to the dead youth beneath Adam's feet before shifting back to Adam's face. "I'll admit, you did manage to ruin our plans. We had wanted to finish this battle quickly and further explore this realm, but your actions have ruined that plan," Cadden said, but his tone was relaxed as if he were not worried at all. "No matter, though, while my side will take more casualties this way, the result of this battle is already set in stone." "I wouldn't be so sure of that," Iris replied coldly, causing Cadden to shift his gaze towards her. A small mocking smile appeared on his face as he eyed her up and down, doing nothing to hide his vulgar thoughts, before his gaze shifted back to Adam. "Is this why you've decided to act tough all of a sudden?" he asked mockingly. "Don't worry, when this is all done, I'll be sure to take good care of your girl fur." Bang! Adam's fist slammed against Cadden's face before he could react, knocking him backwards like a broken kite. His body slammed onto the earth several times before he eventually managed to recover his balance. Cadden's slightly surprised gaze stared at Adam, whose entire body was now coated with a profound formation energy. The formation energy clearly had augmented his speed and power in that fist attack, or Adam would have never been able to land a blow on Cadden. Cadden's thumb wiped the corner of his mouth before he looked at it, surprised to see a slight trace of blood on his thumb. A murderous smile appeared on Cadden's face as he stared at Adam, as if things had finally gotten interesting. His footsteps started once more as he began to walk towards the trio, while his aura began to climb rapidly. "I'll be sure to finish the job this time, and that fucking girl won't be around to revive you this time," Cadden growled as his body flashed forward, his speed beyond shocking. He appeared before Adam in an instant, sword in hand. The sword slashed down with incredible power, intent on killing Adam with a single blow. A profound aura erupted from within Adam's body once more as several points on his body lit up with light, coming from the embedded formation discs within. A powerful screen of energy formed before his body to block the powerful attack. At the same time, dozens of thick vines pierced up from the ground below, each containing formidable strength and durability. Clearly, these were not ordinary vines. The vines snaked up towards the sword and slammed against it. Each vine was cleaved apart in an instant, but the power of the sword attack diminished with every vine destroyed. Bang! Cadden's sword slammed against the barrier before Adam's body, which fractured instantly. However, despite being fractured, it held up against the attack, something that caused slight surprise to appear on Cadden's face, whose eyes widened even more as he felt lethal danger from behind. Several parts of his body lit up as well from embedded formation runes, as a formation barrier formed behind his neck. Peng! A pair of Dao transformation grade daggers slammed onto a hastily created formation barrier, while Cadden's body flashed to the side to counterattack. His sword cleaved out with great power once more, which Iris narrowly dodged and counterattacked once more. Peng! 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 The two quickly exchanged dozens of attacks in a second, before Iris dashed backwards and returned to where Adam and Chase were standing. Small wounds had appeared on her left cheek and right arm, as even with her profound vision and incredible speed, she was still not able to contest evenly against Cadden. However, with her cultivation at the Middle Heaven Tribulation realm, just surviving an exchange with someone as powerful as Cadden was beyond impressive. How fucking annoying! Cadden cursed with displeasure as his attack had been thwarted by cultivators with much weaker cultivations than his own. Such a thing was not acceptable, and his pride as a genius had been wounded with this one exchange. Boom! His aura exploded out once more, and with even more power, revealing that he had yet to be going all out. His murderous gaze locked onto Adam, and then the glowing sources of light from within his robes. Clearly those were the embedded formation discs that he himself was using. "You may have studied my body and the runes within when you tortured me and opened me up, but you only have half the equation when it comes to using this embedded formation art," Adam said mockingly, as he could tell Cadden had managed to figure out how to use the formation art his father had left behind, but only partially. The embedded formation art had two parts: the formation runes that needed to be carved into one's bones and dantian, and the formation art itself. Adam's father had already carved the formation runes into his body when he was younger, and with the formation art he had recently obtained, he had started to master the art. While he was still in the very initial stages of mastery, it was still far beyond Cadden in terms of efficacy and profundity, who only had half of the technique. "It seems as though there's more to this art than I thought," Cadden growled angrily. "I had thought our torture of you got all the information out of you, but it seems as though you managed to keep your secrets somehow. I must say I'm impressed, but now that I know there's more to the art, I'll just have to torture you once more to get everything out of you." "Die!" Iris roared with rage as her body flashed forward with daggers in hand. Vines once again erupted from the ground below towards Cadden, while a powerful formation energy flared out from Adam's body as well. Cadden's murderous smile widened as he flashed forward again, as the final showdown between Adam and Cadden intensified. Chapter 695, New Arrivals Turn the Tides of Battle. Bang. Cadden's sword slammed against Iris's daggers, who had crossed them before her chest at the last moment to block the attack. Despite her profound eyes and fast speed, Cadden's power was still far too overwhelming to contest evenly against. Were it not for the teamwork of all three, any one of them would have already died 10 times over. Iris flew backwards like a bullet, while Cadden appeared before her once again, his sword slashing down with lethal might. Despite being a formation's cultivator first and foremost, he was also a heavenly genius when it came to combat talent. This combination was one of the reasons he was so feared within the realm. Vines suddenly erupted from the ground and wrapped around Cadden's body, whose explosive aura shattered them with ease. However, this pause was enough to give Iris enough time to dodge as she narrowly avoided the sword attack. Boom! The sword slammed against the ground, sending fractures through the durable land for hundreds of yards. Cadden's gaze quickly shifted as he locked onto a powerful blast of chi coming his way. He slashed his sword outwards, unleashing a powerful sword image battle art that slammed against the beam attack. Boom! The beam attack, which had been unleashed from one of Adam's quickly formed formation arts, exploded from the might of the battle art, unable to keep up with it. Cadden's body flashed to the side as a pair of daggers narrowly missed his head, while vines erupted from all around as the battle between the four youths raged on. Cadden grit his teeth in frustration as he was unable to land a finishing blow on any of the three, despite their lower cultivation. Their teamwork was impeccable, and each was a talented genius in their own right, making it so that the fight was almost even in power. Worst off was Adam, who was able to neutralize Cadden's formation powers whenever he used it. Formation energy was unique and difficult to deal with except by another formations expert. Cadden had used several quick-use formation arts already, but each one was instantly neutralized as Adam activated a formation neutralizing art. As such, the battle had reached stalemate, with both sides living on the very edge of death. At the same time, the battle between the other 1,000 youths raged on as well, as the two sides found themselves in an even battle. The Honorable Alliance outnumbered the enemy youths 4-1 at this time, but thanks to their much greater talent and power, the enemy youths fought back without losing out. If things continued at this rate, it was unclear which side would reign supreme at the end. Boom. 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 Starting soft at first, a wave of distant footsteps slowly became audible, although they were mostly drowned out by the calamitous explosions between battle arts. Each step shook the ground beneath, a testament to the weight and power of the ones walking towards the battlefield. "There you are! Where the fuck have you been?" A loud yell boomed from Vargal, who was locked in heated battle with Igris. He had spotted the arrival of the newcomers out of the corner of his eyes and felt growing frustration at their late arrival. Igris's power was beyond overwhelming, and Vargal found himself on the defensive the longer the battle continued. "They probably got lost on the way here, the brain-dead barbarian idiots." Amber Bloodrose chimed in before unleashing another attack at Luth, who unleashed his own sword art to counter it. "Well, what are you waiting for? Join the fucking battle," Vargal yelled out once again as he noticed the newcomers watch from the sidelines, as if they were uninterested in the battles. "Fighting weaklings does not interest me," Ziolos replied dismissively as he watched the battles unfold, flanked by several other barbarian youths of almost equal power. Vargal almost erupted with uncontained rage as he heard this, but kept his cool as his battle against Igris was not something he could be distracted from. "If you join, I'll tell you who killed your blood brothers," Vargal yelled out, his words causing Ziolos's gaze to narrow. He knew of the deaths of several of his clansmen from his tribe, but not who killed them. It seemed as though Vargal knew, however, which was something Ziolos was very interested in. "Fine, but if you're lying, I'll kill you myself once this is over." Ziolos's deep voice boomed out as he jumped high into the sky, followed by the several other barbarian youths. Boom. 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 Ziolos and the others landed in the middle of the battlefield, unconcerned at all about the ruinous explosions blasting all around them. Several of the battle arts slammed directly onto their bodies unguarded, but did almost no damage to them, shocking the Honorable Alliance youths greatly. "Shit!" Luth couldn't help but curse as he watched Ziolos and the others start a rampage. Each of their attacks wounded or killed an Honorable Alliance youth, while their powerful bodies allowed them to resist almost everything that was thrown at them. In an instant, the arrival of Zielos and the others had shattered the balance of the battle. Several of the stronger Honorable Alliance youths attempted to stop them, but were unable to. Only someone on the level of Luth was able to contest against Zielos, and Luth and Number 1 were currently occupied by their own formidable foes. In less than 5 minutes, over 50 Honorable Alliance youths had fallen, unable to withstand the increased might of the enemy geniuses. Luth fought against Amber with his full power, each of his battle art attacks capable of shattering mountains, but Amber's power was even greater than his own, making it so that he had to use his own just to survive. Zielos and the other barbarians dashed through the battlefield, each attack of theirs shattering another Honorable Alliance youth. Zielos stood above the corpse of a freshly killed Honorable Alliance youth, before his gaze shifted towards another nearby youth, a girl from a healing sect that was providing support to her nearby allies. The girl's eyes widened with fear as she saw Zielos appear before her, his body towering over her like a mountain. Zielos' fist slammed down towards the girl, who knew she would perish the instant it made contact with her. Bang! A calamitous collision of physical power erupted, shattering the land beneath Zielos' feet as his fist came to a complete halt. His eyes narrowed as he stared at 3 muscular human youths who had appeared before them. They were less than half the size of Zielos, but each emanated a physical might practically equal to his. Each had bald heads and their chests bared, and had arrived at the exact same time to stop Zielos' attack. All 3 of their fists were pressed against Zielos' fist, while their heated gazes stared at him with fiery interest. "Who are you?" Zielos asked with narrowed eyes, surprised that he had encountered humans capable of matching his might, even if it were 3 of them. Most peculiar of all was another human youth draped in pure white robes who sat on the shoulders of the middle muscular human, almost as if he were riding the human as a mount. "Ha ha ha, you face the might of the 3 battle bobs." Miko's voice boomed out maniacally as he sat atop one of the bob's shoulders and announced their arrival. "Now tremble and despair." Chapter 696, Battle Bob Assault. Zielos' brow furrowed as he heard Miko's words, as if the very concept of him trembling in fear or despairing in a fight was the very greatest insult he could receive. Not only that, but the youth before him appeared beyond frail, and Zielos could tell he would be able to erase the youth with a single casual attack should it land. Lastly, the youth before him was sitting on top of the shoulders of one of the 3 youths who had blocked his fist, as if this was all a game to him. Zielos couldn't help but feel his anger rising, unable to stomach the mockery he was receiving at the moment. It was one thing to be insulted by another powerful body cultivator, but to be insulted by someone so obviously weak as Miko was beyond acceptable. "It's you who shall despair. Now die." Zielos' deep voice boomed out as he displayed a rare outburst of anger. His fist was still pressed against the 3 fists of the battle gods, and so his other arm shot forward with his massive fist aiming directly for Miko's head. Zielos' fist contained incredible might, and was something that would completely destroy Miko without question should it land. Miko's eyes narrowed, and a frown appeared on his face as he quickly raised his hand and pointed his right index finger directly at Zielos' head. Zielos scoffed at the action, as there was nothing Miko could do at this point to change what was about to happen. His body was too weak to withstand the blast, and with his cultivation being in the late Heaven Tribulation realm, and not even the peak Heaven Tribulation realm, Zielos knew he could easily withstand any essence battle art his opponent threw at him. Miko's eyes suddenly shifted white, while Zielos' eyes widened with instinctual warning. He didn't know how it was possible, but the weak and tiny human before him posed lethal danger to him. "Roar!" Zielos roared with welcoming anger as he put even more power into his fist, intending on finishing this exchange with a single blow. "You motherfucker, you think you can touch our little brother Miko? Piss off." An equally loud roar of anger boomed out from one of the bobs, who appeared before Zielos' fist attack in an instant and roared out once more. Supreme battle art. Boom. Bob's aura exploded outwards as he activated the full might of his supreme battle art, which was even more profound than what John was able to do. One needed the supreme battle body cultivation technique to utilize the supreme battle art to the fullest extent. John had learned of the supreme battle body cultivation technique early on, but had ignored it to focus on the more profound Immortal Asura body. While his body was stronger than those who cultivated the supreme battle body, his affinity for the supreme battle art was lesser than someone like the three battle gods, who had absolute perfect affinity. As his aura rose to incredible heights of power, so too did his body. The aura around him turned reddish gold and made him look as if he were covered in brilliant golden flames. His muscles bulged to a point that they seemed about to rip through his skin, making him look like a flaming battle god. Boom! The two fists collided, and Zulos's eyes widened as his fist once again came to a complete halt. The ground fractured beneath their feet, while a massive blast of air slammed onto the nearby cultivators, throwing them into the distance from the force of the sonic boom. After regaining their balance, all those nearby from both sides of the war couldn't help but stop for a moment and stare in shock at the outcome of the exchange. Zulos, the undisputed #1 body cultivator genius, had been equaled in a physical exchange. While it was obvious Zulos was not going all out yet, such a thing was still beyond shocking. Zulos's eyes narrowed once more as he stared at the youth who had blocked his attack, while recollection of who these youths might be came to mind. You three must be the three battle gods of the supper. Shut your motherfucking mouth. Bang! A fist suddenly slammed onto Zulos's torso mid-sentence, catching him completely off guard. Zulos's shot to the side like a bullet and burrowed into the earth as the ground was unable to withstand his momentum and massive frame. Roar! Another roar of anger boomed out from Zulos as he quickly righted himself and steadied his balance. A small wave of pain lingered on his torso, but it was minuscule enough to not care about. His aura exploded outwards with full intensity as he found himself enraged to the fullest extent. Not only had he been insulted twice now, he had also been sneak attacked by one of the other battle gods as he was speaking to them. His gaze shifted back towards the three Bobs, and his eyes widened as a fist was directly in his face by the time he turned around. His head swayed to the side, narrowly dodging the attack which was powerful enough to give him caution. Pathetic, Zulos scoffed as his fist shot outwards towards the battle god who had just missed his attack and was passing by. Bang! A sharp pain shot up Zulos's leg as his right knee buckled, causing his fist to sway and miss his target. Zulos's enraged gaze shifted downwards and spotted another Bob standing next to his knee. Miserable ant, die. Bang! Another fist slammed into his right cheek, catching him off guard once more. His body shot sideways once again, but before it could travel far, another supremely powerful fist attack slammed onto his back. Bang! You think you can attack our little bro? Bang! Eat this fist, supreme battle bob attack. Bang! The nearby youths watched in stunned shock as Zulo's Stonefist, the most feared body cultivator genius on the entire continent, was jumped by three bald-headed humans. The three unleashed attack after attack at him, making it so that he was unable to even stand properly. His body shot back and forwards at unimaginable speeds between the three youths, as if they were punching and kicking a ball between themselves. Worst of all was the childish laughter of Miko, who was still sitting on the shoulders of one of the Bobs while mocking Zulos at the same time, making the scene even more unbelievable. Ha ha ha, I thought you were going to kill me. Why are you lying on the ground? Are you groveling before me? Well, no matter how much you beg, your father, will not forgive you. Miko boomed out boisterously, fully enjoying the view of battle from atop one of Bob's shoulders. Chapter 697, There is no honor in war. Only Death Miko had stayed near them in case they needed help against Zulos, as Zulos's strength was renowned to be almost unbeatable, but he could tell that they were more than capable of handling themselves. While he could tell Zulos had yet to go all out, He was confident in the combined might of the three Bobs. After watching Zielos get jumped by the three Bobs for a short while, Miko's gaze shifted towards the distance and locked onto someone as he hopped off Bob's shoulder. While it was amusing, assistance was required elsewhere. Roar. A furious roar of rage boomed out along with an overwhelming aura, causing Miko to pause his footsteps and turn around. The three Bobs were knocked back slightly by the aura before coming to a halt and staring back at Zielos, who had erupted with furious anger, pushing his power to another level. Zielos's muscles rippled all over his now slightly bloodied and bruised body, while a unique aura of a battle art flared out powerfully. Tattoo-like symbols appeared all over his body, making him look quite exotic. Up to this point, he had yet to use a body battle art, and had finally been pushed to the point of needing to use it. "You three disgrace the body cultivator way," Zielos boomed out angrily as he stared furiously at his three opponents. "And what way would that be?" one of the Bobs asked questioningly. "You three fight with no honor. Fight me one at a time," he boomed out again, his teeth bared with anger. "Ha ha ha, are you serious?" Miko laughed, almost unable to believe what he was hearing. "You and the others invaded this land and slaughtered thousands, and yet you speak of honor. This is war. There is no such thing as honor in Wa." "Oh yeah, whoops," one of the Bobs suddenly exclaimed sheepishly as if they had just realized something. "I guess we got caught up in the heat of the moment after our little bro was attacked," another Bob said to the two others, also slightly sheepish. "Right, we'll fight him one at a time now, and since I attacked him first, I get to fight him first," the third Bob chimed up, making sure to make his claim of first to fight. "No way, I'm fighting him," the other two Bobs boomed out simultaneously while they stared at each other with combative gazes. What the hell are you guys talking about?" Miko couldn't help but blurt out after recovering from his shock at how stupid the Bobs were. "Body cultivators always fight one at a time. We just got caught up in the heat of the moment," one of the Bob explained. "I don't really care about honor or whatever the hell this guy is talking about, but I refuse to win in any way other than my strength alone." Miko slapped his forehead in shocked disbelief, unable to comprehend the stupidity of his three new friends. He had no time for this, and also needed them to finish Zielos quickly so they could help elsewhere on the battlefield. Two of them sitting off to the side was not acceptable. Miko sighed deeply as he racked his brain for a moment, at which point an idea popped into his mind. "They're so brain-dead it just might work," Miko whispered under his breath before walking over towards the Bobs. "Why don't you just fight Zielos at the same time?" Miko inquired seriously, as if he were confused about the matter. "What? I just told you I want to win by fighting Zielos myself. Teaming up is beneath me and out of the question," one of the Bobs chimed up in protest. "That's not what I'm suggesting," Miko replied while shaking his head, almost appearing as if he were an elder about to teach three youths a lesson of wisdom. He crossed his arms behind his back and stared at the Bob who had just protested his idea with a serious gaze. "Since you got to the battle first, just fight against Zielos. If your brothers join in, just ignore them and keep fighting. It's them dishonoring themselves in the battle by trying to interfere, while you're just trying to fight your opponent one-on-one. It's technically not teamwork if you're not working together." A confused expression appeared on that Bob's face for a moment before his eyes lit up, as if he had contemplated Miko's words and found them to be truthful and profound. "That makes sense. You're so smart as always, little bro," the Bob replied enthusiastically, as if all his problems were solved. He turned around and shot towards Zielos while his aura exploded out once more, unleashing a powerful fist attack at him. His fist turned a fiery red color as it slammed against Zielos's fist, commencing their battle once more. "Wait a minute, I was here first," another Bob chimed up as he chased after his brother towards the battlefield. The third quickly followed as well, as the three resumed their battle against Zielos. "Stop disgracing yourself and leave my battle," one of the Bobs yelled out before unleashing another attack at Zielos. "You're the one disgracing yourself. This guy is my opponent. You're the ones interfering," Another Bob replied angrily as he unleashed a powerful kick at his brother, knocking him aside. That Bob crashed into the earth, burrowing deeply before appearing once more as he dashed back towards the battlefield, unleashing an attack at his brother before attacking Zillos again. Miko watched on as the three Bob resumed their battle, all while arguing with the others about interfering. The Bobs would occasionally attack each other to push them away, but never attacked with dangerous strength at one another. Miko shook his head in exasperation, unable to believe his ruse had worked. The Bobs were now fighting Zillos as well as each other, but their attacks against each other were obviously much weaker than their attacks on Zillos. It's not as good as before, but it's still much better than them fighting one by one, Miko sighed and shook his head one more time. Even with Zillos' increased strength, they should eventually manage to defeat him. Now for what I need to do. Boom. 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 3 barbarian youths suddenly landed next to Miko, their massive bodies shaking the land as they landed. They gazed at the distant battlefield that their blood brother Zillos was in, before looking at Miko before them. You have no honor. One lacking such honor does not deserve to live. One of the barbarians boomed out angrily, as if Miko's actions were beyond appalling while the 3 encircled him, making sure he was unable to escape. Miko gazed at the 3 barbarians, as a curious expression appeared on his face. Isn't it honorless to team up on me? He asked. Don't I get to fight you one at a time? Since you have no honor and are not a body cultivator, you do not deserve such treatment. Now die! The barbarian youth boomed out as he prepared to unleash an attack on Miko. Miko sighed and shook his head as he stared at the barbarian youth. They had invaded these lands without care, slaughtered thousands, and yet had the audacity to talk about honor. There is no honor in war. There is only life and death, and it seems you 3 have chosen death. Miko replied calmly yet coldly as his eyes turned completely white. Chapter 698, Overwhelming Soul Domain. The 3 barbarians were just about to unleash their attacks onto Miko, when the world around them suddenly turned pure white. No matter where they looked, all they saw was a world of white, completely confusing them. They could tell something had gone wrong, but could not figure out how to get out of it. With their incredible strength and control over their physical bodies, the barbarians could faintly feel the presence of their physical bodies. They could tell that they were standing still, but no matter how much they tried, they could not move their bodies. It was as if their souls and their bodies had been disconnected. The mind and soul were intricately connected, and without control of their souls, they could not control their bodies. Being body-cultivating barbarians, they solved all their problems through physical force. The existence of soul cultivators was something that the barbarians despised, but at the same time respected. They knew that soul cultivators were able to bypass their physical strength if their souls were too weak, and so despite hating the process, barbarians did train their souls to improve to a certain level of defense. This protected them from virtually all but the strongest soul cultivators in their realm, and even the strongest would still find it difficult to overwhelm them instantly before they could react. However, right now, that exact thing had happened. The barbarians flared their divine senses for the first time in a long time, as they despised using anything but pure physical strength in battle. The divine sense was linked directly with one's soul, and so even with their bodies and souls disconnected somehow, they could still use their divine sense. Their eyes widened in shock as their divine sense washed over Miko, who appeared in their divine sense vision. Miko was standing directly before one of the barbarians, casually staring at him without a care in the world. Roar! That barbarian roared in rage as he attempted to smash his fist down on Miko, but his body remained motionless as his roar drifted into the nothingness of the white world around him. Nothing but brain-dead brutes, Miko muttered as he slowly floated up towards the barbarian youth's head. The barbarian continued to struggle with all his might, but nothing he did changed anything at all. His eyes widened in horror as Miko arrived before his forehead and reached out with his finger. The barbarian race did not fear death, but they did fear a bad death. A death by the hand of a powerful warrior was acceptable, but dying to a soul cultivator was the most dishonorable death they could imagine. Nu Wu, the barbarian's deep voice boomed out in the soul world, but in the real world, he stood there motionlessly as if not even conscious. Miko reached out and touched his forehead, while an incredibly powerful burst of soul power flared out for the briefest instant. The flaring soul power was so overwhelmingly powerful that all the cultivators on the battlefield, no matter where they were, felt their souls become pained for a brief instant. They all looked over towards the source of the power and couldn't help but stare in disbelief as the first barbarian crumpled to the ground before Miko, completely dead. Their eyes and mouths widened even further in shock as he floated over towards the second barbarian and did the same thing, killing him with overwhelming ease. After finishing the second barbarian, Miko started to float over towards the third to finish his battle. "Fuck off!" A monster race youth cried out as he noticed what was going on. He didn't particularly care for the barbarians, but each one who died was a tremendous loss to their battle power, and they could not afford losses at the moment. The monster youth dashed towards Miko with a pitch-black saber in hand, ready to unleash an ultimate battle art on him. However, as he reached a few hundred yards from Miko, he suddenly crashed to the ground, as if he had suddenly lost consciousness. Flash. Another flash of soul power blasted out as Miko finished off the third barbarian youth, before his calm gaze shifted towards the monster race genius who had invaded his soul domain. The already stunned youths watched as he flashed over towards the monster race youth, who laid on the ground as if unconscious. Flash. Another flash of soul power blasted out as Miko touched the monster race youth's forehead, while everyone else felt that monster youths' souls shatter without mercy. In less than a minute, 4 heavenly geniuses from the barbarian clan and monster race had been slain without fighting back at all. "Impossible!" One of the monster race youths roared through gritted teeth, unable to believe what he had just seen. What had just happened had defied all logic. After the monster race youth had crashed, they had all figured out what was happening. Miko was using some sort of soul domain, which somehow made those who entered become unconscious, or even worse. However, such a soul domain was beyond anything any of them had ever heard of, and was almost impossible to believe it could exist at all. "Attach him from outside the domain," one of the Forbidden Alliance youths cried out, quickly identifying the weakness of the soul art. However, with the recent additions to the battlefield, the war had become relatively even, and there were not many youths without an opponent. Only a few enemy youths were opponentless, and were currently teaming up on some other honorable Alliance youths. Those enemy youths branched off immediately and dashed towards Miko, making sure to stop outside the soul domain they could tell would overwhelm them. Boom. 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 Several battle arts, from raging infernos to sharp sword images, blasted towards Miko, who calmly gazed at the approaching attacks. A slender white sword appeared in his hand, one that radiated the might of a powerful Tao transformation weapon. "Sword Sovereign severs the heavens," Miko whispered as his sword slashed forward. Chapter 699 Soul Domain shifts the battle chi. 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 His sword blurred several times as he unleashed 3 quick attacks, each attack unleashing a pure white sword image towards the oncoming attacks. The sky seemed to cry out in pain wherever the sword image traveled, as it could sever space itself. The other youths all gasped slightly, as if it were a purely instinctual reaction to the sword images. They were far too sharp and profound to exist in this world as well. Chi. 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 The sword images slashed into several of the battle arts in an instant, slicing directly through them. Although no one knew how it was possible, the sword art seemed to sever the Tao and power of the battle arts themselves, making them dissipate into nothingness instead of exploding with power. Several more battle arts reached Miko, whose body blurred as he flashed to the side with incredible speed, dodging the attacks as they blasted into the ground and caused massive explosions. The youths quickly shifted their shocked gazes to the side as they spotted Miko standing there completely unharmed. Who the fuck is this kid? One of the Forbidden Alliance youths couldn't help but roar in rage after recovering from his shock. They couldn't enter his mysterious yet overwhelmingly powerful domain, and their attacks from afar were also unable to reach him. They had never heard of a soul cultivator youth from the divine Martial Continent this powerful, yet a lone one that also had overwhelming essence power. What do we do? A nearby monster race youth asked, while looking on with a cold yet cautious gaze at the distant Miko. What can we do? The Forbidden Alliance youth replied, completely out of ideas. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Miko's gaze shifted towards the other parts of the battlefield, gauging the status of how things were going. He spotted the three Bobs battling against Zulos, whose use of his body battle art had increased his power to a level that he was holding his own against the three Bobs. If the three Bobs were using perfect teamwork, they would have already overwhelmed him, but their pride prevented them from doing so, resulting in a relatively stalemated battlefield. The other battles were much the same, as a relative stalemate was achieved in the war. Both sides fought with fearsome ferocity, while youths on both sides fell dead by the minute. An almost invisible battle entered his vision, as Miko spotted number 1 and Slaughter 1 battle it out, both using incredibly sharp and lethal battle arts, but neither being able to beat the other just yet. Elsewhere, Igris was slowly but surely overwhelming Vargal, and if he was able to beat him, his assistance elsewhere would be of great help. Miko's gaze shifted to the final powerful battle he had witnessed when entering the war zone, but his gaze narrowed as he noticed it was no longer happening. Just so pathetic. A cold and mocking voice sounded out next to the two youths, who couldn't help but shiver in fear as they noticed who it was. They watched as she moved towards Miko without a care, as if she didn't fear his soul domain at all. Watch out! They both cried out in a panic, but felt shock once again as she entered the domain and continued on, pausing only for a brief moment at its borders. Miko watched with calm eyes as Amber Bloodrose entered his domain, as if she was not concerned about it at all. His eyes narrowed slightly as she fully maintained her consciousness upon entering the domain, before his gaze shifted into the distance. Lying on the ground was Luth, who had a massive sword wound over his chest, while blood poured out profusely. Another Honorable Alliance girl raced towards Luth and started to heal him with her healing powers, but the state of his wound made his recovery questionable at best. Miko's gaze shifted back towards Amber, who landed before him and looked at him curiously. I was having fun with Luth, but you seem far more fun to play with, so I finished him off quickly before coming here, Amber explained as she noticed Miko's gaze. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the soul sage I've been hearing so much about. What? The soul sage. No wonder he's so powerful. Several cries of shock echoed out from the distance as the other youths heard Amber's words. And you must be Amber Bloodrose, Miko replied calmly, yet emotionlessly, almost as if the battle art had changed his personality from his normal cheery and smug self. This soul domain of yours is quite incredible, Amber replied, an intrigued yet bloodthirsty smile lingering on her face. I need to use my full-powered soul defense just to maintain myself. It's almost as if your domain is trying to rip my soul from my body. Interesting. And yet you're able to resist its effects. Your soul is incredibly powerful, Miko replied calmly, as if he was not concerned about her ability to resist his domain. You're the first to resist it, but let's see how long you can manage to do so. Chi. Miko's sword flashed as he unleashed a sword art, while Amber did the same. A white and blood-red sword image collided before them as the two commenced their battle. Both Miko and Amber flashed around the battlefield, their speed so fast as to be almost invisible to the other youths, while each of their sword arts were profound enough to drive the others mad with fear and envy. Peng. 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 The two continued to trade blows non-stop for quite some time, with neither winning out in their exchanges. As the fight dragged on, Amber couldn't help but narrow her eyes at Miko, almost unable to believe his strength. Miko's cultivation was at the late heaven tribulation realm, while Amber was at the peak heaven tribulation realm. In fact, her cultivation was almost at the point of stepping into the half-step Tao transformation realm, putting it firmly above Miko's. And yet, she was not able to get any advantage at all, the first time she had ever lost out to someone weaker than her. It was the first time in her life that she started to feel inferior to another, and a wave of jealousy and anger started to grow within her. However, at the same time, a growing sense of frenzied ecstasy flooded her body, as she fantasized about killing Miko and absorbing his blood. Her wicked smile continued to grow as her battle raged on, almost as if she were on the edge of losing herself in the expected ecstasy to come. "Amber, kill him already." A panicked cry boomed out from nearby, snapping Amber out of her focus in battle. Her cold, angered, and murderous gaze shifted towards the youth who had yelled at her, almost as if she were about to dash towards him and kill him for interrupting her battle. However, her face trembled slightly as she finally noticed the state of the battlefield around her. Dozens of Forbidden Alliance, monster race, and barbarian youths laid dead on the ground that were not dead before her battle had started. Slight confusion appeared on her face for the briefest of moments, until she saw a nearby Forbidden Alliance youth turn stiff as their battle approached them. That youth was locked in a heated battle without an Honorable Alliance youth, who used the opening to land a lethal blow on his opponent. Realization dawned on Amber, whose gaze snapped back to Miko, whose soul domain was still active. As their battle dashed around the war zone, his domain would overwhelm the enemy youths, allowing their opponents to kill them swiftly. If this were allowed to continue for just a little while longer, the battle would be lost. Amber gritted her teeth in frustration and anger as she realized what Miko was doing, while her blood began to boil from rage. Her sword began to glow an incredibly dark red color as her power flared once more, unleashing her full strength for the very first time. Die. Chapter 700 Sword Sovereign versus Goddess of Slaughter Chi. Amber slashed her sword forward, unleashing a blood-red sword image far stronger than she had unleashed before. Those nearby felt their instincts flare as they gazed at the art, almost unable to do so. Its sharpness and speed were beyond compare, and it was obvious that the attack contained many profound and powerful Tao within. Miko's calm gaze stared at the oncoming sword art, as if it didn't concern him. The Tao of speed and sharpness, huh? Miko mused, as he casually slashed his pearly white sword forward. Chi. A brilliant, almost blindingly white sword image slashed out towards Amber's attack, its profoundness no less than hers. It was as if a sword god had unleashed the attack himself, an attack that was able to cleave through anything. The two attacks collided in mid-air, and both attacks severed right through the other as both attacks were instantly neutralized. Amber's gaze narrowed as she saw her attack perfectly countered. Miko flashed to the side once more, appearing in another location filled with both ally and enemy youths. Many of the enemy youths were instantly overwhelmed by his soul domain and came to a complete halt, at which point their opponents used the opening to land the finishing blow. Some were able to resist its power, but their movements became sluggish as they fought back against the overwhelming soul domain. Their sluggish movements were all the help the Honorable Alliance youths needed, as many used the opportunity to land finishing blows as well. In less than a few minutes, over 30 enemy youths were slain, a number that was beyond shocking. Given that they only numbered around 200 at the moment, a large portion of their fighting force had been eliminated. If this were to go on, the battle would no doubt be lost. With their opponents dead, the Honorable Alliance youths were free to help their allies elsewhere, further turning the tides of battle. The battle had been hopeless at first, but for the first time, the Honorable Alliance was seeing victory on the horizon. Their fighting spirits were ignited even further as they pressed forward with everything, hopping to end the battle once and for all. "Stop running away, you fucking brat," Amber cursed, displaying a rare outburst of rage. She was almost always in control of every situation she was in, but now was different. Miko dashed throughout the battlefield while focusing on defense, clearly displaying his goals. He wanted to stall against Amber as long as possible while helping out the others, eventually finishing the war almost all by himself. Amber's grit her teeth so hard that they nearly shattered while she stared at Miko with hate-filled eyes. "You're going to pay for what's to come," Amber cursed him angrily. "After I kill you, I'll absorb every last drop of your blood." Miko stared back with his calm and indifferent expression as he watched Amber turn her sword around. Her sword plunged forward into her chest, shocking everyone on the battlefield. Amber grimaced in pain as her sword pierced directly through her chest, while a small stream of blood dribbled down the corner of her mouth. With the sword firmly in her chest, Amber made a hand seal before the hilt of the sword, while her essence chi flared with an overwhelmingly profound aura. "Descent of the goddess of slaughter," Amber said through gritted teeth, although there was clearly a tinge of reverence in her voice. The world seemed to go silent for the briefest moments as a figure began to materialize behind Amber, greedily absorbing Amber's chi, as well as the blood that began to flow from her chest wound. The figure continued to solidify as it absorbed both, while those on the battlefield couldn't help but hold their breaths. It was as if a god had truly descended on the battlefield, one that filled their minds with images of blood and slaughter. The figure was quite large, at over 30 yards tall, and hovered in the sky behind Amber. It had blood-red hair, while its face was blurry, as if no one here was worthy of seeing it. The figure held a blood-red sword in her hand, almost identical to the one Amber held in hers. Everyone could tell that the figure was not something real, and was instead an avatar made of chi and blood, but it felt real to most seeing it. Boom! Amber's aura exploded out once more as the figure finally seemed to become complete, and her blood-stained teeth turned from a pained grit to a maddened smile as she stared at Miko below her. "Die, you fucking brat," she cursed as she slashed her sword down at him, while the figure behind her matched her movements perfectly. Chi. The world seemed to tremble for the briefest moments as the avatar behind Amber unleashed a sword art from their sword. The sword art was another blood-red sword image 30 yards long, but it appeared so real as to fool the eyes of most nearby. An overwhelmingly profound aura of speed, sharpness, and something else radiated from the sword image as it slashed down at Miko with lethal intent. Miko breathed in lightly as he gazed at the sword image above him, while his own pearly white sword steadied by his side. He breathed out lightly shortly after, while his sword casually slashed upwards towards the blood-red sword image approaching. "Sword Sovereign severs the heavens. Form 2, Miko said calmly, while his face paled slightly. Chi. An incredibly thin and almost unnoticeable beam of sword chi slashed out from his sword towards the attack above. It was far smaller and thinner than the overwhelmingly powerful blood-red battle art above, and seemed as though it would be swallowed up by the attack without question. Chi. The two attacks collided with frightening speed, and everyone nearby held their breath as they braced for an incredibly powerful explosion of battle arts. However, that explosion did not happen, and instead the youths watched with stunned expressions as Amber's blood-red sword was cleaved directly in half, losing a great deal of its power as the two halves of the real-looking blood-red sword slammed down on Miko below. However, with its power somehow reduced, as if Miko's sword art had severed the Tao of the attack itself, the sword art fell on Miko's location with much less power. Boom! The attack exploded outwards, bathing Miko in blood-red chi while destroying the land nearby. The youths nearby braced themselves as they felt themselves nearly overwhelmed by the explosion, and also overwhelmed with shock. The battle art had been reduced in power greatly, and yet it was still so powerful. If they had been struck by the reduced power attack, they would have still died, let alone the original full-powered attack. The explosive battle art faded away, revealing a fractured land and a massive crater at the center. Within the crater stood Miko, whose robes were slightly damaged, and some small wounds were visible on his cheeks and arms, but other than that appeared completely unharmed. His cold gaze stared back at Amber above, who looked on with stunned disbelief. Impossible,